that sorted out. We're going to be down on Ace for a little bit. He's on his way. He's just running a little bit late. Let's see. Oh, right, before I forget, let's go ahead and do inspiration. Where is the thinger? Found it.
Inspiration goes to Feck
No, that's dumb. Screw that.
for being inspired.
Gale, Yule, and Nomad. Do any of you guys already have inspiration?
I do not.
Alright, Nomad gets one on the
I do
floor,
not.
and Yule gets the other.
Thank you.
Gale, do you already have it?
I do not.
Okay, alright, let's see. Yeah, you can go and take the third one. Three-way tie.
A three-way tie!
It was a big session. We got, there was a lot that happened last session, especially given that it all happened within, a 50-foot radius of where the episode started.
Right.
Anyway, speaking of that 50-foot radius, you guys are, if I remember correctly, you had all just gotten back on the airship, and you were kind of hovering near where you had anchored at the Dwarf Giant Hills. Gale had just successfully retrieved some gold, and you guys had spoken with Elise, who had found some weird chalk markings that kept reappearing down the down inside your ship. It's about 2:30 in the afternoon. The weather is hot and stagnant, kind of thick air, hard to breathe. Today is Thursday. That's where we left off. What would you guys like to do?
I would like to go find Moat to show him this odd chalk thing on the floor of the boat.
Alright, is he back in? I know he was having...
Oh yeah, I guess that's a bad...
Hello, I just got here. I'm here. Don't worry.
Hey, perfect timing.
Yay!
What am I doing?
So, I don't know where you were before. I think you had just left after Gale was collecting all that obviously cursed gold.
My first mate, yeah.
Yes. So, Norda comes walking up to you and says, hey, Moat, there's something you ought to come see.
Alright, lead me to it.
And I lead you down to the cargo hold where the strange chalk circle has been drawing itself. Elise said she found this and cleaned it up, and then it reappeared afterwards. If it seems like it's just real slowly drawing itself, and it stops when we watch it. But I don't know. Do you know what this is?
Let me think about it for a second. Do I know what this is?
Okay, this... Give me an Arcana check, I guess.
Alright.
Yeah, good luck. Okay, based on the little bits of chalk that have not been cleaned up this time, you definitely recognize that there are a few arcane runes in there. You know it's definitely something magical. There's not enough of it to know what these runes were going to do, how they got there, or anything like that, but, you can look at it and tell almost immediately that it was part of something magical.
Can I pop a divine sense, just shits and giggles?
You sure can. Let's see. Double checking. Who else is down here? With Nordo and Moat?
I don't remember if I was or not.
Elise basically went and grabbed anybody who would come, so it's reasonable for your character to be here if you want to be.
Yeah.
Also,
It had
any
been,
that would be picked up by that.
Oh, what's that?
Any of our characters who would be picked up by Divine Sense should be down.
I already did that, don't worry.
I was gonna say, Moat got that on episode 1, straight out of the gate. Let's get this shit out
Yeah.
in the open.
Yeah, I got that dealt with.
You got it dealt
picked up-
with, now you're keeping it secret.
Yeah, you right.
Would some of us get picked up by Divine Sense?
Who knows, man?
Who knows?
I'm gonna give everyone 15 seconds to put their character on the ship where they want to be on the ship, and then I'm gonna tell him what he gets with Divine Sense.
Where is the bilge. Oh, there it is.
Alright. Vasu, Flick, Nomad, Moten, Nordo, Elise, Chi-Chi's sleeping.
Under
matter-
the... Right?
If it matters, I know Ace was down there because he was the one who found it originally with Elise.
Oh, right, he is not currently here, so we'll bring
Right.
Ace down. That means it's basically everybody. Gale and Toto is down there. Okay, Moat. You get everything that you expect to get based on your previous results. And you get nothing else new.
Tight. Thank you. I'm gonna be real honest here. I'm not entirely sure what this is. I know it's magical in nature. I recognize some of these runes from my time training with the Order, but that's about all I've got, honestly.
Anybody else? Where's a little dragon? He knows a lot about magic.
Oh, I shall summon him. And then I telepathic link. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing, Gale? We have a predicament under
I'm-
here.
I'm quite alright. Yeah, when everyone decided to go downstairs, I assumed there was a problem, and I just didn't feel like dealing with it.
It is alright. It is just chalk.
Well, what's everybody so uptight about chalk for?
Well, the chalk have come together to form some sort of arcane configuration. We figured maybe you would know what it was.
Well, unfortunately, I'm a man of science, not magic. They're kind of polar opposites of the same coin.
Perhaps this is the other side of that coin. It might be a part of the ship's configuration.
Alright, I'll be right down. Come stalking down.
It's just he's pointing accusingly at the like chalk thing.
Alright, yeah, you get down there and you find the entire crew is kind of like crammed down here in the cargo area. And they're all like huddled around these 3 chalk marks on the wooden floor here.
Looking at it and just to avoid having to repeat everything, does this feel similar to Illusory Script at all? Or adjacent to it in any way?
Give me an Arcana check. And also, how do I want to do this? Roll a flat d20 for Toto.
Oh.
Delightful. Alright, so as you kind of come over and you start studying the runes, and you've recently learned this technique to put writing in place that masks what it really says, you're kind of studying it. It doesn't really look much like an illusory script. You inspect it very carefully. The runes don't really match. They seem to be something else. You don't notice anything illusory about it. But as Toto is kind of just like hanging out next to you, watching, kind of curious as you bend over and check all of this, you hear this whirring noise from inside of him that you've never heard him make before. This rapid clicking and this vibration, all of these bolts and nails and screws that are holding all of the brass and wood fittings in place start to rattle and shake. And then all at once, or go ahead, sure.
That's all he says. Is just uh-oh.
Perfect. And then all at once, you watch as Toto kind of hunches over this drawing, or these chalk marks, and like a cat coughing up a hairball, he opens his mouth, and there's just this faint beam of light cyan energy that comes out of his mouth, almost like a Godzilla fire breath, but it's very focused, it's laser precise. And as it does, it etches, basically laser etches into the ground here, into the wooden floorboards of the deck. the full sigil that was being drawn.
Is that normal?
Hey, Gale, what's your dog doing?
I can honestly say that I have no idea. I would recommend that everybody stand back just in case.
Don't mind if I do.
All right, Moat.
Does the sigil make more sense now that it's complete?
Right. So now that there's more of it drawn, between your 18 and Gale's 19, you both recognize. Right, 20, because of guidance. Both of you recognize that, first of all, that this is not complete. There is a little bit more that needs to be drawn. Second, you know that because it is laser engraved instead of being drawn with magical chalk, even if it was fully drawn, it wouldn't have actually done anything. However, if this sigil was completed, and if it was completed using the chalk instead of Toto's weird whatever the fuck that was, it probably would have had some sort of conjuration effect. Gale specifically would probably suspect some sort of teleportation effect.
Elise said that whatever this was drawing itself. She accidentally cleaned it, and it drew itself back on when she turned away, and it doesn't do it when no one is watching.
I imagine that we have an invisible stowaway.
Oh.
Certainly seems like it.
Nordo
And they
immediately
better
starts...
stay invisible if they don't want to walk the plank.
Nordo starts just like sweeping around with his quarterstaff as soon as Gale says that, just trying to hit something invisible.
Alright, I guess give me a luck check.
God.
What a waste.
Nordo, in all of his paranoia, immediately pulls out his quarterstaff and starts looking at all of the empty corners in the room, and he just swings there and he swings there, and then he kind of looks into the wagon and he slams his quarterstaff down. And when you slam your quarterstaff down into the bed of the wagon, you hear a thump and ow!
I found our stowaway.
And then you hear in Draconic, those of you who speak it, "Gigs up, boys! Go, go, go!" And that's going to be initiative.
Great.
Yep, perfect.
Ah, Chi-Chi, that little shit.
Did Chi-Chi lie about everyone running away?
I feel like he might have.
I think he might have. None of us insight checked him.
That or we have more...
Why do we
friends.
trust kobolds? Why do we
all-
ever trust kobolds?
Fine, I'll just jump off the boat with them.
Okay.
We all just believed this one kobold was mysteriously a better person than all of his friends.
But where were they hiding?
I find that incredibly judgmental.
You might be better than all your friends. I don't know half the party very well.
Presumably they were hiding in the wagon, I guess, but maybe under the wagon, like holding on to
Or
the
just
bottom of it.
Following
Or
know
just
what?
walking. Yeah, it's like we're moving that fast. They could have just followed us invisible.
Do kobolds have natural invisibility? What?
But man, we don't know how strong these guys are. They could be like fucking level 10 wizards for all we know.
Right?
You say this, but then they're just mooks and they die in one hit?
They were, at one point, only a few episodes ago, 4 kobolds in a trench coat.
Do they evolve? The jig is up, boys.
Alright, Nordo, guided by your paranoia and suspicion and a lot of blind luck, is the first to react. You can tell that whatever you hit is just sitting, still invisible, in the cart, right about...
Okay. I just want to put my quarterstaff back and then just like jump at where I heard that voice come from and just try to grab and hold on to whatever is talking.
All right, sounds good. I'm going to give him advantage for being invisible, but go ahead and give me athletics.
13 to 13.
Yeah, he is able. Like, you're right on top of him, and you can feel him squirming free. He's right there, but he is able to stay out of your grasp.
Does that count as an attack?
Yeah, that replaces one of your attacks.
May I use my bonus action unarmed attack as a monk to try again to grapple him?
Yeah, I think rules is written you're limited to one, but I made it so you can try as many as you want. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Same roll.
Consistent. No, he's getting away. He's slipping free.
Alright, that's it. Nordo just flails around trying to grab onto this kobold.
Alright. Yule, you're up.
Are they still all invisible?
So
Or
far,
what do I hear?
yeah, so far you have heard one thing yell out in Draconic from inside of the cart, and it still appears to be invisible. Nordo doesn't see what he's grabbing.
Alright, I'm just gonna hold my action until I see one of them.
Alright, what you gonna do?
Cast a spell.
Alright, go and whisper me the spell, and then Nomad, you're up. Or you can just say it if it's not a secret.
Secret.
Okay.
I was like scratching the back of his head. So he sees like it's over there that Nordo's trying to grab something. I'm going to try to connect to that one's brain.
Okay.
Or mine.
Sure.
And it's just a talk round, I guess, for now. I'm just going to say, hello, who are you and what are you doing here?
Alright, let's see, where are you at? You're at 18. It's close enough, we'll call it a little bit of the talk round. With that said, you don't get a response. Also, I forgot to roll initiative for a fuckload of other things. Carry on.
Okay, so I guess I'll cast spell. They're not responding. Oh, I would have shattered, but there's a lot of people here. Let's
And
not
the
do
boat.
that. And the boat. That's kind of important. I'm just going to mage armor myself.
Seems wise.
I think that's like run out by now.
You guys woke up pretty late, like 8 or 9. It lasts for 8 hours. It's only 2:30. You've still got your mage armor. If you put it up this morning, anyway.
No, I didn't. Like,
Okay, then, yeah.
if we just woke up, I didn't. Absolutely. Here, let me cast it now. That's
Perfect. That brings us to Flick.
Okay, hearing him say go, 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 I'm going to go, go, go to the staircase and ready a booming blade for if anyone gets nearby, tries to squeeze by me.
Good call. Alright, sounds good. Vazu. You see Nordo's like scrambling, trying to grab this slippery, invisible thing in the wagon.
Yeah, I'm probably not gonna have any better luck with it, but can I kind of like line myself up? I'm gonna like stand over on this side of the wagon. Can I line myself up and see on the other through to the other side of the wagon?
Yeah, it's open all the way through.
Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of look over to Nordo and Yule and be like, "Hey, get ready to catch him or something. I don't know." And I'm just gonna try to cast Gust, and like knock
Excellent.
the kobolds out of there.
Yeah, is there a save on that, or is it just a pushback?
It says one medium or smaller creature that you choose must succeed on a Strength saving throw, and it's a DC 14.
Alright, this is gonna go great. Alright, yeah, there's a gust of wind. And Nordo, you feel this thing slipping out of you, and then like a kite caught in the wind. You hear the sound of leather flapping, and this thing goes flying back past you. Kind of slams a little bit into the backside of that bathroom there. And you hear it like right next to you. It's still invisible, but it's like right at your feet.
Okay, that went better than I expected. Yeah, that's all I can do because I can't do much of the bonus action at the moment.
All right. Gale.
Oh god, it got to my turn real quick. Well, I am useless against an invisible thing. So I am just going to point vaguely in the direction where the noise originally came from.
All right.
The wagon.
Yeah.
And then I am going to have Toto. I'm going to point at it and I'm going to say very determinedly, Toto, Death Beam 360. And I just want him to like shoot his laser thing and then spin in a circle.
360.
Like a horrible Resident Evil laser puzzle that will hit everyone.
Oh no, this is so bad. Okay. Let me get... Fuck, okay, hang on. How would I even... Let me get an intelligence check from Toto.
Okay.
You know what? It's your choice. An intelligence check or a luck check. Either one is appropriate.
Cool. I'll take luck, Bob.
Alright. Alright.
Alright.
Toto runs over to the middle of the room, and he opens his jaw, and you hear him, like, trying to do something, but then there's just, like, a sad slide whistle noise, and he doesn't really... He can't do it on command. He can't do it when people are watching.
Oh, come on, man. You're embarrassing me.
You must teach him to be less shameful.
I'll at least pull out my weapon and just, like, aim it back and forth between a bunch of walls, because I have no idea where anything is.
Alright, perfect. For the record, everyone down here is complete...
Yeah, but apparently there's others, so
Alright, that's fair.
I'm gonna just, you know, under the assumption that he was yelling at two people and not just trying to throw us off, I'm gonna ready in action to shoot the next thing that is invisible that I hear from.
Alright, sounds good. Okay, oh fuck, man. Let's, So this guy pops out of invisibility as he is casting a spell, or I guess it would be as soon as the spell goes off. So Nordo, Yule, everybody down here, from the location where this invisible creature is flapping around, there is suddenly a burst of brilliant color that erupts in a cone kind of upwards, catching Nordo, Moat, Toto, Nomad, and Yule. Actually, Nomad might be out of range. Yeah, he is. And let's see if anyone gets blinded by this. 36 health worth. Toto, let's see, who's the lowest out of all of them? Might be Toto. Oh no, it's definitely going to be Yule. So Yule takes 17 off, and then the next is actually Nordo. What is 17 plus 18? Math is hard.
35.
Oh, that's perfect. Okay, so Nordo and Yule, from directly in front of you, it's like a flashbang has just gone off. There's this prismatic rainbow of bright light that blinds both of you. The rest of you can see immediately after this goes off what appears to be a winged kobold, yellow scales under kind of these heavy black cloaks that are covered in black feathers, and they've got this long strip of cloth that kind of goes down around to cover their tail, and then it curls up. And he pops out, blinds Nordo and Yule. Yule, your spell can still go off if you don't need to be able to see your target. He did pop out, you're just blind.
It's visible, so.
Okay, gotcha. Then unfortunately, spell does not go off. This thing is then going to use his bonus action. Oh, fuck. This is not good. He's going to use his bonus action to go back invisible again. And then he is going to come over this way. Alright, you hear scrambling and skittering and claws trying to pull themselves under the wagon around Nordo. And they get to about the location of the etching that has been engraved into the floor here. Meanwhile... Good to know. Moat, you're up.
Alright. I have no idea where that one that just cast a spell is.
You hear him. He is like scratching his way, scampering along the floor, invisible. He is in the space that has the rune burnt into it.
Cool. Can I try to grapple him?
You sure can. He'll have advantage because he's invisible, but you can.
That's athletics, yeah.
Yep. Oh, that's good. Yeah, easy enough. You're able to grab this invisible thing kind of by some appendage and hold him in place. He's scrambling to get free.
Okay, and it's half movement when you're holding something?
Yep.
Okay, I just want to drag him away from the sigil over here.
Alright, easy enough. The entire time he's kicking and screaming and draconic, let me go, let me go!
Fuck you.
Alright. Anything else?
I believe that is it.
Alright, Nordo, back to the top. I actually talk around real quick. Nomad. I guess give me a persuasion check. You don't have a lot yet, but you made an attempt.
Yeah. I'm good at no.
Are you?
I'm not.
This is probably not going to be super productive. Yeah, no, he seems very frightened. He just wants to get out of here. He doesn't want to explain himself. Alright, brings us to Nordo.
So I don't know what this guy is saying. I just hear yelling in Draconic and I hear it going that way. So just blinded and reacting to that, I'm just going to run towards where I hear the voice of that kobold.
Alright.
And just recklessly swing at it.
Okay. Give me a perception check to see if you can distinguish where it is versus where Moat is, since they're very close together. And you're blind. Yeah, you got a pretty good chance. What could go wrong?
Sure.
Alright, give me a D2. 2 is the kobold, a 1 is Moat. Alright, you're good. Swing on that kobold.
Great. And it is actually reckless attack, so just a
Yeah,
straight
it cancels
roll.
out, yep. Oh no. That one goes straight past, slams into the wall behind. You're knocking on the door. It kind of swings open a little bit. And you see Chi-Chi is sitting up on that hammock, wide-eyed, like trying to figure out what's going on, like he's just woken up to like a weird bad dream or something. But
I don't see that. I'm blind,
Yeah,
so
you
I just
don't see
keep
that.
swinging.
Yeah, you follow up with just a big, heavy fist, and holy fucking shit, you hear bones crack as you grab onto this thing and just start squeezing and kind of slamming it against the wall a couple of times. It's still kicking, but you've knocked a bunch out of it.
Okay. That's it.
Alright, that brings us to you'll see. I believe your blindness goes away now, Nordo. I'll double check that.
Okay. Oh,
Literally just one turn.
I think it is until the end of your next turn, but I'm checking. Oh no, it's until the end of next turn.
Okay.
So I'm just waiting.
You're currently blind, unless you have anything else you want to do.
Nope. Can't do anything. So.
Alright, Nomad.
None of my spells can hit anything invisible. I think I
Right.
need to see them.
It's a
Well,
real
I
shame.
can. I can with an AOE, but again, my friends are here. I'm just gonna go like over yonder. Do I have any things that can hit?
As you come over that way, that's kind of where Moat is holding onto this thing. You
Mm-hmm.
can kind of get in there.
Yeah, it's a small person. I pat over at his like face, until I feel the invisible face, and then like right into his face, strong telepathy. I was like, "Do not be afraid.
Ooh,
We're just here to talk."
okay, perfect. As you walk over, you see in Moat's arms, kind of from underneath Nordo's enormous fist, the invisibility has been broken. He's in a dazed stupor. This kobold is now visible once more.
Oh, he's visible. Yeah. Here. I'm gonna try this. I can make range attacks at disadvantage. Right?
You can, and also because he would have lost his concentration before then, so you can undo your movement if you want.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
right. Okay.
that's my bad. I forgot to do a check.
Where was I? Was here?
Yep.
So I'm going to try and wiggle into his mind here a little bit. I don't know if I can do this. What do you call this? Non-lethally.
Is this the
Because
mind
it's
spike?
range. No, it's not a mind spike. But you know, here, it's just gonna mind sliver.
Gotcha. Mind sliver. I'm gonna go with not non-lethalable.
Yeah.
Let's see what he does. That is a fail for 5 psychic damage. You watch as this guy comes out of invisibility in a dazed stupor, stunned by Nordo's strike right to the head. He looks over to you for a second. You connect, you lock on, and you start to pull as much of his psychic energy out as you can to just daze and disorient him. But by the time your spell ends, you look up, and his body has gone limp.
Oh, I think he's dead.
You killed him!
I did not mean to. This is a new ability. And I like gesture at Elise, and I ask her if she could stabilize me.
Okay. She nods, she'll give it a shot. Let's see, that brings us to Flick. Nothing has run past you yet.
Alright.
Oh, with my movement, can I go over here? There we go.
Sure.
Can I hear them yelling in the other room that you killed him?
Yeah, that's easy enough.
Was it just the one? I'm gonna just yell that, and that'll be all I do for now.
Oh my god, he's dead.
I'm just gonna wait here because I don't trust it.
Alright, sounds good. Still running Booming Blade?
Yep.
Alright, Vazu.
Who's dead? I didn't mean to kill it.
Are there like any windows? Is that what these are?
They're tiny little portholes. They're real small, even for a kobold. They're real small, and they also don't open.
Awesome. I probably can't really get out of those, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess I'll just kind of squeeze past everybody. Count my movement here. Yeah. I think about 30 gets me there.
Yes.
I can't fly in here, can I?
No, very short ceilings.
Alright. And yeah, I'll just main action start dashing upstairs. Check above deck. See if there's anything going on up there.
Yeah.
So I come out here.
And then you can walk out through that front door. All right, what's your passive perception as you're running along there?
Passive perception is 14.
All right. As you run along, you don't spot anything as you're kind of running through there trying to find more of these.
Okay.
That brings us back to Gale.
Well. Come over here and start climbing on the wagon, turning things over, see if I can find anybody.
All right. kind of go in and start shuffling things around, moving things. You don't feel anything invisible. Do you want to spend like an entire action to do a search action?
Yeah, I'll do a search action.
All right, go ahead and give me your choice of perception or investigation. All right, as you're taking a close look, you don't find anything hidden. You don't find anything invisible or hiding or anything like that. However, you do find that kind of buried under a crate that you guys have filled with supplies, probably one of the delicacies crates. There is a folded slip of paper that you don't recognize as anything that any of your party brought here.
Oh, good. Not kobold poop.
You do also see that there are 5 or 6 pieces of chalk that you don't recognize. So it's a folded piece of paper and 5 or 6 pieces of chalk.
Okay. Well, I will take this paper, probably take a look at it, and Toto is going to come over and start guarding a hallway and help me flick.
Right, sounds good. Let me show this real quick. Alright, you should have a handout. Let's see. Toto moves over there. Perfect. Alright, that brings us to these boys. Not that there are any more of these boys, right? He's dead. Death fail. Alright, Elise is going to use her bonus action to spare the dying, because she can. And then she will... she'll go in here and she'll start searching for invisible stuff in here. Delightful. Okay, cool. That brings us to Moat.
Alright. I'm just gonna step right over here by the doorway, and I think that's all I can do with my movement. And I'm just gonna hold an action if I feel something try to squeeze past me. I want to grapple it if I can.
Yeah, totally. Can definitely do that.
Cool.
Alright, Nordo, your vision's back.
He is offline.
Oh no. Alright, we'll come back to Nordo. Yule, your vision is back.
He says he wants to search for kobolds, actually. Perception +6.
Okay, let's give that a shot. Main action, search for kobolds. Let's find out. He takes a look around, and he doesn't spot anything down here. He works carefully with Gale to check under the cart. He kind of sweeps his pole arm down there a few times, his staff, checks the room with Elise, doesn't find anything. So that brings us to Yule.
Alright, so my vision's back.
Your vision's back, yeah.
Alright, what do I see?
You see a bunch of people scrambling around trying to find more of these invisible things. Nobody's had any luck yet.
Okay. I'll just help.
Alright. Where you want to look? Or you want to just like do a search action right there, or you do anything else?
What would I know about finding invisible people? Like, ways to do.
Give me an Arcana check. It can definitely be done.
Oh, they're invisible. Yeah, I'll just kind of look around with them, kind of search. I don't know what's around me other than.
Yeah, you see that Nordo and Gale have both very thoroughly searched the cart, and the rest of this room is pretty empty. Nordo has also kind of just like blindly swung at empty spaces in here a few times to no avail, so it feels like this room is pretty well searched. Elise has started looking over in the west room, hasn't found anything yet.
All right, I'll go towards like the hallway.
All right, go ahead and give me a perception check. All right, Yule, as you hobble your way out into the hallway, you stop and you listen very, very, very closely. And as you do, you hear some sort of scrawling or scribbling coming from through the wall to your east. That's your movement and your action.
Yeah. Where would I have heard it at? Like where I am now, or would I have heard it when I was at the door?
Probably one spot up, yeah.
Okay. Can I open the door?
Yeah. You do.
You do.
And you see a circle that appears to be drawing itself. And also, it looks pretty close to done.
Perfect. Can I use my last movement to step in?
Yeah, you can.
And then kind of like, if it's possible, to like kick it around a little bit.
Sure, to just kind of like try to interfere and get in the way.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Like,
All right.
It's just chalk. You can scuff the hell out of it.
I'll do that.
All right. Yule goes in there and starts trying to interfere as best as she can. Nomad.
Go on, yeah.
I wonder where Lady Yule is going. A circle or something.
Yeah, you can see that it's still
Yes.
like it's still trying to draw itself little pieces at a time wherever Yule's feet aren't.
Yeah. So I'm going to like reach in that general area and I'm just gonna like throw daggers at it.
Sure, go for it.
There's disadvantage anyway here. Use. God, I only have like 2 more uses of this, so here's one.
Oh
12
no.
and 11.
That's such a shame. 12 and 11. They both go flying into the bathroom door on the other side of the room. They both kind of stick into the wall and then disappear after a moment.
Stop the chalk doing.
Sorry, you cut out for a lot of that?
Oh, I didn't stop the chalk doing anything at all. They just go over here.
Yeah, it looks like they both
And I
kinda...
opened the door here in case there's someone else drawing chalk in the bathroom.
As you kind of push into that square, you can tell that you're like, you bump your shin into something invisible that's kind of in that space still trying to...
I say sorry, and then I like open the door with
Alright,
my
yeah,
item interaction.
Item interaction, open the door. You don't see anything unusual going on in there.
The bathroom is clear. Someone is trying to finish a configuration circle in here. I yell at Ace, who will then yell at everyone else.
Yeah, it
I
gets
say
relayed.
yell, but it's more like a very calm, like, hey, this is happening.
Yep, Ace is kind of just like doing the project management thing where he's relaying messages back and forth.
Yeah.
That brings us to Flick.
Alright, Toto, I need you to be a good boy and make sure nothing gets past here. I'm sick of waiting. I'm going to go up to this bathroom and check inside it.
Alright, you use your object interaction, fling the door open, everything appears normal inside, no chalk.
I'm gonna step in the bathroom, make sure there's nothing in there, then step back out.
Yeah, you wave your sword around a little bit, poking corners, making sure there's nothing invisible. You don't run into anything.
Alright, I'm just going to go back down this hallway, investigating, also just blindly, like, wiggling my sword.
Alright, perfect. Yeah, you kind of walk through here, tapping like a blind cane to see if you bump into anything. Go ahead and show me the spaces you move to. Yep, nothing there. As soon as you get there, you can see that Yule and Nomad are doing this awkward dance with what is very obviously an invisible something or another trying to draw a circle.
Alright, I'll bonus action dash. By dash, I mean just step in here and and they're dancing around the.
Yeah, like Yule and this tiny creature seem like they're kind of sharing a space. The invisible something is trying to finish this circle, and Yule is like trying to scuff it faster than it can be drawn. Oh no!
Just gonna make a bunch of water and wash that chalk away.
No! All right, how much does that make?
Up to 30 gallons.
Oh, that's
10 gallons. Up to 10 gallons.
Oh, that's still plenty. Go ahead and give me a give me 10d10.
Oh no.
I feel really bad.
He was working so hard on it.
He was so close.
It's like it was just like making a sandcastle and he just came over and stomped on it.
Oh yeah.
Flake could definitely do that.
Yeah, there's a splash of water as this ball just forms and then immediately drops around Yule's ankles. Chalk is immediately washed away, completely destroyed.
Oh no, you poor chalk circle.
Does it splash the kobold too?
It does. You can see that there are definitely like invisible splashes of water kicking up around him. Anything else?
Nope. Considering that was a whole action to make that water, I'm.
All right, Vazu.
Okay. I'm just gonna kind of fly up a little bit under the balloon. See if there's anything going on. I mean, maybe anything above deck. I'll get to a point where I can hopefully see everything. Hopefully.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a perception check for the search action. Yeah, you take a real good look around. It's invisible, but you feel like you'd be able to see chalk easily enough if they were drawing anything. You don't see anything on the upper decks of the ship. You kind of do a loop around the balloon just in case. You don't see any drawings on the balloon. Everything appears good out here.
Okay. That probably takes all my movement to do a good sweep around
Yeah.
the balloon too.
Yeah.
So I'll just call that my turn.
Sounds good.
I'll kind of touch back down on the deck by the door here.
All right, perfect. Brings us back to Gale.
Sick. Okay. So, what color was this dead kobold or dead friend?
Yellow scales, wearing a black feathered cloak.
Oh, you fucking dirty bitches. Okay. Well,
It's okay. Did at least like stabilize him?
Yeah, he is stable.
shit. I don't have enough movement to do exactly what I want, but I am going to go and I guess I'll go stand next to Grandma.
All right. Yeah, once you get in there, it's very easy to tell that everybody's kind of like grappling with this invisible thing in here.
Also, your feet are wet now.
Oh, my leg's gonna rust. Alright, I'm gonna point my gunbow at the invisible thing and just say, how many more of them are you?
All right, perfect. We'll save an intimidation for the talk round.
And then I'm gonna say, not fast enough, and I'm gonna shoot him.
Perfect. All right, give me an attack roll. We're gonna say the squeezing and the disadvantage, or the squeezing invisibility cancel out. 21 is a hit. Oh my goodness. 8 piercing damage. There is a spray of blood that comes out of nowhere from right now. It's a little concerning. You might have gone a little wide, but you remember what Yule did to Toto, and it feels better. But in the end, it is not Yule's blood. Let's see.
Missed.
Toto's blood.
Yule's blood is black, probably.
And you do
so
see that he becomes visible as he loses concentration.
Oh, look at that.
It is another yellow-scaled kobold in a very similar cloak.
How
one
many
is
more
hot?
of them are you?
Ah!
Can we have advantage because I splashed his drawing away?
You can see that he's holding just this wet clump of chalk that is like melting through his fingers. He looks extremely distraught.
I'm just gonna Pulp Fiction this for Kobold.
Excellent. Alright, oh my god, what does he do?
They have icons in their name.
He's gonna use his bonus action to go invisible. And then he's gonna use his main action to tumble. So Yule, I need an acrobatics check.
Oh god.
Oh, I don't even think you can make that. She tries. Granny tries real hard to block, but Gale and Yule and Moat, you all feel the flapping of wind, or the feel of wind as these wings flap themselves free, and he starts running down the hall as fast as he can fly, brushes past Toto. It is invisible, so unless you have any way to see invisible things, there are no opportunity attacks.
Well,
Does it pass me enough for my opportunity?
Oh, right, you had a ready action. Yes, it does. You can go ahead and give me an athletics check.
God.
Unfortunately, he is...
Damn it!
That was such a good roll, too. Let's see, how far can this guy get? Not much room to fly. Yeah, he doesn't get far. He basically... he... and stops, like, right in front of Toto. Meanwhile...
Toto gets impact.
Did he have a rated action?
Yeah. Guarding the door.
Yeah.
Anything tries to get by him. If he's aware that it's there.
Oh yeah, he can't be surprised. He's very aware. Go and give me an attack. Uh, 13 just misses.
God, I wish he had advantage.
Right, that'd be so nice. Alright, meanwhile, upstairs, this guy is crossing his fingers, or, not upstairs, you know, somewhere. Who knows where. Oh, thank fuck.
No.
All of you, all over the ship, feel a ripple, and the ship kind of rocks. And you hear this loud popping noise that seems to be coming from the forecastle, the kitchen, the bar. And that's all that you guys hear. Vasu, because you're up top, you would see a brief flash of light coming.
Over,
Towards the...
like over here.
Yeah, those two.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
All right.
Flying.
Elise is going to Tabaxi Dash and probably also regular dash, but let's see how far she gets. 1, 2, 4, 6. We'll do Tabaxi first. 2, 4, 6. And then she sees Toto struggling with this invisible thing. She'll actually attack the invisible thing.
Chat request the camera move a little to show more.
Yeah, just a second. 15 hits for 6, which is exactly enough. And then she will immediately use her bonus action to stabilize it. And that brings us back to Moat.
Do I recognize that popping sound as like he finished the spell, or actually, hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, do I recognize that?
Go ahead and give me an Arcana check with. Well, yeah, give me an Arcana check. Hey, Ace is here. It definitely sounded magical in nature. Hard to tell exactly what it was, but definitely magical in nature.
Perfect. I will dash my way to the kitchen then. It shouldn't affect anything.
All right.
And that's as far as I make it. That's it.
Let's see. Made it up to through the.
Am I next as I roll the 23?
Yes, Ace, you will be up next. In fact, let's just go ahead and sort. First talk round. Well, he's dead now. So yeah, Ace, you're up.
For on the talk ground, just when I see him come up, I'll be like, "Hey, I just saw some weird, freaky light coming from over there." I'll point toward the like kitchen door.
Sick.
I'm real spooked. Something going on in there.
Let's go fuck it up.
Hell yeah.
You take that door, and I'll get the other one. All right?
Got it.
All right, Ace. They've found and killed 2 of these things, or well, they've stabilized them. But
2 of what thing?
Okay,
I have no idea what's going
yeah,
on.
so quick recap. Somebody else should do it, actually, so I don't spoil things. I'll say something.
Nomad, what's going on?
It's okay here, and then like, gives you the telepathic version, nice and quiet like.
But, like, out of character, I think he needs an explanation.
I have no idea what's going on because I literally got here.
He just got here.
Oh yeah. So like, here's the thing. There were kobolds that came. I don't think they're stowaways. They have wings. I think they flew up here because they noticed like we were in the sky or something. A bunch of them were drawing these chalk circles.
They were invisible, by the way.
Yeah, they were invisible. So, and they can do it. They can just keep doing it. I guess it's one of the things they do.
Once
So,
you figure out something invisible, Nordo like flung around and just blindly hit one of them with a crit. Well, a crit investigation check, and then
a luck check, really. But
Yeah, he nat 20 the luck check.
So we called everyone down here to look at that circle that was like drawing itself, and then someone was like, "There might be something invisible down here." So Nordo just immediately reacted by just like, helicoptering around with his quarterstaff. We found an invisible kobold in a wagon. I hit it, and the kobold was like, "Gigs up, boys, we gotta go," or something like that.
So there's
But it
more.
was in Draconic. And then we like knocked out that kobold, knocked out another kobold, and then we all just heard like a weird popping, almost explosion sounding sound from up in the kitchen, and that's where we're at right now.
Yeah. The second one was here, like in this room. It was finishing one here, but both Yule and Flick took care of that one.
Cool. Does it do I get the feeling there's any more down here, or did it sound like that was all of them? There's more upstairs. I guess I'm a little confused.
We don't know.
We don't really know.
there could be more down here, but there was a loud pop rumble upstairs, so that might take precedent.
Okay, Feck. Since I wasn't here last round, is this initially my first round of combat, or do I not get my extra 10 feet of movement?
I'll call this your first round of combat. That's fine.
Cool. Then I'm going to use my action to dash. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This will be 8, and then I'm going to go up the stairs.
Be careful, they're invisible.
All right, 10 puts you in the stern castle over here.
You're not coming through, Ace.
I keep forgetting that I'm not pushing the button.
It's an important thing.
Okay, so I'm going to move there, and then I'm going to keep moving till I'm outside.
All right, 12 gets you to the front there. Yep. 13, 14.
I have 2 more feet, so then I'm going to move up here, up here. And then I'm just going to, draw my rapier and just be prepared to have a rapier.
When you do get outside, Vazu is pointing.
Oh, hey, it's good to see you. There's some creepy shit going on in.
Alright.
Saw some weird fucking lights coming out from under the door there. We're gonna go get them. Which side do you want?
I'm gonna stand here with my bow and not get close.
Hey, that's a wicked smart idea, little guy.
All right, that brings us back down to Nordo.
Sorry, I disconnected again. My router's been shit in the bed. Can you hear me?
I think that's all of Discord or something that chat is saying.
No,
that
my
keeps
router really
going
is garbage.
Yeah, chat is saying.
Okay, but it is my turn.
It is your turn.
Yeah.
Okay, so Nordo is still kind of disoriented and confused, but here's Ace relay the fact that there's more of these kobolds drawing more circles, and then here's a loud pop from upstairs, and just mutters to himself, "My kitchen," and then a harness his monastic training in a fit of culinary passion. I'm going to spend a key point for Step of the Wind, so I have a total of 120 feet of movement.
Jesus.
And charge all the fucking way to the kitchen and burst the door open with another 15 feet of movement to spare if I've measured it right.
Oh yeah, that sounds about right. Which door are you coming through?
Let's go through the north door.
All right. As you burst through the north door, you are immediately greeted by the sight of one winged kobold behind the bar, who looks not invisible. He looks very smug because he has just completed drawing a magic circle. Standing in front of that magic circle, is a small platoon of kobolds, all in these same black feathered robes, yellow scales with these curved daggers, and standing directly on top of the summoning circle, probably a good foot taller than all of the other kobolds. More kobold in a black cloak that has much longer feathers that are many different colors, many shades of white and brown. She has these big hazel eyes with these pupils that go almost the full width of them, which makes it look like she's got these just beady black eyes. And she looks at you with a grin, and then says in Draconic, "Let's do this."
I don't understand what that means. I just see a bunch of kobolds in my kitchen, and I stop in my tracks and say in common, "Nope," and turn around.
Perfect.
I run out the store and say, "We got company. Lots and lots of kobolds."
All right. That brings us to Yulsi. Side note, I'll just go ahead and reveal this, and I'll draw the deck out there too, because it's the same size.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I'll just try and dash on up.
All right.
The hexes confuse me, so I'll let you move me.
Yeah, you got 30 feet, right? Or is it 25?
25.
25? Okay, so you're going to have 50 total. 1, 2, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, regular dash gets you on the stairs over here. Any bonus action?
No. I don't have any.
All right, Nomad.
Right. I'm gonna try and dash upstairs. Where does that get me?
Let's see, you got 30 feet, right?
Yep, 30.
All right, 5, 10, 20, 30, 35, 45, 50, 55, 60 gets you right in front of Yule over here. You can go up or down, your call.
Okay, I'm gonna go kind of over yonder toward Ace. Can I go toward Ace?
Yeah. Well, no, you're right in front of Yule. You can just choose one of these two
Okay.
spots with 60 feet. Yep,
Oh,
there you go.
I'll go here.
All right. Any bonus action?
Don't have bonus action right
Alright.
now.
Sounds good. That brings us to Flick.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Bonus action. Cunning action dash. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. What's going on? Why are we all just standing here?
There's a bunch of fucking kobolds over there.
Oh. Are either of the doors open so I could look, or do I have to, peek?
Yeah,
I
so
left the door open.
yeah, and they're also swinging ship doors. So it's like swinging open and closed. You can see through it.
Okay, I'm gonna try shooting an Eldritch Blast through it. On one of the
Alright.
kobolds.
Yeah, fire away. Anyone in particular?
Can I tell that there's one on a summoning circle from here, or?
Yeah, it's got a little cover because it's behind all the others, but it's taller than the rest.
I'm gonna try shoot it in the head. Cause why not?
20. That is a good hit. For 7 force, let me double check a thing. Okay, yeah, as your shot lands, it kind of clips right in the shoulder of this tallest one. And you can see that pouring out through the cloak where you hit her right in the shoulder, this strange green gas seems to just kind of puff out, almost like it's been squeezed out of her shoulder almost.
Well, that's gross. All right. I hit the big one and it's leaking. Not like blood though. It's like green gas stuff.
Oh, goodness.
I guess I could wait for a talk round, but yeah.
Yeah, talking to like your friendlies is always free. You can do it anytime. All right. Anything else? I think that was it. From the back, this tallest one is going to push her way through some friendlies. Actually, no, she's going to push her way through that friendly, and she's going to kind of get behind the counter here, which provides a lot of cover for her, but she can also just barely see over it.
That bitch.
And she is going to cast a spell. And suddenly there are 4 of her instead of just one. As she
Oh,
casts
that bitch.
Mirror images.
No, I hate this boss.
And that brings us to Vazu.
Why did her turn have to be right before mine? I had a plan. This bitch. So how does mirror image work with things that require like a saving throw?
They cannot be damaged by anything except for attack rolls, but she does not benefit from them for saving throws.
Okay, so like if I were to do a water whip on her,
Yeah,
like I wouldn't have to roll to try and hit her first.
Exactly. Yeah, if it's a saving
Okay.
throw, it just goes straight to her.
Okay, that's what I was going for, or hoping for. So Vasu is going to kind of push past some friendlies and get down to this door. Let's see, that is right about 20 feet. He's actually gonna stop about right there. That is, would you call that 30 feet to her
I'd call it
from
30 feet.
that space?
Yeah, it's close enough.
Okay, so Vasu's gonna fly down here and still see her over the counter and all the clones she's summoning and whatnot. And gonna be like, hey, where the hell do you think you're going? And I'm gonna try to hit her with a water whip. I need her to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh man, she doesn't benefit from this at all.
DC is only 14 for now.
She fails it.
Hey, okay, she is pulled 25 feet closer to me, and she takes bludgeoning damage. Let's see, martial die plus wisdom.
25 feet? What?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Alright, she comes flying out of there as this watery tendril just yanks her out onto the deck of the ship. She's followed shortly thereafter by 3 identical versions of herself.
She also takes 5 whole bludgeoning damage,
Ooh.
for what it's worth. I think it is magical bludgeoning damage, but I don't know if that's a thing.
It is, yep.
I don't know. Okay. Yeah, and that's just a bonus action. They're like, hey, it's her! Or a bunch of her. Let's get her! And I'm gonna step 5 feet over and use my main action to try to swing at her with my spear.
Alright. Alright, yeah, you slam your spear into one of the 4 of her, and it vanishes in a puff of green gas.
Yes.
It's real gross, lady. You should get that checked out.
Anything else?
Nope, that was bonus action and the main action to attack. I don't want to provoke an opportunity.
Alright, that brings us to Gale.
Oh boy. Gonna come over here. I'm going to dash so that I can climb onto Toto. And then Toto is gonna move with me. Out to here. And do I recognize Shewell?
She sounds very much like the description that you had gotten from the people back in Salt Bowl. And also, now that you see her face to face,
That,
yeah. Now that you see her face to face,
personally.
exactly. You've definitely seen her around. You're not super familiar with her. Probably don't know her name, but you've seen her before, and you know who she is and what she's all about.
Which is probably nothing good, I imagine.
Yeah, it's definitely the not good stuff that you would know. I'll shoot you a little more info, but keep things secret.
Well then. I'm gonna use the other half of my dash to climb off of Toto with my sopping wet leg, and then Toto's gonna use the last of his movement to move up there and attack her ass.
All right. Oh, I sent that to the wrong ass person. Perfect.
No.
That one connects with her, and 18. Does she have this? She does not have this. She takes that for 5 piercing damage. Alright, she takes 5 piercing damage. Toto is able to slip through all of the mirrors and find the right one. It kind of slams her back against the wall of the forecastle here.
Yeah, he's just gonna start snarling and then start charging up his Godzilla beam.
Excellent. Alright. These red boys are all gonna pile out and get to town.
Oh boy.
There's a unified cry in Draconic, "Protect the Shul! Protect the Shul!"
Protect the what? What are you talking about?
Alright, let's see. These two are on Flick. They do have advantage because of pack tactics. Ooh, that's going to be an extra d4. So one of them manages to connect on you, Flick, for 6 piercing damage. Oh,
Is
I'm
it
sorry,
daylight
it is
outside?
daylight. Yeah, it's totally daylight, so that is just an 18 on you.
And 18 still hits.
Alright, these two are on Toto. That one is an actual crit. So Toto takes 5 piercing. And these two are on Vazu. 21, I think, hits.
21 hits, yeah.
Alright, 3 piercing on Vazu. And then behind.
Oh no!
One of these kobolds fight. Elise? Is going to... She's going to have to dash to get out here. Pushes her way up. And that brings us to Moot.
Alright, is this space occupied? The one where I am now?
Nope, you're good.
Cool. Do the little ones have wings on them?
They do not. They don't seem to. In fact, nobody here seems to, except for that one way in the back.
Perfect. I want to pick up, I can't see its name, but this bottom-most little one. I want to try to pick him up and throw him overboard.
Excellent. Give me strength.
Skilled or unskilled?
Just a strength check. Or, sorry, athletics, I'm sorry. Oh, easy. Super, super easy. You just pick this thing up and shove it. And you hear, "I was right there!" as it kind of falls about 150 feet down to the ground and lands with a crunch. Anything else?
No, that is it.
All right, Ace.
All right, I guess I'm gonna go up these stairs. I'm gonna be on top of here though, so I'll just be up here, I guess. And then I'm just going to shoot an arrow at number 2.
All right, fire away.
He's a humanoid, right?
He is.
You know what? Just for good measure, I'm going to do this as well.
All right, Mark is on 2.
So I'm doing that.
Oh my god, no, yeah, you just pin him, and 2 goes down.
And that's that on that. That's that on that.
All right, Nordo.
Okay. I noticed that the one that was drawing circles did not come outside, and I charge in there. And before I charge in there, I say, "The one that was drawing the circles is still in there," and I charge in.
All right, the 3 kobolds are all going to try desperately. Okay, hey, let me go check. I know I did a house rule for this. Let me see how it works. I think this is going to go very poorly for them because they're so tiny. But I want to see if there are rules for grappling on an opportunity attack.
If I have enough movement speed to go like through Flick space and then over, if that keeps me out of the range of 5 and 6 and just going past 1.
What is your just like passive acrobatics?
Passive acrobatics. It is 12.
I'll say that you're able to get far enough north that 5 isn't able to do it, but 1 and 6 are still going to try.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. When you grapple with an opportunity attack disadvantage, cool. I don't think this is normally legal, but it's legal here, so they're going to try it. Both of these are at disadvantage with a -2. I need your choice of athletics or acrobatics twice. Once against a 5, once against a 7. Ooh.
Did we do inspiration already?
Amazing.
Fortunately, you literally cannot fail, so you're able to charge through as they both football tackle, try to just grab onto your big, meaty ankles, and you run your way in just fine. 30 feet gets you right on top of the first circle, which has started to fizzle and disappear.
Okay, and then I am just going to get my quarterstaff out and start wailing. This will be reckless.
Nine, he dodges.
Incredible.
Yeah.
I will use a key point for Flurry of Blows.
Alright, fire away. Ooh! He's still up, but that hurt him real bad. 14 misses, though. He's able to recover at the very end.
Alright, that's it for my turn.
Alright, you'll see.
Let me run up a little bit. And
Hey, can I... Is it too late for me to use inspiration on that first quarterstaff roll? I know I already rolled 2 other attacks after that.
Because it
Already has
was...
advantage.
Yeah, you already had advantage.
Oh, never mind. Sorry.
If only it's stacked.
Alright, as you push through the door, you see this clusterfuck going on.
alright. Do I see anyone that's like hurting bad? It's kind of hard to see health bars.
Apart from the kobolds, everybody looks pretty okay, I think, right? Toto's a little bit nicked up. That's pretty much it.
Oh, easy to kill. Yeah.
Nordo's down by like 8 of his 26, so like almost bloodied, but not bad at all.
That's nothing.
Right.
Alright, then... Which of these looks like the leader?
Definitely the one that Moat is doing there, down to the southwest. The one Shul in the black cloak. She also
they're
has,
like-
she also has mirror images up. She's very obviously magically adept.
I see. Does she have any metal on her?
She's got the cloak which covers her almost entirely. It's hard to tell what she's wearing under it, but based on the fact that she's casting spells, it seems a little unlikely. But you can't tell for sure.
Okay. Alright, well, I'll just use this then. And hope.
Alright, if it is a spell, she's got a thing that she's going to do regardless of what it is.
How dare she affect my mendings?
What are you casting? Okay, she's committed to it, so she does counterspell, and that fails.
That's all I can do.
Alright, that brings us to Nomad.
Oh boy. How do I get down onto this area? Like, is there stairs?
So you're currently inside of the Stern Castle. Like,
Right, I have to go
yes,
out.
you can just go through the door, and you're like already on the same level as everybody else.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Wondering. I go over here. Yeah, I think here's good. And okay. So Nomad's here. He pulls out that strange pulsating orb in his hand. He clenches it, concentrates, and the air around him ripples. And revolving around him are 3 of these, like, orbs, almost transparent like glass. And he summons them like 10 feet over here.
Excellent.
So he directs one first to see if it'll kill, to just kind of knock all over the place like a billiard ball, smack into this kobold.
Woof. It's just the first
these are
one, or
bad.
are you all using all of them?
Until it's dead. It's all of them, I guess.
Alright, 9, 11,
I
and
think they all-
14 all miss. This thing nimbly dodges all of them.
Yeah, you see him trying to concentrate on it, and it's like, this is a new spell. It's very hard to use.
Alright.
And that's an action to do, so for now, that's it.
I don't have a token for these yet, so I'm going to use a mage hand. They're actually not.
These are bludgeoning, by the way, because they're balls.
Alright, perfect. That brings
Wonderful.
us to black and blue, and Flick, you're up.
All right, I'm going to cunning action disengage. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. Can I free action baseball slide on the chalk if there's chalk?
So, without using any actions or anything, you can basically just try to stand in its space, and that will give him disadvantage on his drawing checks. If you want to, like, actively start destroying it or smudging it, it'll take an action.
Nah, I'll just walk over on this side and... Wait, do we do flanking in this campaign? I can never remember.
Negative.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
I'll just go ahead and attack from here. It looks almost dead, right?
I mean, if the entire party wants flanking, then we can start it next session. We'll talk about it later. But yeah, you can squeeze there, that's fine. Uh, 12, unfortunately, he's able to sidestep it. He is on a mission.
Okay, then I'm just gonna stand there, not out of attacked.
Alright. Ain't nobody fuck with a kobold. Shul. Alright, one of the three cloaked Shuls that is kind of stuck in this archway begins to raise up both of her hands, and this little mote of green light begins to form. It shoots out over the deck of the ship, about 10 feet above Gale, rapidly expands, and then it tears a rift through time and space. And bursting out of this rift comes a massive dragon's head.
Oh.
Excuse me?
Staring straight down at all of you on the deck. This enormous, spiked green dragon, covered in these dark black feathers, curling horns peeking over its head, fins off the sides of its jaws covered in spikes, and several things all happen immediately. Gale is way ahead of us, but I do need everyone else who is on the deck to give me a wisdom saving throw.
You guys.
Woo! Alright, anything lower than a 14 and you are frightened of this dragon, you can repeat it at the end of each of your turns. If you made 14 or better, you are safe. Yule, I'm gonna whisper you something. Alright, the next thing that happens is that he immediately opens wide, inhales deeply, and exhales a massive cone of poisonous gas. This gas forms this twisting tornado that seems to spiral down directly on top of Gale, and only Gale. Oh no, Gale! For 10 poison damage, Gale.
I'm immune.
Are you immune to poison? What?
Well, I am in descent.
Alright.
Does that carry over?
No, I'm afraid it sure doesn't.
Deep shame there.
It is a real bummer. Alright, let me make sure that she doesn't have any weird bonus actions, and then I believe that's it for her. Alright, that brings us to Vazu.
Okay, so I always forget. Fear means I just can't move like closer to the dragon.
Yeah, so
yeah.
You can't willingly move any closer to the dragon, which is effectively 10 feet above Gale right now in the center of the ship. And you have disadvantage on attack rolls while you can see it.
Oh, okay. I don't give a shit about any of that. So Vasu is gonna take a look at this dragon and then go like, "Oh, fuck all that, then," and I'm gonna fly a little bit overboard. And as if caught mid-thought, I'm gonna like spin around and look at the shul. I think I probably provoke an opportunity attack from that one kobold right there.
You do from that kobold. And
that's fine.
Like his brethren, he is going to try to grab you with disadvantage.
Okay.
I don't think you can fail against a 4.
Don't think I can.
Alright. Nope, you're
yeah,
good.
Fuck this guy. So I'm gonna zoop past him, and then as if suddenly realizing something, Vasu's gonna turn around and look at the shul again and be like, "Oh, you're coming with me though," and I need her to make another dexterity check.
She is going to counterspell that because she knows exactly what happens.
It's not a spell.
Is it not a spell? What?
It's an elemental discipline.
Oh my god.
Eat my ass.
Okay, here comes a dex save.
I like to imagine that Basu said all of that in character as she tried to counterspell.
Hey, you dumb cunt! It's not a spell. Don't you know fucking anything?
What's your DC?
It's a 14.
Eat my ass. She,
It back.
she yells back, both of them simultaneously, or all three of them.
Oh, I hate her.
She's ready for it this time.
Let me double check that it's a 14 because I really want this to hit.
I know you do.
Give me a second here.
Should be 8 plus your proficiency plus your wisdom, right?
Which is a 14.
Well, that's such a shame.
I really wish we had more proficiency. Half of this bludgeon damage, for whatever it's worth.
That is good damage, at least. She takes 4. Alright. Anything else?
Yeah. I'm gonna use this sling a rock at her.
Alright, disadvantage?
Ooh.
That will fail even on a mirror image, so yeah, the rock just
Yep.
goes wide. You can repeat your save against the dragon fear. And that brings us to
Come on,
Gale.
I'm supposed to be good at wisdom saves here. Here we go.
Alright, no longer afraid. Gale!
And I have done something previously.
Possibly? What's up?
Toto could use his reaction to give that attack disadvantage.
It already had disadvantage. Oh, the one against you. Yeah, that's totally fine. Let me go and roll it one more time.
I mean, it's 17, it would have hit, so.
I mean, like, if you forced a reroll, I would reroll it, so we can try to make it miss. Oh, I see. Yeah, you're gonna get rid of the crit either way, but let's see if we can just turn it into a straight up miss.
Sure.
Does the 12 hit you?
No, it doesn't.
Alright, you take no damage.
Thank you. So Toto dives in front of the tornado of green poison breath, and Gale just kind of falls on his ass and is trembling, and kind of muttering to himself. And then he's gonna do something that I know mechanically probably isn't gonna do shit, but he doesn't know that, so he's just gonna, on his ass, just aim straight up and just start blind firing at this dragon and start screaming, like, you won't take me back, I'm not going back there.
Alright, give me an attack roll. 17, yeah, you fire straight through it. It's a clean shot. You hear a little off of the balloon about 50 or 60 feet above it.
Oh my god, you hit the balloon.
Yep.
Alright, anything else? Seems to go straight through the dragon head.
No, I keep firing.
Alright, fire away.
Gale,
I don't have a bonus action attack, but
Okay. Alright.
I'm cranking that gunbow as quickly as my little hands can do it, and preparing to fire some more shots into the balloon.
Oh, poor Gale. Go and give me a wisdom save.
I'm gonna take disadvantage on this. For reasons.
Alright. That's a good question. Bossy, let me check real quick. Yeah, she blew it. She thought it was a spell.
Ah, eat my ass, you dumb bitch.
All
You don't know fucking nothing about Key.
Red. Red is gonna circle around. Oh, who can he do? You're a wizard. You're not gonna hurt him. Yeah, Nomad, you can take an attack of opportunity. And so can Elise as he runs over here.
Oh, I'm unarmed, so I'm just gonna slap. I'm not gonna.
You're not gonna use it?
I'm not. I'm unarmed. What am I gonna do?
Alright, that's fair. And this kobold is gonna try to grapple Gale. With a 6.
I mean, does.
No resistance?
No.
Alright, he starts pulling back.
Sure.
Uh, 14 does hit. 4, unfortunately, is just shy. He takes this smack, but he manages to hold onto Gale's wrist and starts pulling and pulling.
Love how literally my max damage
Right.
Right.
And then he's going to use his bonus action to try to squeeze past Nomad. Nomad, I need an acrobatics check. Against an
I'm not
11.
very good at that,
Yeah,
apparently.
we've
With
learned.
proficiency. Yeah.
You're able
Wow.
to stop him from dragging him in here, fortunately.
Stop that. Don't do that.
Alright, meanwhile, these two red boys, they're both going to attack Toto. Just flat attacks because of the sun. 19 and 23 on Toto for 10 total damage. And then finally, this last one saw what Mo did, and he's gonna try as he might to return the favor. So I need acrobatics or athletics, Mo. Against a 0. Congratulations, you win. This tiny little kobold grabs you by like the greaves around the ankle and just starts tugging and tugging, and you just pull your boot up real quick, and he's like, ah, shit! Back in the back, he's scrambling, he's drawing as fast as he can, he's got disadvantage because of Flick. Actually, does he have a bonus action? Not one that's useful here, that's fine. He gets 8 points. There are so many tokens stacked here. I'm going to move this aside for a second. Alright, he draws a little bit more, but the circle is not done yet. But then with his bonus action, he does turn invisible. And that brings us to Elise. She's just going to swing on a kobold. Hits, takes out this kobold. And that brings us to Moat.
Okay, quick question. May I try to pick up 4 and throw him at Shul as an improvised weapon?
Absolutely.
What do you need from me?
So first you'll have to grapple him, so an athletics for your main attack. I'm pretty sure that's gonna work. Ooh, he doesn't want to.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this slippery little bastard almost gets away, but you catch him at the last minute by the tail. Do you have any features that give you an extra attack or anything?
Nope.
Okay, alright. You have him grappled, and you swing him at Shul. You're gonna have to, like, you'll need an actual attack to swing him, but you've got him. He's a potential weapon for you.
Yep, completely fair.
Alright.
Just start spinning him like a mace. Sorry, Morningstar. Flail. Thinking of flail.
Alright, brings us to Ace.
Alrighty. Since I'm up here, is Shul getting any cover from Toto? Since I'm high up?
Because you're high up, no.
Cool, then I'm going to mark her and I'm going to lodge an arrow at her.
Alright.
So bonus action, move my mark to her, and then longbow her.
Are you afraid? I don't remember if you failed.
I am not afraid. I rolled a 20.
Alright. Shit, that hits her for 17 damage. Alright, yeah, hits her, kind of pins her against the wall for a second, actually. She has to pull it out, and you can see as she does, there's just this trail of green gas that flows down and scatters across the deck where you would expect blood to be.
Does the dragon thing seem to react at all to her getting hit?
It flickers a little bit, but it's still up. It does kind of glance in your direction with a snarl.
I wink at it.
Alright, anything else?
I hold my ground.
Alright, Nordo. This thing has just gone invisible.
It went invisible and is still drawing in my kitchen, so I get my quarterstaff and say, quit vandalizing my kitchen, and start recklessly swinging.
Alright, perfect. 21 hits. And 10 is enough to do it. This thing becomes visible as you kind of smack. Well, tell me how you want to do it.
Because I found one earlier, just like randomly swinging my quarterstaff, I basically just do a wide sweep with my quarterstaff and randomly happen to hit it.
Alright, you catch it at such an angle that it flies back into the oven and kind of gets stuck half in it.
Perfect. And with my bonus action... Well, first I guess once I see that, I will run out this door. Not a lot of room out here, so I should have to squeeze right up to there, but I'll use my bonus action to attack the one that's dragging Gale around.
Alright. That is good. You're able to get him to release Gale and finish him off.
Sweet, and then I just step into the space where he was and like help Gale up to his feet, and also see a giant green dragon floating above the ship.
Yeah, at this point, if you haven't already made a wisdom save, go and give me a wisdom save. Yeah, you see this abject terror in Gale's eyes, and when you follow it up, you see the source of it looming above you, and you see this terrifying, enormous green dragon. Just the head of it seems to be coming out of a rift.
Right, what was the DC? Was it 14?
I think it's 14, yeah.
Okay. So I am actually
feared. You can immediately make another one now because it's the end of your turn. You're good.
Yay!
Do I recognize that it's not real, or am I just not scared of it?
Without using like a full action to investigate, you can't tell for sure. You can have whatever suspicions you want, but you won't be able to confirm it without searching.
Okay, no worries.
Alright, you'll see.
Alright, so what exactly is the dragon?
So you saw this Shul character tear a rift through time and space a little bit above the deck of the ship. And then this enormous green dragon popped out and it stared at Gale and blew this poison breath attack. When you saw it, this dragon looks familiar to you.
Yeah. What do I recognize what it is? Like what the spell is, like if it's real, is it
I got you.
fake?
Give me an Arcana check. With the 12, you don't recognize exactly what this technique is. What you do know for certain is if that was like a real dragon's breath, everyone on the deck of the ship would be dead right now.
Yeah. Do I know if that dragon is still alive? Do I know what happened to it?
Give me a history check. With advantage. You haven't really heard much since then.
Did I think it died?
No, you don't think so. You have no reason to believe it would have.
Okay.
As far as you know, it was successful.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like us killing it was successful. I'm like,
Right. As far as you know, the dragon was successful.
Okay.
Alright, what you want to do?
I'm gonna try and cast another spell on...
She's already used her reaction. Alright, you toss these sour gummies that float through the air and force their way down her throat.
And like while I do it, like whether it fails or succeeds, anyone that sees me sees I look very angry and upset. And I'm like, as I throw it, I'm like, now don't you dare bring the blight of Ozidirth to me again. Like as I do it.
Excellent.
Ozidirth?
Isn't that the name of Gale's dragon?
Sure is.
All right, Nomad.
You know? I am confused. First, this dragon head appears out of nowhere, and that's a little scary, I suppose. It's a shame I don't understand fear. Well, I do. And that thing looks dead, so I'm just gonna bonus action. Poof, the balls wink out, and they reappear 10 feet around me, like over here, right on top of her.
All right.
All three of them are just gonna attack her.
All right, fire away.
9, 14 for. Dang it. They don't even hit. What is with these rolls? 2, 7, 7.
So the first one misses no matter what. The second one might pop a mirror.
Yeah.
Second one does pop a mirror, and the last one might pop the last mirror.
Yeah.
It does, so all the mirrors are gone.
Yeah, and that's my action. I'm going to like, okay, well, yeah.
Ooh. Ooh. She has no way to mitigate that, but unfortunately your damage is 2.
Unfortunately, I'm moving her 10 feet.
No, you can push too, can't you? Alright, with minimal damage but expert precision, you lift this creature up and fling it over the edge. Let's see if she's got this. I hope she does.
Oh, hey, good to see ya.
Oh, she's already used her reaction!
Yup.
Oh my
I
god.
keep killing everyone I need to talk to.
I use Featherfall
Do you featherfall her?
on her, actually, yeah.
Okay, alright. She starts to fall over the edge, and you cast Featherfall to slow her descent.
I'm like,
Why would you do that?
leave it for
I
you.
support it.
But we already have like 3 other knocked out kobolds. We don't need the big one.
Yeah,
now she's
but
gonna
her,
escape on the ground.
yes, but her mind looks tasty.
You could pick it up off the ground.
No,
10-second
this
roll.
is squid.
Alright, Flick, you're up.
But like, yeah, Vasu, if you could like knock her out and bring her back up here, that'd be nice.
Oh, I see you. Yes, the only fucking person with a fly speed in the party to do all your doing with. Clean up after everything. I'll do that for you, pal. No fucking problem. I don't got
seem
anything else
upset.
going on.
You do not look like you have anything else going on.
Alright, Flick.
You said to take an action to get rid of this chalk.
Yeah, you can use an action to just try to, like, scuff as much of the chalk up as you want.
Okay,
I'd have
I'm
you
gonna do
roll-
that.
Go ahead and give me 3d10. Alright, yeah, you get
That was
almost-
3d19 actually, so
Oh,
let me
shit.
redo that.
That was really good damage on 3d10.
How did you get a 12?
Also, I like the name, Future Mutineer. Alright, yeah, you get this thing about halfway destroyed.
It's good enough for now.
Alright, anything else?
I'll follow Nomad's balls over this way.
Perfect. Shul. Ugh. Okay, first of all, she's gonna have to do this. Where is it?
She can't move, I guess.
Uh,
She's just slowly drifting down.
She is slowly drifting down for a brief moment, and then she reappears right next to Yule. Seems to snap her attention onto Yule.
Can she really see the deck from being below the ship?
That's a good question. Did you send her up at all, Nomad? Like with the trajectory, or did you just do straight out?
What? No, I just want to put her down like there.
Alright,
She fell like she also falls like 60 feet per round, so you know.
That is a good point. Let's see, you would have had to cast no lower than when she got to the railing, because you have to see her. Then she fell 60 feet. She's gonna do a search, first of all, to see. Okay.
Oh boy. I believe in you, Shul.
Alright, in that case, she is going to... that'll work. She's gonna cast a spell. And Vasu, below you, you can see that wreathed around her body, these bright orange flames wrap around her like a cocoon as she falls 60 feet towards the ground. I think we said earlier it's like 150 feet down, so she's a little more than a third of the way to the ground.
Okay.
And you're up. She's about 60 feet below us.
Okay. Had to be 60, huh?
It did.
Couldn't just let me get to her with normal fly speed, huh?
Nope, Nomad specifically said no trajectory.
That's fine. What Vasu is gonna do, the feathers on his cloak are gonna shine for a second and flare out like a third wing, and then he's going to dash down in a straight line below her. I'm gonna try to get about 50, or let's say 65 feet. And I'm basically just gonna stick my spear straight up. Yeah!
Excellent.
Both of these attacks are gonna be from reach, so I probably don't even get affected by that flame thing. She
Oh,
has.
son of a bitch. You're right.
Yeah! Yeah, eat my ass! Oh, that's good!
Oh, that's real good.
You're
She doesn't
doing
have
well.
any way to stop that. She doesn't have any mirrors. It's 9 off.
Is she still up?
Still up.
Okay, this is gonna be this.
So,
Oh, that's a shame.
do your talons have reach?
Do with the
Oh,
fire
right,
damage.
you get
It's
the fire
that,
thing, that's
it's
right.
that the other elemental discipline I took.
Gotcha. Okay.
My falcon punches.
That is fire damage too. You do notice that. Actually, I'd have to double check. I think fire resists cold and vice versa.
Yeah.
Yep. So she does take all 7 of that fire. You do notice.
Is she still?
She is
She's
still
up?
She is still up, and as she's
Okay.
falling, she is trailing this cloud of green gas each time you hit her.
What is that?
That's really weird. But yeah, I'm gonna kind of stab upward with my spear and then just like spin around and kick upward. And after that second kick hits, I'm gonna spend another key point to deal an extra D10 of fire damage and hopefully knock her out.
She's real low.
I believe in you. You can do it.
Ah! A 3?
You pump this one last wave of fiery energy directly into the center of her mass as she falls. And like popping a balloon filled with chalk powder, there is a burst of green gas and nothing. She's just gone.
Oh god!
Oh, no,
I just
we're
wanted to
great.
talk to her! I couldn't try to make that non-lethal in any way, could I?
I assumed it was non-lethal.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
No, you've been
Yeah.
saying you wanted to talk to her, so I assume it was non-lethal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Bob says he wants to
no,
talk to
no.
a lot of people.
Yeah. Listen, everyone he tries to talk to, he's been killing. So
That's-
No, that is absolutely not true.
They may all die, but he doesn't always kill them. They just have a tendency to die when he says
it
that.
just has to happen.
Like
It's
every person,
100% mortality rate.
every person that I've chased down and said that I just want to talk to has been killed by somebody else. Damn it!
Well, this time it was you.
You cannot put that evil on me.
It's a curse. You can't say that to people.
Back above deck, the dragon's head suddenly and violently retracts back into that rift that has been torn, and it disappears. Everyone who was afraid is no longer afraid. Including Gale, who is up next.
I mean, Gale's still pretty afraid.
That's valid.
Gotta be honest. That being said, everything that Yule just said has snapped him right the fuck out of that.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
No joke.
he's gonna get up and then run over to Grandma Yule, and in kind of a crazed conspiracy theorist coming out of like some whole like scraggly beard and just wild eyed, he comes up to her and is just like, "Wait, you know Oz?"
Well, yeah. I fought against him in the Great War.
What do you know? And as he's like starts frantically questioning Yule, he's not even gonna like really look. He's just gonna like raise the gunbow over his shoulder and just like fire it blindly at number 5.
All right, fire away. Even through cover, through Elise, she ducks to the side at the last minute, and this huge bolt just pins him to the wall. That one's down. Does Toto want to finish for?
Moat's wielding 4 as a weapon.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I mean, it's tempting, but honestly, Toto's pretty damaged, and so he's going to actually use his repair on himself.
All right. Ooh, that's a good repair. All right, Red.
It's also a needed repair.
Does Moti speak Draconic at all?
I do not.
All right, you have no idea what's going on, but this tiny little squirming figure sees all of this happen. He spreads his arm out, he closes his eyes, he takes a deep breath, and in Draconic, which you don't understand, says, "I have served the Master, my time has come, make it quick." And then, you can do whatever you want.
Am I able to translate that for him?
Sure.
Okay. I will translate that, but also say, you know, the real insult to injury at this point would be actually to leave him alive.
Read you loud and clear. What's he wearing?
Looks like a feathered black cloak, like cultist robes almost.
I will reach out and touch the cloak and cast Ignite and then drop him overboard.
Oh,
Jesus.
okay. I was just thinking we could use a maid, but that's okay.
Holy shit.
That's what you teach for, I guess.
Let's see. Yeah, he is silent the whole way down as he rockets from the sky as a fireball and lands with a thud.
I love the mental image of Vasu just seeing a flaming kobold falling past.
Like a meteor, just.
He just mutters to himself, "I just wanted to talk."
Alright, with that,
I
everything
just wanted to talk.
goes quiet. You guys do your obligatory, several minutes of searching the ship for more stowaways. And after a little
Oh,
bit...
not several minutes. Wait, no, she's not level 5. Oh yeah, the 2 unconscious kobolds we have are winged. Do you want to do something to them?
Yes. Also, if we could not kill all of my people in the future, that would be great.
It would be nice if you warned us instead of started screaming and shooting things into the. Can we repair that?
Your
I
people.
did do that. Right.
I'm gonna let you guys talk amongst yourselves for a second. I'll be right
Yeah.
back.
I don't think you did any.
I have a question.
For who?
Oh,
The DM.
He just left,
he
so
just
you're gonna
left,
have to
so-
wait.
That's why I raised my hand before everyone started talking.
well,
Well, he had to
Your
go.
hand will still be
Well,
up when he
I-
comes back. Hopefully, your arm doesn't get sore.
I'm handling a lot, and there's a lot to deal with right now. for
There,
me
there.
Personally.
It's probably about this point that Vasu flies back up and he's like, "Hey, so that one with the real fancy cloak kind of just died suddenly. I don't know
What?
happened."
I don't think I can handle all of this information.
I'm just
I
like
went-
Vasu. Did you try to
I
talk to
went
her?
down there to try to catch it, and she just poof, gone.
Catch her on your spear.
She just disappeared into this cloud of green smoke or some shit. I don't know. Do I look like a fucking wizard to you? I can't explain this shit.
You
I like
guys
to
do
imagine the
realize that you
entire-
don't have to kill literally everything that we see. You know,
Hey, I wasn't trying to, pal.
Apparently, she was just very killable. Or I don't know. Maybe she just popped. Whatever that green gas was, it did something. And
that's true.
I go over to Gale, and I just pick him up, and I'm just there.
Yeah. Speaking of gas spilling out of things, I should probably repair that balloon.
Oh, right. Vasu, I
Vasu.
guess, can carry.
Maybe you can carry me and I can fix it.
Alright, back real quick. Let's go ahead and do Ace, your hands up. What's up?
So my hunter mark disappears when someone dies. Did she actually die, or did she just teleport away? Is she still marked by me?
Your mark is gone. The creature that was marked has died.
So she actually died. It wasn't just like she just disappeared and went somewhere else.
The creature that was marked has died.
Did the dragon go away?
The dragon did go away.
Okay.
Nordo rushes down and grabs the kobold's below deck and just starts like taking everything off of them, and he has like rope on him that he uses to start just like tying them.
All right, easy enough. You can see that each one of them just has one of these feathered cloaks that is specially modified to allow their wings to pop through the back. Give me an investigation check. You and whoever else wants to take a look up to like.
Can I help
three.
him look through them?
Yeah, we'll say like
Can
three.
I help him look through?
We'll say like three
I'll
of you
help.
guys can do it.
I'll help you.
I will give somebody else advantage because mine's horrible.
Sure. Here's mine.
Can I have advantage on it, or should?
Yep.
Okay.
I
Or
hope
I
it's-
guess
Give it to you.
you help me.
You guys have got this shit. You're good. You're good. You take a look over them very closely. The first thing you notice is they've each got similar cloaks that have been modified to let their wings pop through. They don't have any really meaningful possessions other than a water skin and a lot of rations, most of which have been eaten. They have this like curved dagger that is made of this dark metal. Doesn't vibrate when you move it around or anything like that. And each of them has several pieces of chalk that kind of glistens a little bit. Those of you with Arcana proficiency would recognize that it has just some magical stones that have been ground up into the chalk to enable it to, be used in magical proceedings. But it is not inherently magical itself. As you're looking them over, though, the wings that they have are kind of these, like, wretched, twisted, unnatural-looking wings. And I believe Gale is really the only one familiar enough with kobold anatomy, and I don't know. I think he's fixing the balloon right now, so he won't know until he
I'm
does.
proficient. I'm a human.
That's right. You're very good at human things. Give me a medicine check with advantage because of your human things. Yeah, between that and your investigation, they don't look natural. They have weird angles and bends that aren't supposed to be there. They're not symmetrical. They've got like these big bulbous lumps growing in weird places. They're kind of tattered and weakly and sickly. Yeah, they don't look like natural wings. Not like you would know that some kobolds do naturally have wings. It's rare but possible. These don't look natural to you.
So while I'm looking them over, all of a sudden he has like a Sherlock Holmes detective hat on, and he's like has his spyglass out, and he's like, "I know wings, and these aren't natural." And he
Do
just
I-
holds one of them out.
Do I see any markings of the Midnight Riders? They're like crescent moon with the lion out of it.
You take a very close look, and you don't find any sort of affiliation with the Midnight Riders, or their logos or their brands or anything.
I just start, after we're done like looking through them, I bring them above deck.
Perfect. Vasu and Gale, as you guys go up to make sure that the balloon is okay, you find that it's actually in pretty good shape. And Gale, you'd be very aware, because of your job, that when a mundane item is turned magical, it usually gains some degree of additional resilience. There's a little nick on it, but it would have taken several more like serious shots before any sort of major damage happened. But all the same, with mending, you're able to kind of patch up where you scratched it, make sure that it's not, weakened for future battles. You get it back up and running okay.
I'm going to start searching the ship to see if I can find any trace of how they got into the ship.
Sure.
Like, not all of them had wings. I know that, like, I guess I wasn't here earlier. I don't know how many of those came on the ship who didn't have wings. It looks like there were winged ones downstairs too, or all the ones that were on the ship before the chalk were winged, right?
All the ones that were on the ship before the chalk circles were drawn had wings.
Then never mind.
Yep. Nordo.
After I take the winged kobolds above deck, I go back down and try to find Chi-Chi.
Easy enough. He actually is kind of like coming up to you to make sure. He's like, is everything? There's like some dead kobolds down here. What's the deal? We having a kobold killing party?
I wouldn't put it that way, but
Oh,
why
thank
don't you
God.
just come above deck for now?
Oh no, that doesn't sound good. Okay.
It's alright, we were just invaded.
We just want to talk to you.
I've heard that a lot, and it never really ends well. but okay, I guess I don't have a choice. Chi-Chi kind of...
George brings Chi-Chi up and then just sort of brings everyone around to discuss what the fuck just happened.
Alright, Nomad.
Oh,
Right. I was just asking, like, did we rest at all today? I don't think so. This is directly the same day we discovered the boat.
Yeah, so
Right.
you guys woke up. Oh no, sorry. You cleared the temple, you rested, you went back in to fight the crabs and for Gale to get the statue out. Then you came back to the ship and did this. So you
Okay, so we rested after we beat the giants?
correct, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to use this thinger. What is this? Yeah, it was Channel Arcana to give me proficiency in sleight of hand.
Okay.
Going to get some rope and start tying up the surviving kobolds. So for when they come to.
Alright, you close your eyes and focus for a moment. And you have this fleeting vision. You look down and you see that you have these kind of small furry hands, but they look like null anatomy. You can see there's this bright red bandana around your neck and some sort of blue vest, maybe denim, but that doesn't feel right because denim is a new invention. And he's got this big bundle of rope and there's an empty chair in front of him. And then your vision comes back and you feel like you're really good at rope tying.
Yay! So this is my rope tying check.
Yeah.
Do I need to roll a check?
Yeah, sleight of hand with int.
Can someone help him?
Skill
Yeah,
assist.
totally.
I'll help you.
Okay, sorry. Let me set up a custom proficient. Yes.
While he's doing that, how long was it between the crab fight and now? Was my old Hunter's Mark still activated, or did it go away? Did it cast a new one?
I believe Gale had to spend like an hour or so chopping up the statue bits, so it's been probably about an hour and a half, 2 hours since the crab fight.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool.
Alright, yeah, you tie him up real securely. You think you've done a pretty solid job.
This seems like a pretty solid job. That memory was good at tying people up for some reason.
Yeah, it was real weird. What was the chair for? Anyway, Gale.
Oh, no. You are not killing another one of my subjects. And
Your subjects!
Like... And I kind of get defensive about it, but I will at least make sure that he's okay.
Who were those guys? Do you know what's going on?
Long story.
Are they gonna kill me?
No, probably.
Okay.
People tend to die accidentally around us, but we'll do our best to keep you alive.
If this turns into one of those situations where like one of us has to like, you know, like hold on to the dynamite stick in a heroic act of selfish sacrifice, I call not it.
It's fair.
He touches
I
his
also
nose.
call not it.
Oh shit. Okay, all right. We'll figure it out when the time comes.
You know, I can probably actually just make a little like robot or something that'll go in and do it.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, I like that.
And anyways, and I just like put a finger to his mouth. I'm like, you're done talking now. And look to you, Will. So how do you know Azadirith, and why do you know him, and how long have you known him, and why do you know him again exactly?
Well, we went to the same elementary school.
I see. That explains your demeanor. It also explains why you have to perish. And I pull my note.
No. I'm just messing with you. I fought against him in the big war.
The big war.
The Great War, the big war, whatever you want to call it.
I spent most of my life underground. What was this big war?
Oh, it was the War of Korax. We call it the Big War, but I'm sure another generation will just end up calling it World War One.
God.
God damn it.
And what was it you said about the blight of Alzadireth?
Oh, that's just what we called it. I don't know if it's a blight or whatever, but he was one of the big forces on the other side.
Yeah, real quick. Ace and Moat and Flick can make history checks. Let's see who would have advantage
It's human based. It has humans in it. So does that mean I get advantage or no?
You do have advantage. I'm trying to think though, real quick, because you came from. I'm going to say that cancels out with disadvantage because you have never been to the region where this war really was important. So that'll cancel out. So you're just a straight roll. Flick is a straight roll. Moat with advantage.
Hey,
Ignore my hand
can
raise because that's what I was going to ask.
Okay, perfect.
Can Vasi roll that too? I don't know which war his dad fought in.
Sure. We'll say yours is a disadvantage too. You're kind of far away, but it's possible. Okay. Most of you have not really heard of this. There's been a lot of wars. Flick, at the very least, you would recognize the word Korax. Korax is a region to the west of Willingquet, and it used to be a part of Willingquet, but it was lost in a war, presumably the War of Korax. But you don't really know all the details. It was a long time ago, probably 50, 60 years, something in that ballpark. And it was so far away that it just didn't really affect you. You know, wars happen overseas all the time. Moat, you are a little more familiar with it, not a ton, but you would know that Korax was invaded by several dragons and their subservient allies, a lot of kobolds, a lot of lizardmen, a lot of dragonborn, a handful of monsters that had been swayed. And they basically tried to claim Korax as their own territory, which at the time was part of Willingquet. Fought for a good 4 or 5 years. It was a long, protracted battle. It was very hard for Willingquet to defend, even though it was much smaller than them, because it was overseas, and travel overseas is extremely dangerous. They would lose significant portions of their navy every time they tried to send reinforcements. And eventually, for reasons that you don't really remember all the way, the war was lost. Korax was taken by the dragons, and it has kind of just been lost. It belongs to the dragons now.
How long ago was the war again? Because it was a long time.
Yeah, it was like 50, 60.
Was anyone else even alive for it?
Yeah, they would, like everyone else here would have just heard about it in history books.
Yeah.
You fought in the war for Korax, Yule?
Oh, I sure did.
That was a long ass time ago.
Oh, I've been around a long ass time. But that's why they. Oh no, I'm not a.
A revenant?
No.
I feel like
I
Moat
can't
would
tell you
know
what I
if
am,
was
but we don't have to worry about that right. But we had a lot of people fighting that war. I'm sure none of you were alive for it, but it was a big one back then. There's a lot to be won and lost in that war.
Yeah, I'll say I grew up on Willingquet. We hear about it all the time growing up. I just can't really believe that you fought in it.
Oh yeah, that's why I'm regarded as somewhat of a folk hero. One of the few that came back from my region.
Would you want a second chance?
Oh, a second chance on what?
At killing him?
Of course I would. I lost a lot of my friends in that war.
Me too.
I think we need to kill him. Right now.
I extend a hand.
I'll put my
Give you a firm handshake.
psych. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'll shake your hand.
And it's a deal.
Nordo, anything else?
Yeah. As they're like finishing that conversation. Sorry, just a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, where is it on the map? I forget. That's
Is that where it's at?
That is correct.
Gotcha. Okay, as they finish that, I would just look over at Gale and be like, so is there more we need to know? Last I heard from you is you were being looked for by this Azadirith, and you weren't sure how the Midnight Riders were involved, but these kobolds here aren't Midnight Riders, so what do these guys have to do with you?
So when the dragon took over my home, he had some followers with him, and these were some of them.
What was the deal with the woman leaking smoke?
I don't know all the details. I just know that she was a higher member of the cult, and I don't think that was actually her. I think that was some kind of like a double or something. She's pretty cautious and paranoid, and a pretty powerful spellcaster, but that's about all I know. I don't even think I ever saw her while I was there.
Nomad, do you know anything about doubles made of smoke?
Doubles?
Give me an Arcana check.
You win your Arcana checks when I don't have proficiency. Okay, here we go. Vague.
Sounds like magic. You're not really familiar with any exact spells, but it could have been teleportation, it could have been a contingency, it could have been an illusion of some sort. There's a lot of options.
Yes.
I'm going to clear the hand raise real quick because I think everybody's kind of jumped in, but if you have something specific, feel free to re-raise.
I actually have a question real quick then,
Yeah, go
because
for it.
I did mark her, and when I did attack her, I did roll if she was a humanoid. Did that actually go through?
Your attacks reacted as if she was humanoid, yes.
Okay.
Who's got the 90-foot square? Yes, square.
It's 100. It's 100-foot square.
It's time for you all to perish.
Okay.
Says square 100.
So what is Azadirith? Yeah. What is what do you guys know about him? I've never heard of him.
Well,
He's gay.
That too, though. I mean, it's 2019. We can't say that.
Isn't it $6.99?
You're right. Sorry, I always get confused. Your surface dweller calendar is very archaic and behind the times. But yeah, he's a green dragon. He looked pretty much exactly like that lady showed him to be. Though he's definitely hits a lot harder than that thing did.
And you think he's going to keep sending people after you? Why are you so important to him, or is it just anyone who gets out of his kingdom?
Could I do an insight check to see if I have any idea why?
Sure.
I have like two theories personally, but who knows?
With the
The
two
dragon?
Yeah, who knows? Like, clearly they care a little bit about you, and because I don't know, have you looked at that scrap of paper yet?
I did.
Okay, because you read Draconic, you would get the translation automatically. I don't know if you've already done it.
I haven't yet.
Okay.
I will bring that up in a little bit.
Cool. I'll shoot you
Well-
translations
well-
in a bit, but yeah, nothing off the top of your head. And real quick, Moat, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, so this might like roll into the check I already made, but have I heard anything about Azudirith from like the Order or anything? Do I know anything else?
Give me just a history check. It's possible, but unlikely.
Perfect.
Yeah. Nah, you haven't heard of anything about him specifically. Ace?
So while Gale is like finishing up his thing, I walk over there and I just like grab his metal leg. Does he have a metal arm too? Just a metal leg.
Just a leg.
I just like start like I just pull it off the ground I'm like so that's how you fall over, and I start like looking over your leg. I'm specifically
Oh,
looking
no.
if there's any like tracking magic. I don't know if I can do that, but I'm going to try.
Sure, give me
I
investigation.
don't say
No,
anything. I
he's
just do it.
He's reverted to his base instincts, and I pull out a shiny coin and I throw it away from me.
I just simply look at you like you poked me with the screwdriver earlier, so I think I have the right to look at your leg.
That's valid.
Yeah, you look it over, it looks the same as it always has.
Do you
Nothing out
think
of the
he's
ordinary.
And he's like using Gale's voice again. He's like, do you think he is tracking the parts of you that he replaced?
Well, he didn't replace this one, I did.
Did he replace
But he
any
could
parts of you?
No.
Insight check.
Sure, go for it. Gale is a little reluctant to answer. It's a little hard to read, but you think he might be holding out.
I just keep my dumb bird face on as if I don't know anything.
Sure.
How do you think he tracked you here then?
Probably magic. I don't know what he's doing specifically, though.
Why
Like
would
I said,
he want
I'm
you?
a man of science, not magic, really.
So why would he want you specifically?
He could just be. I mean, since he was looking for Marvel too, apparently, he might just be angry that we got away. Maybe he thinks we know something that word will get out about him or something.
Yeah, but it seemed risky to send out all these other kobolds that he knows
It's-
might die just to retrieve someone who escaped. I mean, I'm not going to try to pry too much, but maybe something for you to think on is why would he value you so highly?
Well, he is a dragon. It might just be a pride thing. But I don't know really how he thinks.
Gale?
The only other possible option, and when I say this, you have to. So I'm technically the heir to the throne, the original throne before he came and took over.
Is that why you call Chi-Chi your
Subject.
subject?
Yeah, and that's why I was also kind of upset that you guys kept killing all of my people. I know that they're horrible cult people now, but they're still technically my subjects, and I should be taking care of them and not murdering them.
To be
So I guess my
fair,
question-
the
my
dragons
question
tried
to you-
kill us.
Yes, and on top of that, my question to you then is, if we run into more of your kobold subjects, what would you prefer we do?
Well, I mean, we've ran into a lot of them, so I don't know if there's really any getting around it. But maybe we could set up a brig and a judicial system. Just maybe.
So I guess my question is, let's say that we capture someone and they say that they want to join you, or they don't. I guess my question is, do you want us to keep them here forever? Are you wanting to set these people free? What are we going to do with them?
I think it should definitely be on a person-to-person basis. If they're just vehemently evil and just want to kill us no matter what, then, I mean, our lives are probably worth a bit more than. But, maybe they could change, or maybe a little time in prison would just make them like me. I don't know. I'm new to this.
I have two things to say. One, I feel like if you put me in prison, I would not like you more. Two,
Would you
the
like
ones that
me
had
more
wings.
if I put you in prison instead of killing you?
Me personally, depends. But the second thing is some of these looks like they have had abnormal wings attached to them. It does not look like these wings would normally be on them.
Also, this isn't entirely a hypothetical question. We have two right here that are going to wake up before long, and we need to know what we're going to do with them. Are you suggesting we keep them alive and try to convince them to be your loyal subjects? Frankly, the dragon, I'm a little skeptical. They came here to kill you, or at least take you back, or something, to commit some sort of violence against.
Is Marvel royalty too?
Was Marvel?
Not that you're aware of.
Not that I'm aware of.
Then
So, uh, and I don't want to say this offensively, but part of the reason that I was a little on edge about Yule's big family is because, like, I know kobolds have a reputation, and it's kind of true. So I'm technically the 37th heir to the throne.
That's a lot of other
It's a
kobolds.
really big family, and one of the problems with that is that some of my brothers and sisters and so forth, they really want the throne, and so to get it, they'll like. It got kind of bloody before Oz came back, or came to town, not back. You know what I mean?
When was the last time you saw one of your siblings?
It would have been before I left, so it's been at least a month.
So none have tried hunting you down as of yet.
Not currently, but I wouldn't put it past them.
I was going to say, are you entirely sure that these here are not sent by one of your siblings? You know that these were followers of Ozzy.
It's possible, but the fact that one of them summoned a horrible visage of Ozudirith kind of has me convinced that they're cultists.
That does
also,
seem
the
like
cult
a reasonable
robes.
assumption.
Could they not be a cultist who also follows your sibling? Maybe perhaps summoning as this dragon would make it look like they were following them and not your sibling.
or
It's
it's just a
possible.
psychological thing. They know you fear him, so they will use him. A real question now is, what did he put inside you? And I point at the scar on your chest.
It's covered up. You don't know it's there.
I've seen you naked. It's fine.
Have you?
I don't know. Have we been naked?
He's shown us the scars before when we asked him.
This is between you guys.
Like,
I don't remember if
I
Gale
feel
has
like
ever
you've
shown
shown it.
them.
We literally had
I
a session
know.
where we talked to him about it, and he showed us like it's like, oh, what happened to you? He's like, my leg got cut off. I think it was during one of the interviews.
Yeah, I showed you my leg and a couple other things, but
You said other organs had been removed too.
oh yeah,
I could be remembering wrong.
No, I did show you the one on the chest, but he didn't put anything in me there. He took stuff, and I will very reluctantly, because I didn't want to reveal this for like at least 20 more sessions. But I will reveal it now because I've been caught in my horrible web of lies. I'll take off the eye patch, and instead of an eye, there's a magic stone.
You mentioned before.
What color?
Did we ever decide that fact?
But anything is fine.
Yeah. With red.
And where did he give you that?
It was one of his few successful experiments.
What does it do?
I don't know. I keep it covered up. It hurts a lot, but I can see out of it.
Can it be removed?
I wouldn't advise it.
You mentioned that these things explode when implanted in people.
Yeah.
It's good to see you haven't exploded.
See how long that lasts.
Ace puts a hand on his shoulder and is like, "Thank you. I know we've been trying, but that should be enough for now."
I'll put my eye patch back on. So last thing, because I've talked a lot, those guys had a map on them.
To where?
And I will show them the map, and I will translate it for them. It's real shitty. They weren't very good at drawing maps, but I think that I can kind of make out what all of this meant. So up at the top left here, it says Leo. Uh, he was kind of like a brother to me. He was born in the same clutch, and kind of around the same time as I was. And then this one here says Marvel, and it's next to Gills Check Water. So I don't know, maybe he was able to swim or something.
Or your submarine?
And then here it says Gale and then 8 companions. So, sorry guys, you're kind of wrapped up in this now. And it says take them to Erkage.
Erkage. Is that on the map? Or is that a person?
I'm not entirely sure. The arrow is pointing down to this island here, way at the bottom.
Which of those two is it pointing to? I can't really tell. This one or this one?
It's really hard to say. This is a real bad map, you guys.
Yeah, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah, whoever drew it was awful.
Perhaps
Have I ever heard of Erkage?
Yeah,
Erikage,
actually.
is that Aarakocra?
Give me
What?
a history check, Ace.
With advantage because humanoid stuff or no?
Yeah. Yeah, with advantage.
My rolls suck tonight.
You would... What would you know on a 12? You're pretty sure it's pronounced air cage. First and foremost. Man, you've heard that name somewhere. You know it's a place, it's a city, it's a location somewhere. And
Okay, so I'm gonna.
And you're pretty confident that it's not a place that you've passed on your travels. It's a place that you've heard about but never been to.
Okay, so I'm gonna think of the word as hard as I can, and I'm gonna try to say it in the only voice I've probably heard it in. So I'm gonna say it in the first voice I've heard it in, and see if that means anything to me. If I recognize the voice I say it in.
Interesting. Okay. Okay, there's no way to do this out meta, so we're all going to be adults. Who was your Gloomstalker teacher?
Chelsea.
Right. Then you would hear it in Chelsea's voice in Orcish.
So Nordo here. It's the same voice I always talk into. But Nordo hears me say it in air cage.
Does that mean anything to me?
To you, not a thing.
I assume probably not.
Yeah, absolutely nothing.
I believe it's pronounced air cage. I know it. Obviously, I can say it, so I've heard it before. But air cage. I don't know why I know it though.
Nomad, give me a history check.
I'm pretty sure it's
Sure.
Irkage.
Yeah, it's spelled Kage.
It's like Hokage or
Yeah.
God.
Air
fuck are
Kage
you
would be
weeaboos
Kaze
talking
Kage. Get
about?
out of here.
It's German and Japanese put together, okay? Air is actually Irish. But
Who's making the check?
Nomad is making a check.
here, I'm not proficient, also I rolled like shit. Here.
You rolled a 16. Nomad,
Oh.
you have a vision of two. They appear to be myconids. They're kind of these mushroom-shaped people with these slow, friendly, bulbous faces, these bright red noses, and these beady little black eyes. And they are having a conversation in common, slowly, and one of them says, "It's Erkage. I know it's Erkage. It's spelled like Erkage." And the other one says, "No, it's Air Cage. It'd be Erkage if it was made by the dwarves or the Dwergar, but it wasn't. It was made by the Deep Elves. It's a translation. It's a loan word from either Deep Speech or Undercommon. It's Air Cage. And your vision comes back.
I've just been saying this to Ace, probably.
And I've translated him like, that makes sense. Perhaps
It's
in the Underdark.
okay. The mushroom people told me.
that shit. Gale would know that that's true because he speaks Undercommon. God damn it.
Yeah, sorry.
Regardless, the translation doesn't matter, but it sounds like it might be in the Underdark. Where is that map again? I kind of closed it.
Should just
Willis.
be in your,
Found
your
it.
journals. And stuff.
Is it pointing to any specific one? Is it pointing to that island that you said?
Yeah, it's kind of pointing down.
So I feel like it's pointing at maybe Deltana.
There's
Like this
Deltana
general
with
area?
That weird
Yeah.
donut-shaped island.
Right.
Interesting.
Do you think that
Well-
if it's in the Underdark, that maybe it's in that like lake in the middle there?
It looks pretty
Perhaps.
spooky.
How is it literally air cage? Like AIRCAGE?
It's EIRKAGE, but it is pronounced Air Cage.
It's okay, it's under elf speak. So
Absolutely disgusting.
That's quite interesting, seeing as how we just found all these weird writings that would be very related to that here, and a temple that also leads to the Underdark.
is Air Cage Undercommon specifically?
Air Cage, it's a loan word from Undercommon, yes.
What does loan word mean?
So you know how like baguette is technically it's a word in the
French,
English
yeah.
language, but it's technically a French word. That's called a loan word.
Yeah. Okay. But then in English they change the way it's pronounced.
Yeah, like sometimes they'll fuck up the pronunciation, or they'll like Americanize it or Englify it.
Like, can I have a croissant? It's croissant.
Yeah, exactly.
or like bayonet, or even in Japanese how they have like konbini, which means convenience store. It's just taking a word from another language and then making it make sense in your
Yeah,
language
umami.
without actually making a direct translation.
Umami. Neat. So yeah. It was a loan word. It was Airkage, but then they made Air Cage.
I think he was saying that it was pronounced air cage all the time.
Yeah, it was Air Cage.
I think we're really focusing on the wrong issue here.
I just want to know what it means, per se.
Yeah, for those of us who speak Undercommon, does it, and I also speak Elvish, does it have like a weird translation meaning?
Yeah, you would note that it is Undercommon for Air Cage, like literally Air Cage.
Literally, they didn't even change. Okay, it literally means Air Cage, guy.
Well, that makes me think that it's probably underwater, and it's probably like
Right?
a
Under a bubble.
pocket.
Something like that.
That's somewhat helpful.
Hold on a second. Can I see the map? And I start scrutinizing this thing that I just noticed with my passive. Good cop stuff.
Sure. Give me, I guess, investigation.
Does it look like something's been like erased?
Well, a little bit, kind of. I don't know. It's really hard to say. Ace, you kind of get the same deal. Like, there's definitely just a few places where there are some weird indentations. Like somebody had taken a knife, like a blunt knife, like a butter knife or whatever, and just kind of run it along the paper in a few weird places.
I put the map on the ground and I take out a piece of paper. Does anyone have any charcoal?
We have all
Yeah.
that chalk they were using, but
And the
Charcoal
weapons.
might work better.
I think I actually do have charcoal as like a spell component. Isn't it part of the
Yeah, if you've got
spell? Familiar?
Also, there's a stove right next to us. Like it's just burnt wood.
Yeah.
And I tried doing that thing where you like put paper over paper and you just rub charcoal to see if anything can come through.
Sure, doing a rubbing. Yeah, you sit down carefully and you rub it, and when you rub it, you can see that there are like 2 or 3 weird lines there, but like it's just like a bunch. Here, I'll draw them.
A bunch of what?
It's just like a handful of lines on the sheet of paper. There's one kind of like this, one like this, one like this, and they're just like indentations, like something has been run along them a few times.
Does it look like anything I've ever seen before? Like a shape?
I don't know. Fuck, man, I don't think so. I can't think of any reason that you would, no.
I show the rest group like there's some weird indentations on this map. I'm not sure if it means anything or not. I show everyone else the the charcoal rubbing I did.
Perhaps this is where someone traced this. What would you call those? A stick to point out where they would fly or go?
Is this like roughly on the map where it levels, where it like would show up? So if I like pulled the map up, I could be like, that's roughly where it was at.
I mean, they're kind of just like at weird random spots in the middle of the map. There's not like a whole lot of order or sense to them, I guess. Nothing that you're able to very easily correlate.
This is Vasu's map, right? The main one.
So the one that we're looking at right now, technically none of you... Oh yeah, Vasu has an actual real map.
Yeah, that's
and he's using kind of like the compiled knowledge that all of you guys have together. Because like Vasu's map didn't originally have some of these islands down to the south.
Yeah.
So like Nordo helped fill in some of that. So it's a compilation of all of your combined knowledge.
So much better, Vasu.
And actually Vasu would
Thank
be able
you.
to fill in some of this over here too.
I drew it myself, you know. Not to brag or
You did.
nothing.
You've been doing it every so often. It's very nice. Appreciate that. Oh, look, you drew even more. Just as I was looking at the map.
Yeah, you know, I just get bored. I get inspired. I do this sort of thing.
I have this theory that Vasu would be the best like assassin wingman. You just be like, hey, I'm gonna go. I need to talk to this person. Vasu would be like, I just want to talk to you, and then they're just gonna die. So he would be a great assassin assistant.
As you guys are kind of looking this over, a couple things. The first is that there's a little bit of a breeze that starts to come in. The ship is anchored, but it kind of just gently drifts a little bit kind of towards the southwest as this breeze rolls through. And the second thing that happens is one of the kobolds that you had knocked unconscious and tied up starts to stir.
Oh, one is awakening.
He kind of like rocks his head to the side. His eyes are droopy. His mouth is gagged. He can't really say anything. And he's just kind of looking idly at all of you guys as you come up.
Gale.
Do you choose life or death?
He kind of just slowly rocks his head over to the other one that's still unconscious, looks back to you and shrugs.
Is this happening in Draconic or Common?
Draconic. I'm gonna ungag him.
Where are... Oh no. Oh no, I remember everything.
Hey, we're asking the questions here, pal.
That was a statement.
That's good. Now, we're asking the questions here, pal.
It was a statement.
Basu also said that in Draconic. He speaks Draconic. He's totally fine being the bad cop. I'm not really sure. Is Gale going to be the bad cop in this situation?
Gale's
My
gonna
name
be
is
all over the
literally Ace
place.
Good Cop.
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out who's going to be the worst cop here. Like,
What about you? Like,
I moved
Gale's
my
got
mark
a personal. I'm sorry to interrupt. Gale, go ahead.
Why are you here? Why do you keep attacking me and these people?
I'm just doing what I'm told, right?
Why are you doing what you're told?
'Cause if I don't, they'll kill me. And also, no, that's enough. That's good.
Well,
Nah, pal, go ahead. It kind of sounds like you had something else to say, and since you're already here, we might as well kill you if you don't speak up too.
Well, hang
So,
on.
in my opinion, it's kind of just up to you who you want to die from.
Can I make a suggestion?
no. Like, smack him across the face.
Oh, okay.
If you want to live, you're free now. We can let you go, and you don't have to go back there.
All right.
Need some information first. Why is Oz after me and the other kobolds that escaped?
I really don't think I should tell you this. This is gonna get me in a lot of trouble.
I hate to break it to you, but you're already in a lot of trouble.
I mean, I get that, but like, I know. Oh, I shouldn't say that either. No, I shouldn't say anything. You should just here. Go ahead, and he like lifts his chin up. It's like, just right there.
I smack him again.
I meant
Don't
just kill me, but
Don't be fucking stupid. You're alive. You should enjoy being alive.
It's all right, but it's honestly really painful.
because of the wings.
Yeah.
Well, I can probably get rid of those.
Hang on a second.
Oz did that to you, right?
To be perfectly frank, if it means I'm gonna end up like you, I'd rather not. I mean, it's a cool leg and eye and all, but
No.
they're not all going to get you eyes and legs. Just the wing.
I can't make you new wings. Even if I wanted to. And I will take off my clothes and I'll show him my back.
yeah, that's what I meant. You're the reason for all of this, I think.
What's on his back?
Is there like a scar?
Yeah, there's 2 scars around the shoulder blades that go down to about just above the butt.
With a 10 and medicine? Does it look like he's had wings removed?
It's pretty much what it looks like.
Can I make a medicine check as well, real quick, for something?
Sure. Is this for a specific thing or just a general look?
I just want to see if it looked like he had wings attached and removed, or wings that were natural and removed.
Hard to tell. You and Nordo both get the sense that at one point there were wings and they have since been removed.
So what is it about me specifically?
Well, I mean, give me a persuasion check.
I am your future king, you motherfucker. You better answer me.
That's not how you address your
I,
subject.
I am going to use my inspiration on this.
I'm like, okay, Joffrey.
Okay, alright, fine. It's just like, most of the others didn't make it, but for some reason you did, and they think that you've got something special, and if they can figure out how it works, then they can make a whole lot more of us. And he looks over to the one that's still unconscious.
Who is they?
You know, Asadirith and Chewel and all of them.
Is this all in Draconic or is any of this in common?
Assume all interconic.
That's what I assumed too. Okay.
Oh, okay. Then I probably wouldn't be. I can't speak Draconic, so I'd be only speaking common to him.
Yeah, I don't think these guys can speak common.
Listen,
If they can't speak common, then I retract everything I've said.
all I
Asa
know
can
is
translate.
we were supposed to get you and Leo, and we didn't have to get Tintin. He just did it on his own. And also there was one more who wasn't as important, but she just wanted him dead because he I don't know, he committed some sort of heresy or something. I don't know. We're just trying to find all of you and take you there so that we don't get, so she'll stop, hurting us or whatever.
Alright. So, what's your name?
Idiot.
Seriously?
I mean, yeah. That's what she calls me, and that's the only name I've ever had.
How old is this kobold?
He looks like he's probably a year and a half, 2 years old. Which is,
Aw.
young adult.
Oh my god, I feel awful suddenly, so I untie him.
I mean, 18.
Don't untie him!
I stop you from untying him. if
Yeah,
he starts.
17, 18 to be clear, human equivalent.
He's like a baby. Guys,
How old are you, Gale?
I'm 16.
Wow, you're over the
I'm
hill.
over the hump, man.
Kobolds age weirdly. They
Yeah.
sprout up real fast, and then they just have a long, slow plateau where they
Yeah.
just get bigger.
Nah, you live until 600 and you're fine. Just don't get killed.
I could live for a long time. It's just kobolds get themselves killed all the time. So
Yeah.
Yes, we can
there's
see
a high
here.
mortality rate.
Well, it's very nice to meet you, idiot.
Thank
Well,
you.
we're gonna.
Is
get
he
you a
speaking
better
common or
name.
Draconic?
No, it's all draconic.
Okay, then we can't talk to him except for Gale, right?
Well, Nomad is
Gale,
telepathic.
Yeah.
I
Nomad.
speak it and I can translate. Even if I'm not translating the whole thing, I will kind of look over my shoulder at this part of me yo, this guy just said his name is Idiot. Get a load of this guy.
You shouldn't make fun of people's names, Vasu. And Ace shoots you a really dirty look.
No, I'm just saying he said it. I'm not calling him an idiot or nothing. I'm just, saying he called himself an idiot.
He calls himself by his name. He did not choose it.
Yeah, cool it, Vasu.
Right, I'm sorry.
Nordo seems weirdly offended by you making fun of his name.
Ace is extremely offended as well, and he's shooting you a really dirty look.
It must be an orc thing. I kind of go to bust it's an orc thing. Just don't mess with names. I was given my name. I am proud of my name.
Nomad would know that that's not why Ace is like that, but
Why was it then?
you. I'm not gonna say it in the chat. I'll message you.
Yeah, I need to remember this part. This a while ago. I think it was just related to something else. So I'm I still like it. So I'm well, don't untie Can we call him something else? It feels very rude
I
to
agree.
call him
What would he want to be
What-
called?
not
Yeah.
idiot.
What do you want to be called?
Oh, I like that one actually. Not idiot is really. It's got a ring to it.
Right?
Not idiot the first.
Not idiot the first.
That's
Oh, it's the
fucking
first.
cute.
All right, Natidiot, you're gonna have to stay tied up for a little bit until we get a brig built. But I'll get that built right away.
All right.
Let's convert one of the boats or the bathroom. I don't know.
Well, there's a lot of us. I think we're gonna want those 2 bathrooms. Maybe we should convert the cabin's quarters, or the captain's quarters, rather.
One of the bathrooms is attached to the captain's quarters. I'm just saying, you'd have to either give them their own private bathroom or make another door.
You're right.
It might be easier if we move those hammocks from the hammock room into the big open area and then made that the brig. But
I'd be okay with this.
Sorry to interrupt from the back. Chi-Chi kind of steps up. Are we allowed to just, like, change our names whenever we want?
No one's stopping you. It's your name.
Of course you are, Chi-Chi. What do you want to be?
Can I be Blast Off Death Phoenix?
No, that one's taken, pal.
Oh, okay. All right.
You can be part 2.
You could be
You mean-
Blast Off Death Phoenix the second.
You can be Blast Off Death Pigeon.
Oh,
But if you're
I'm gonna
Blast off Death
Blast
Dragon.
off Death Dragon, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's pretty cool. Okay, I'll do that. Blast Off Death Dragon.
I support that 100%.
What should we call you for short? That's a really long name. You gotta have a nickname.
Let's call him Blasto.
Blasto. Do you like Blasto as a nickname?
He's definitely gonna die now, guys, but it's a cool ass name.
no, he has a name. You're right.
I mean,
He's had a name
BD
for a
also
while.
will.
I just realized we're now just missing, like, well, we have a turtle. We have Blast Off Death Turtle, and we need a Blast Off Death Tiger to get the 4 Cardinal Beast. That's
Everyone
Phoenix.
looks at Flick.
Norda, which, like...
Just at some point during all this, because we've probably been at this for like an hour or so.
Yeah, it's like
I would
4:35.
like to just do a quick scan and look to see if there are any more dwarf giants, any more flying kobolds, any more danger in the vicinity.
Sure, give me a perception check. You take a moment to kind of glance around, make sure that things are okay. You do see that the sun is starting to get a little bit lower in the sky. Evening is on its way in. In the distance, you can see a couple of packs of hyenas. You can see some birds, some vultures and buzzards kind of swarming around off in the distance. You do see that way, way up to the north, there is a band of large humanoid creatures, probably dwarf giants, that is kind of just milling about with a couple of very, very large gray animals that you can't quite make out from here. But they're not really headed in your direction. They seem to be walking from east to west. Nothing seems to be coming your way.
Okay. And then I think me and Moat and Flick are working on just like getting the ship ready to go so that we can get moving.
Sure.
Yeah.
Where are you guys heading?
That is the question.
I have a question, like, to the general public. Like, where is the heart?
The clockwork heart?
Yes, the clockwork heart.
I don't
believe
know.
Little dragon.
Was
put
it- was it-
inside Of...
Yeah.
Or do we know that? I guess.
No, we don't. That's what I'm asking. Like, where's
It-
the heart?
It disappeared. It was the strangest thing, you guys.
Insight check.
Same.
Because suddenly,
God damn it.
Oh!
It's in Toto.
Literally every single... Okay, there we go. That's fine.
I mean, honestly, I don't really care. We get the ship up and running. We don't even really need Jack's help, do we?
No,
The whole time I'm just like,
I was just checking to know
Yeah.
where it was.
like staring at Toto as I'm saying, just like, yeah, I don't know what happened to it. It's weird.
He suddenly has lasers. Oh, I just figured we could have it identified. Just
I think they tried that already.
no, because it's
I mean,
not in the
Nordo
list.
doesn't know that, but
Yeah.
like meta talk, I think they
Yeah,
tried
true.
identifying it last session, and it was like not actually magical.
Yeah. It didn't seem magical, but like, I don't know. It's a mechanical heart. I feel like it would be the maze eye.
It was a combination of magic and not magic.
Yeah, the biggest issue based on what happened last session, there are definitely magical components deeper inside of it, but the shielding of it is largely mechanical, and without like fully disassembling it, it would be very hard to get to the magical bits.
Can I make a familiar go inside it and then cast Identify?
I mean, very small, even then.
Yeah, like an earwig.
Yeah, it would have to be like literally an earwig, and I'll take a look and decide if there's a lower size limit on that.
In the meantime, I suppose we ought to decide where we're headed from here. We had talked about going to Thorngrove. That seems like a decent place to start, at least.
Right.
We need to go somewhere to do some repairs on this ship, or if Little Dragon's right, then that elemental is going to break out again, and we're going to have a whole new set of problems. So we should probably head to the closest city and get some repairs done on our ship.
Perhaps we should befriend Sundown.
I highly doubt that that's going to be an easy feat. Actually, Nomad, can you talk to him right now?
Right now?
He's in the balloon, right?
Yeah, it's the
Try
balloon. I did ask him the name. Sundown. What do you want me to say?
I honestly don't.
Let me think on it.
What
That
was
creature's been a slave for presumably most of its life, and I'm sure all it wants is to not be a slave anymore. So unless you're willing to offer that, I don't suspect it's going to be very friendly.
Understood. But perhaps we can start paying it for what it's doing instead.
While
My
they're
suspicion is it's paid
discussing
in freedom.
while they're discussing what to say up to Sundowner Rex, if it works, Vasu is just gonna try to cast message up to Sundowner Rex in the balloon, and I'm just gonna be like, "Hey, pal, how's the weather up there?"
And is this in Primordial?
I'm gonna try it in Orin.
I think Orin's a safe bet.
Yeah,
He is an air elemental.
Yeah.
Still, bored, quiet, annoyed.
Yeah, I'm real sorry to hear that. I'm real sorry to hear that. I know how the feeling goes. Don't really know what to tell you.
Then why are you speaking to me?
Just thought I'd check in. If you're bored, I could, maybe we could like race something, but I don't want to let you out of it if you're just gonna fly off. Because I mean, I don't really need you. I can kind of fly by myself, but all these other schmucks down here, they kind of need this airship.
It's so good to be appreciated.
Nah, yeah, you're doing a great job up there.
I love this awkward conversation.
He doesn't respond.
Okay, after a bit, Voss is just gonna be like, "Oh yeah, I talked to him. He's just real bored. Probably because he's cooped up in that there balloon."
Perhaps we
Can't
can
really
put some
blame him.
stimulation in there.
I mean, let's be honest with ourselves, folks. We all saw that creature. It's a great beast of wind and air. It doesn't want to be in that balloon. It's in there because it has to be to power our ship, and the only thing it wants is freedom. We talked about the fact that we're not super morally comfortable with the situation we're putting it in, but that we're doing it because we need it. I suggest we come to terms with that fact instead of pretending like we want to be its friend. If we were its friend, we would let it go.
Nice.
Hey, Gale, I have a question for you. How is that submarine powered? Like, how did it move?
Do I know?
Give me a Tinker's Tools check. You guys had like a long ass time out in the ocean to talk about the submarine. Yeah, so you would know that he used a method that for airships is known as Class A, where he literally animates the entire thing using an enchantment very similar to the animate object spell. It only works on small vehicles, small enough to fit into like a 10 or 15-foot cube, but it basically gives perfect omnidirectional control over the vehicle and anything inside of it. That's a big part of why the voyage took so long too, is because that thing moves at about 10 feet per 6 seconds.
Good to know. I will relay this information.
Is there a way to maybe make a more powerful version of that for the ship? Maybe using stones?
Not that I've heard of. Um, even with stones, just the size of this thing, I mean, it would take somebody that was capable of, like, you know, that making that torch that Moat has. If you found whoever did that, they might be able to do it. But I definitely won't be able to in this lifetime.
Gotcha. I was just curious. Thank you.
And don't get me wrong, I have my own moral objections to keeping that thing caged up in there, but I just don't think we have much of a choice at this point. And
Yeah.
don't think it does us any good to try to make ourselves feel better by pretending like we care about it.
We don't need to be friends with it to care about it.
Suppose that's true.
Understand that it may be a slave and we are using it right now, but if we can make it a little more comfortable, that's not so. It's bored, let's stimulate it. It's bored, let's talk to it.
I offered to race him, but he didn't seem too interested.
I don't think we should let it out, but
I think anything you do to that creature to try to stimulate it or give it an activity is just gonna be offensive to it. I think it just wants to be free.
it will not hurt to try.
It might.
It might. Not any more than being trapped.
I think being trapped and tormented with the fact that you're trapped is a little bit worse than just being trapped. Being given little paltry games to entertain yourself while you're a slave.
I think I would prefer having games.
I assure you, it is not all it's cracked up to be.
I suppose it depends on the game. If I were given a puzzle,
Did Jack say what he wanted the heart for, or that he just wanted it because it was cool?
Sorry to cut you off there too, Frisk. We'll come back to you. Sorry. He said that he needed it for his current secret project, and he would tell you more about the secret project if you brought it back.
But it wasn't the printing press, was it?
It was not. Anyway, back to you, Frisk. Sorry.
I lost my place. Never mind.
Something about
Something
games.
about a puzzle.
Yeah. If it was
Yeah.
a puzzle.
Like, I would have not minded the puzzle, I suppose. Considering before this, I was just a hand or something. Stimulation would be nice.
I don't want to make any assumptions about what your life was like before I knew you, friend Nomad, but I know a little bit about being a slave, and when that's your life, that's just your life. Every other little thing that's happening is pales in comparison. Like I said, let's just get this done and get him free as soon as we can, but I think any of efforts to be his friend are just adding insult to injury.
Perhaps we have a different notion of slave. I was
Perhaps we do.
thinking perhaps of enthralling him. Thralls don't complain. They just do.
Nomad,
Yes.
by making him a thrall, you are doing exactly what being the hive mind was to you, taking away his
I
free
know, that's
will.
what I mean. Like, it's
So
a
perhaps
little different.
I don't think it's any better.
I was a thrall. Well, not really. I was a part of a hive mind. It's a very difficult thing. I'm going to go talk to, like, the kobold, and I'm going to ask, how are they finding us?
Well, she's got this pool, and it's filled with this weird green liquid, and she kind of stirs it
Does it
up.
have a brain?
No. What?
Different. Okay.
No, it's like a bird bath, sort of, and she puts her face in it, and then she sees things, and then she's like, "Go, you idiots! Fly! Find them! They're there!" And she gives us these maps that we're supposed to follow, and then if we find them, we're supposed to bring back a piece of him, because that apparently makes it even easier to get to him.
That's why they tried to cut off a piece of his tail. Thank you for your help, not idiot.
You're
Oh.
welcome.
Would you like a bursuito?
What's that?
They're delicious, second only to brain.
If that's my alternative, then yeah, I'd love a burrito. Hit me with that good shit.
Nobody
ask-
eats bursuitos on this ship.
Apparently that's banned now. I forgot this.
I guess I'll have the brains.
Ooh.
No,
No,
I'll
we
make you a
do
delicious
have-
We also
meal,
have
don't
lots
you
of
even
crab.
worry about it.
We do have
Have-
crabs.
We're having fresh crab tonight. No bursuitos.
I like crab. Crab's good.
Desserts are banned on this flight, I'm afraid.
I'll make dessert. It's
Oh,
just
we
New
have dessert!
Society Staples is banned.
This excites me more than usual. Like, oh, dessert. For some reason, I can only think of a bursuito. Why can I not stop thinking about this weird dessert? I've never cared about it before.
Nomad, it's magic, remember?
It's because of that enchantment, I'm telling you. It's poisoning your minds, all of you.
This must be what an addiction is like.
Correct.
All right, so you guys have started kind of making your way south. As you said, you were kind of going towards Thorngrove. Is that correct? Well, like, where's your
Yes.
next stop?
Thorngrove.
Alrighty. After you've kind of sailed with it for a little bit, Moat, and gotten used to controlling this thing, you get the feeling that on a full day of travel, it can probably go about 3 hexes. Because it is primarily class enslavement, it goes 24/7. It does not get tired. It moves at a constant pace the whole time, which means that is basically 1 hex for every 8 hours. So to get from your current location down to Thorngrove, that's going to be 8, 16, about 24 hours to get to Thorngrove. It's currently about 5:30 in the evening. Yeah, sounds about right. Perfect.
Once again, we completely bypass and ignore Unmirage.
These things happen.
We
At
did
some
it again.
point, at some point during that 24 hours, I would have, if I can, have like a friend Nomad talk to Elise, and because I've noticed before something, I have the book from Ordor's bag that says that she was taken from Unmirage, so I would show that to Nomad, and then just have Nomad ask her if she wants to go to Unmirage, if she wants to go to Thorngrove, or she would rather go if we were going to one of those 2 places.
I do this for him?
Sure. The 3 of you kind of sit down, and with a little bit of translation. Well, I don't want to go back to Unmirage. There's just not anything for me there anymore. I suppose I don't know where I really wanted to go. That city that we visited, Salt Bowl, it was strange. I could make a living there. I saw that they were employing people like me, but I don't think I want to live that kind of life. I guess I just want to travel. I've never seen anything outside of Unmirage. So, you guys said you're going to Thorngrove to go somewhere? Where is everyone going?
No, well, you suggested Thorngrove, so I suggested Thorngrove to everyone else.
Right. Thorngrove, I've heard they have mini ships. You can sail anywhere, and they have magic of some sort that can send people even further in an instant. Truthfully, I don't know. I'm going to travel. I'm going to wander. I can. I understand if I'm dead weight. I don't want to hold everyone down. You've been pleasant to travel with. I don't really understand the brain-eating thing and a lot of the other rituals and customs that you all have, but I guess learning these customs is part of exploring the world, right?
You do not have to eat brains, I assure you.
That's good. Weren't we getting paid, though, for a job? My common, again, I don't speak it very well.
We were getting paid? I asked Nordo. Friend Nordo.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, yeah. From
I
her
mean,
understanding.
We had the option of taking the Clockwork Heart back to Joker,
Right,
but
right.
we were never intending on going back to Salt Bowl, at least not anytime soon.
That's
Yeah.
the one. He had some sort of dead kobold or something. I thought there was... Never mind. I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
I pat the ship and I say we were paid. With this ship, I suppose.
I see. That makes
And
sense.
I pat my golden arm and say, I sure was.
Oh, where did he get that? Never
Oh,
mind.
you-
I nope.
Yes.
I'd rather not know.
It's a prosthetic, don't worry about it.
All right.
Over the course of that conversation, I can't actually hear anything she's saying because it's all telepathic. It's just being translated. But if I could, I'd like to make an insight check to just like read her body
Sure.
language. I'm guessing at like disadvantage.
Yeah. You're good at this, but we'll call it disadvantage because you're only reading physically. You can't hear her.
I imagine, like, out of habit, she talks out loud anyway. Most people would, at least, I think.
She's obviously being a little bit guarded about her past and why she doesn't want to be an Unmaraught. Like, clearly, there's a story here that she's not telling, and that's not a secret.
Yeah.
But you don't really get any sort of hints to why or whether there's like malice behind it. She's just being a little dodgy.
And this is to Nordo alone. So, like, friend Nordo, when she was talking about Bast, she mentioned that Bast was a goddess of change, and that she sends agents of change to make sure people are constantly growing and improving or just changing. One of those she mentioned was bad things.
What's that mean for her and for us?
I do not know, but I feel like she might have some unspoken trauma from Mirage, and she does not wish to go.
That makes sense. I certainly don't want to take her somewhere she doesn't want to be. I suppose we just keep pressing to Thorngrove then, and then get some work done on the ship, and then I suppose we'll all need to talk about where we're headed next after that.
Right. We will. Thorngrove, what's the nearest one? Well, location that we need to go to, aside from the world, which should be to the east.
It depends on what we mean by where we need to go. I mean, Gale has a vendetta with the dragon, but we can't quite pursue that right now unless we all just want to get fried.
Right. Perhaps we should all gather around the map with everyone and put locations where we need to go.
I think that seems like a great idea.
Plot a course most efficiently this way.
Before we go up, I do just like give Elise a nod, and I know she doesn't understand it, but just in common, I just say thank you and hold out a hand for her to just shake.
She shakes her hand and in very broken, slow commons, thank you.
And when I just say like, oh, the food we were eating, the bursuitos, they were cursed. That's why we don't eat them anymore.
Oh. That's... They were so good.
That was the curse. Apparently, they become addictive.
Do we still have them?
We do, I think, or did we burn? I don't recall.
What,
Nordo made a point of throwing out way
Oh.
more than he needed to for Gale's plan, but there are still some hidden.
We have. I think most of them have been thrown out at
When-
this point.
when you say curse, what does the curse do?
It makes the food taste delicious, and all other food taste bland. The more you eat, the longer it lasts, and the more delicious it is, and the less flavorful other food are.
That's I should have known. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
It will make us very fat, they say.
Alright.
Have a jerky instead.
Yeah, she takes it and she thanks you. She says out loud again, thank you. She starts like gnawing on
You're welcome.
it. Ace, what's up?
Okay, so it sounds like you were skipping time ahead. Is that correct?
Planning. I would say that
Were you?
a couple hours have passed now, which means you guys are like 30 minutes northeast of Salt Bowl. I'm actually trying to find
Okay.
like a sprite to use for your ship.
I thought you were saying that we traveled for 24 hours and you were skipping the news.
No,
so I
no.
was really upset.
Say
Also,
after-
on top of this, I'm also going to ask Nomad to do some translation for me so I can talk to Elise.
Oh, sure.
And I'm going to ask her over the course of our voyage if she'll talk to me in her native tongue. And that way I'll try to like just do some mimicies and just to have her just do idle chat with me, and I'll like try to communicate with her. That way I can try to learn the basics of her language.
Sure, you have that anthropologist background thing, right?
I do, which is why I'm doing this. I want to learn her important words, expressions, and gestures so I can communicate rudimentary things with her.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, she doesn't have anything else going on. She's happy to kind of sit and talk and do some basic phrases and stuff like that.
And I'll play cards with her and stuff, and just do mundane stuff since I have nothing else to do, just to kind of entertain her and have her act normal.
For sure. Give me a luck check.
Uh-oh. What is this? As an anthropologist, can I learn this well?
No!
Okay.
Oh, as a fellow anthropologist, may I also learn her, what do you call this?
Yeah.
Her cultural manner. I'm not trying to culturally appropriate her, but I
Right,
think
no.
this is literally what we're doing.
Yeah, the three of you are all kind of like trying to just learn the basics of her language, and the way that they communicate and all of that is totally fine. Yeah, totally fine. So, Ace, as you spend all of this time and as you play cards with her, which deck of cards do you use?
The only full deck I have is one from Joker.
Perfect.
So
Delightful.
Oh,
You
man.
he didn't say.
You do notice that as you, unbox it for the first time, and you kind of, set it all out and start counting cards and getting things set up for your game, there is an extra Joker card in it.
Oh God.
And that's not like, every deck is a little different, but it is standard for there to be two Jokers, and there is a third Joker in this deck.
What the heck?
Does it look abnormal or different or anything, or just like it matches the other ones?
All three of them look the same. One of them has all red eyes, one of them has two black eyes, and one has one black and one red eye.
I instantly put the deck back away. And then I go over to Yule and I'm like, Yule, I need your help again.
Oh, what?
This other deck of cards might also be weird. Could you take a look at it, please?
Oh, sure.
And I specifically hand her the three Jokers first, and then I hand her the other deck. I hand her the deck of cards, but the three Jokers are in a separate hand as I hand it both separately. So it's like obvious that I'm like, these ones are weird.
Sure.
Oh no, the void card.
It disappears.
Alright, yeah, he hands over these three cards, three Jokers. They're all the same, except one has two red eyes, one has two black eyes, and one has one of each.
Did Joker and the Kobold Joker have two different colored eyes too? I forget. I wasn't picking.
Yeah, one red and one
Oh wait,
black.
I was beaten. Mm-hmm.
Can I identify?
Sure. You take a little time. You identify them. You learn that two of them are mundane. The one with one red and one black is magical. It has divination aura to it. And you learn that this card listens to everything that it can hear within a 30-foot radius and transcribes it to the best of its ability to a remote location in the form of printed text.
Hey, this shit listening to you.
Fucking copycat.
It didn't blow up. It's fine.
He has.
Do the eyes look like similar to the ones in my vision, or is it
Uh,
just like look?
kinda. I mean, it's a solid red eye and a solid black eye. You haven't really seen that much of anywhere else. You do have a brief moment where you remember joking, saying he's got eyes and ears all over the place.
Would you like me to eat the card?
That's not part of your diet.
I know, but it will sound so strange.
Can I try ripping the card in half and see what happens?
Yeah, it rips in half. It's a little bit sturdier than you would expect, but not that much.
Does it still feel magical after that?
The magical aura disappears.
Well, do any of the other cards feel magical?
You kind of thumbs through them all, throws up a detect magic. None of them ring up as magical.
He definitely knows that you took the heart now.
I'll give it back eventually.
Yeah,
Just borrowing it. If we send him a message that says we're just borrowing it.
we already ripped the card up.
Oh.
All right, I guess I'll get back to my playing cards.
Alright, you guys spend some of the evening playing cards and learning about Elise and some basic phrases and mannerisms. Let's jump over to Gale. What's up?
I had two things.
Sure.
One, not for this session, but for future sessions, I suggest that we do the evening news at the beginning of the session as like a recap.
I think that's smart.
Ooh.
We can do that. It's like last time on
Yeah.
Crosswinds. I already know who I'm interviewing for this one, so prepare yourselves.
And the other thing was just how difficult would it be to craft some kind of like an anti-divination shell for this vessel?
For the entire ship? Okay. Let me do a little research on that. You're looking at, it's probably going to be at like 3C stones. I'd have to do a check to see how many you would need. It's going to be at least 4 per application, and I need to figure out how many applications it's going to be. And this is all based on, what is the anti-divination spell called, the lowest level one?
Nistles.
One above that, though, the one that actually protects from divination spells.
Private Sanctum.
Sanctum is 4th level. Anyway, there's one at 3rd level. I know there's one at 3rd level for sure.
Does it not make this Private Sanctum?
Well, Sanctum does it, but Sanctum is a 4th level spell.
Oh, gotcha.
With that said, that would work. So, yeah, Sanctum, you could probably get your hand on 4 sea stones, and that would be enough to protect an entire ship.
Non-detection is the 3rd level spell.
That's
Non-detection,
the one. Yep,
yeah.
thank you. Yeah. So you
Literally non-detection.
yeah, you could either do multiple applications of non-detection, which would use a bunch of 3C stones, or you could cover the whole ship with 4 4C stones. And with your current capacity maximum, that would be very expensive. But as you get better, you'll be able to do more.
Do I have it? I mean, I probably don't, but would I have any estimate for how much that would cost?
You would. And, in fact, there's a thing for it. Let me go do a quick thing. What is your limit right now? Is 9, right?
It's Arcana proficiency plus Tinker's proficiency plus Int, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, 9 currently.
Okay, so Because of your limit, you would need to get these 4 stones down to 2, 2, 2, and 2, which is extremely low for a 4C stone. That's normally how big a 1C stone is. And in order to get them that dense, you would end up it cost about 13,000 gold pieces.
Fuck. Okay.
With that said, if you, as you continue to get a little bit better, like say, once your limit goes up to 16, that drops down to 3,700 gold pieces.
Okay. Well, my limit is going to be at 12 after next level, so...
With a 12... that brings it to about 9,000 gold pieces.
Okay.
We'll make a piggy bank. Don't worry.
It is also worth mentioning that when you're looking for stones that dense, they're not. It's not like you can walk into Walmart and find a 4-2 stone. That's a pretty rare deal.
Yeah.
But that
Is there a way
factored
to like
into the
merge
price.
stones?
There is. That is exactly how denser stones are made. We'll do a...
Yeah, how do I do that?
Okay, so anytime you have 2 stones that you want to merge, let me pull this over.
Look at that! It's a big old stone. Is this something we actually have, or is it just an example?
That is something that you actually have, yeah. So you need to get 2 stones that are the same power level. So we'll do these 2 for example. Stones that you want to merge, you spend 10 minutes and 1 gold, no matter how big the stones are, and then you roll a check. And on a failed check, failing is still successful. There's no real risk here. The check is just to see if you get lucky. But normally what's going to happen is these 2 are going to merge together, and it's going to become a rank 2 stone that has the combined size of both of them. So it would become a 2-4 stone. However, if you get lucky on your check, it shaves 1 off of the size of that, so it becomes a 2-3 stone instead. And that is exactly how Boy was made over here.
Excellent.
So what you could do, in theory, is take a whole bunch of like 1-1 stones, and you keep merging them until you get lucky one, until you eventually get one that's like super ultra dense, and then you use that to make your really dense magic items.
Neat. Just need to find so many stones.
Notably, you can merge stones of a different color. It will randomly pick which color it comes out as.
Okay.
As, when I'm combining, or when I'm like enchanting something, is 4 stones the limit that you can put into something?
No, the limit is just based on your total volume. The limit for a single effect is 4 stones. That basically means that whatever the effect is, it becomes permanent. But yeah, there's nothing stopping you from like having 4 blue level 2s, and then like another.
But I couldn't take all of our current stones and just like try and make them all just do this effect.
Yeah, your current limit is 9, which means you could grab like, here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9. So like you could potentially throw all those stones into one object and see what you get out of it.
Not the gray one.
Not the gray or the brown ones.
Yeah.
Nordo needs brown.
Are these purple or pink?
Pink.
Pink, right?
Yep.
Can you make them colorblind, friend?
Yeah, I should probably put the names on there.
There's no one here. I think there might be.
Also, real quick, while Gale is looking this over, Nordo, what's up?
Nothing major, but just after Nordo and Nomad's conversation with Elise, whenever we're headed back above deck to do our, like, gather around, y'all, let's look at a map and see where we're going. Nordo is like, hey, Nomad, you want to go gather everybody up and meet me in the kitchen? I'll start putting together some supper for us.
Sure thing.
Oh, and hey, I apologize if I was a little short with you up there earlier when we were talking about the elemental. It's just a bit of a, I don't know, sore subject, I suppose.
You were short with me, and you were sore.
So I guess those are both expressions. I was maybe not as understanding about what you were saying as I could have been because I had personal involvement that maybe affected my judgment. So I apologize. I should have been more attentive to what you were saying instead of thinking about myself.
Oh no, I was not offended by anything you said. But if I did offend you, I do apologize. It is still difficult for me to understand these feelings.
I understand. Like you and I have talked about before, I know you and I are both not the best communicators, so we'll both keep working. You gather
This
everybody
is
up, I'll go get some supper cooked.
excellent. We're having crab, yes? I am certain
We're gonna
everyone
have
will enjoy
we're
this.
gonna have crab for quite some time, or at least till it all goes bad. We got 450 pounds of it.
A lot of crab.
It's more crab than I weigh.
That's a lot of crab.
It's a lot of crap.
So everyone just gets the dinner ping from Nomad, like ping dinner. Dinner.
Yeah.
I love that the mind flayer on our ship is a dinner bell.
Whenever I get the ping, I just make a dinner bell noise.
All right. Eventually, Kayla, your work is interrupted by a call to come to dinner. I'll leave it on this page for a bit, though. Or actually, no. You guys want to see the map and figure out where you're going, so let's do that. As dinner is served, the sun is starting to go down. It's kind of orange in the sky. Sunset. You can actually see. I don't know. Math is hard. 2-3 miles away. I'm just gonna use this red dot right there.
Is the other one conscious now?
The other one
Like
has
the-
woken up. The two have been speaking to each other in Draconic. The other one is still gagged, but he's like, "Okay, listen. I think these guys are onto something. I think they're not gonna beat us. So if we just play nice, everything's gonna be okay."
I bring them their food.
Yeah, they will eat happily.
During
I tell Nordo, like, hey, they like your crab very much.
Well, tell them much obliged for me if you would. I think they're the only people left on the ship that can enjoy other food besides Basuitos.
Is there a little bit of salt in that? The way you
Just a little. Actually, that's a lot. He's bad at hiding salt.
There's a lot of salt.
Speaking,
So
speaking of being bad at hiding salt, those of you who are afflicted by this curse will notice one of the only things you still taste in Nordo's cooking is the salt.
I can taste salt.
Gale likes it.
Just salt.
during dinner, Ace is like has a little notepad out and he's just like writing various notes down. He seems like pretty intent on his work. He's like eating, but he's like really like just like writing a shit ton of stuff in his little notebook.
That's where he gets his name.
What you
Yeah,
working
you-
on, little orc?
Yes. I'm working on an. I'm doing some research, and I want to make. It's for Nomad. It's hard to explain. I might ask you for some input later, though. I'm trying to get my head around it still. And also, you might notice, but like if you look at the notepad, you notice that like. You notice some Orcish letters, but you notice like it's just a jumble of like a shit ton of different languages, and it just like bounces around between different languages constantly. Like every word is a different language.
Nordo almost certainly wouldn't notice, but good to know. Out of character.
Secrets.
All right.
But as
Go ahead.
as everyone gathers around for supper, Nordo actually looks over at Vasu and is like, "Hey, Vasudeva, you mind if we take a look at your map so we can all discuss where we're headed from here?"
Oh, yeah, no problem. Vasu will take a break from eating and kind of lay his map out over a blank spot on the table.
A side note, Vasudeva, since you're the only one here who hasn't had any Basuitos, what you think of the crab?
It's honestly fantastic. Could use maybe a little bit more spice, and I don't wanna like step on any toes or nothing, but I would appreciate a vegetarian option next time. But you know, you do you. We got a lot of crab. I understand. It's really good.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll make a vegetarian meal tomorrow for you. Just wanted to use up all this crab before it goes bad.
What is a vegetarian? Is that someone who only eats brain dead people?
Oh, man.
Nomad, it's someone who only eats vegetables, no meat.
Yes.
Yeah,
brain
it's
dead
you don't eat
people.
meat, so brain's definitely on the menu.
Is brain a meat?
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
Yeah, it's definitely meat.
Of course.
If it comes from an animal, it is meat.
Ah, like milk.
Milk is not necessarily meat, but it's not. It's
That's
It's
confusing
gray.
now.
it's gray area.
Milk is a gray area. Okay.
Quick
Well,
question
we're-
for Nomad. Is Nomad like having Ace be his like speaker during this time?
Yeah.
Okay, so Ace is like practically blamelessly just talking as he's writing, but he's like still really into his writing, but still like translating for Nomad.
I hope I'm not distracting you.
He kind of seems like he just put his talking to autopilot. So like if you say that, he just says that out loud. I hope I'm not distracting you. He like says that in your voice.
Excellent.
Well, we're headed for Thorn Grove now. We need to discuss where we're headed next. I know Moat and I would like to get to the Rib of the World. I know Flick would like to get to Larvalfin. I know Gale's being chased by dragon cultists, apparently. So I don't know where the place to go is for that, but I'm not sure if anybody else has anywhere that they need to go, but we figured we better all sit down and look at a map since this is on the agenda now.
The Order might know stuff about this Oz guy too, so if we could get to the Rib and then get back to them, they might be able to help us.
Do you think they could possibly provide us with some like anti-divination?
I don't see why not.
Because I think that should be a priority. This is about the third time in like under a week that we've been attacked by them.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry, I don't know much about sorcery. What's divination? Ace, what's the common word for orcish word for divination?
Ace is like so enthralled that you have to like probably touch his shoulder. He's like not paying attention. Like he's automatic for like Nomad's talking, but he's not paying attention.
Ordo doesn't want to distract him, so he just looks at Gale and like, can you put that in layman's terms?
So you know, like a spyglass.
Sure.
Right. So imagine like a spyglass, but instead of looking at stuff on the horizon, you can see somebody from anywhere.
And do you think that's how the cultists were finding you?
I don't see how it couldn't be. I mean, unless we've got a mole among us, they look around very shiftily.
I just mean we weren't exactly subtle in the time we spent in Salt Bowl, and there were people there looking for you, presumably at the behest of the dragon and his followers, so they may have just seen us leave and physically followed us. I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything about magic, but I do know about following people.
Notidiot the First did say that their he did not name her, he called her she, had some sort of bowl of water that she would put her face into, and then she would make them fly on the map to that location.
Okay.
It seems like divination to me.
That makes sense. So
But
I
it
couldn't
also,
understand that conversation. It was in a different language.
that's fair.
And also my internet was out at the time, so I missed that.
Well, here you go. It's a nice
And little dragon, there's things you can do, measures you can take to protect us from that sort of magic then?
I'm
Or you're hoping the Order could provide that?
I hope the Order could, because it's a little outside of my skill set currently. I might be able to do a couple of smaller things, but it won't last very long. We'll be able to get away from them for small periods of time, and if that period of time doesn't happen to overlap with when they're trying to divine on us, it's going to be useless.
Makes sense.
Although, not idiot.
Yeah.
Did she happen to have a particular time that she would scry, or whatever she was doing?
She usually did it kind of like right before bed, just, depending on what had happened for the day. And then after we got word from the guys over at Salt Bowl that they had spotted you, she started doing it a little more often, like 2 or 3 times throughout the day. And today when we had the whole plan to get on your, she was watching almost the entire day today.
Okay.
But, that was just because, high alert, I guess. Which I suppose probably is still the case. She's probably watching right now. Which, by the way, I'm really banking on you guys making sure that we don't die, because she's going to kill both of us.
We'll do our best. Just don't be near us if anybody wants to talk.
Sure. Okay. I mean, we can't go anywhere. We're in a brig.
Right.
Well, it sounds like no matter where we go, they're going to be watching, so unless we plan on going to them and killing them, then it doesn't seem like we have much of a choice than to put that issue on the back burner for now. Unless anyone has other ideas for how to prevent them from watching us, they're going to watch us no matter where we go.
Not really. I might be able to do something minor.
I mean, we've been able to fight them off every time so far.
That's true, and it should be harder to get a handle on us now that have this ship anyway.
I normally wouldn't interject because I'm a prisoner, and, it kind of... I'm doing this because my life is on the line here. Down there, it's darker. We're a lot better at fighting in the dark, Our weapons are made for the dark, our writing is made for the dark, our fortifications are made for the dark, our magic is made for the dark. I mean, maybe you guys are ready. I just... we've been out of our element.
So we need to keep fighting in the sunlight.
I mean, yeah, but, good luck getting her out of there.
That's fair.
That's why she just sends us. She doesn't want to leave.
What is that she sent? That thing with the green fog.
Oh, that? She calls them her shules, which is weird, because also she makes us call her shul. So it's shules.
Oh.
She can only make one every now and then. They're real expensive, but she does it when she doesn't want to, when we mess up a lot, and she says, if you want something done right, you have to do it yourself. And then she makes one of those and sends it along.
The only lead I think we have in all that is this map, which leads to one of these little islands down here. Who knows which one, and who knows what we'd find there, or who we're even really looking for, or what we're really looking for. So I don't know if it's any use to go there.
As you grab that map and you unfold it, you notice that it's kind of giving off just a very faint bit of blue light.
Like the whole thing is?
Kind of hard to tell. They're just, yeah. Like the front face of it, the face that's drawn on, is giving off just very faint blue light.
Is it from the like in the shape of those markings, or just in the shape of the writing that's on there?
Maybe a little bit, but it's kind of hard to tell. It's just like this very soft blue glow that is over the whole face of it. Like an aura or a mist.
Oh gosh.
Anybody else seeing that, or am I going a little crazy right now? Is this map
I
glowing?
can see it too, slightly.
What, you guys don't know how to read a map?
The blue on it. Is this normal? The glowing parts.
I mean, it's a little early for it, I guess, but sure. She uses strong magic. I could see it showing up a little early.
Early. She's crying on us now.
Scrying? No. That's. Can you turn the sun off, like, all the way? I know it's kind of going away. Is that a thing you guys can do? I don't know how it works up here.
No, we cannot.
Alright, well, just wait for it to go away.
This one
Do
lights
you
up.
mean just make it dark? Because I feel like we can go in a
Oh.
room without windows and make it dark.
I mean, that might work too, I don't know. I just know it can't, like, it doesn't like the sun. It hides in the sun, like we do. Our writing is made for underground.
Yeah, let's go down to the captain's quarters or the bathroom or something. Because
Alright, you guys make your way below deck and kind of, like, all cram in one of those tiny bathrooms.
So whenever Ace notices everyone gets up and leaving, he quickly closes journal and just runs after everyone.
It takes, at first, once you get into the bathroom, it's very, very plain to see that there is some sort of a faint blue glow. But it takes several minutes in this dark bathroom before very, very, very slowly you see lines start to form.
The Underdark!
Oh, look.
there we go. Sun is off.
Well, that's something, isn't it?
That's intriguing. Are we familiar with this? This is like a map of the Underdark, basically.
Ace would be able to deduce that pretty quickly. Probably you
I
as well.
literally say the Underdark, just like I did in real life. Where on this map is that X on the map? Is that like I guess or is it that place that has the U with the 3 underlines? Is that where we were at and found the ship?
That does look to be roughly that location, yeah.
Looks like there was a passage to the Underdark right there.
Suppose that adds up, given what we saw. Well, this could be useful.
Can the people in the stream see this? Because someone said that they can.
Yeah, I just swapped it over.
Okay, gotcha. It looks like there's another entrance closer to Thornbridge. Or Thorngrove, sorry.
It does look that way.
Can I quickly try to sketch out this map?
Sure. Do you have any sort of cartographer's tools, painter's tools, anything like that?
I'm a Kenku, so I can copy anything I see, and I have dark vision.
That's a very, very good point. Easy enough. Takes you 5-10 minutes or so, but you're able to create a normal ink version of this map.
Okay, I'm going to make a ink version. I'm going to make both. Oh, I guess I can only see the glowing one, can't I?
I mean, you can see it about as well as you can see there. Like, you have dark vision, so you can still see the regular ink behind it a little bit. And that goes
Okay, I'm
for
going to try
anyone else
drawing
with dark
literally
vision.
everything. I'm going to try literally drawing everything I see on there. Well, except for all the question marks. Like, just the land masses, and the Underdark thing.
Yeah, makes sense. Alright, anyone else have any other plans for tonight?
Yes. Sorry, I keep cutting out for some reason. Quick question for you. The cards that I had that had the magic message on them, were they printed in this? Did they have the same design as the cards that I got from Joker?
They didn't. They were a different design. They had just like
Cool.
plain white backs, and then their faces were either solid red or solid black, with just a very, very simple letter or number on each one.
Cool.
All right. Last call. Anything interesting happening before we go to bed?
Could I try and craft a thing?
Sure. Yeah, would you like?
So I want to take out a gold coin.
All right.
And do we have any stones that would be of 2C that would be of like an enchantment or light based?
So light is yellow, and like enchantment and mind control and stuff is pink. So you've got a pink one ready to go. And you have a yellow one that you could potentially mix with another 1C and try to make it into a 2. It'd be a 50-50 chance that you get the right color for it.
Did any of these underground markings match up with the rubbing I did?
We'll come back to that in just a second.
I'll try and combine. Does anybody need the yellow for anything?
No, just the gray one.
Or a blue?
Which
I
one?
was
Yellow and blue.
Nah, I'm just after that white one, and
So the
maybe
brown's all I
maybe an
really
orange
want.
one.
Yeah, orange for you, right? For
I
fire.
eventually want a white one, but I couldn't think of anything for the blues, so
Yeah.
blue's fine to get rid of.
I
think.
do have a request for Gale if he's free for it at some point, and I hand you like my bracers. These have like 3 of these 1C 2V gray one, and I need 4 in them. If you could get this 4th one inside, I would very much appreciate it.
I'll try my best.
Thank you.
All right, one thing at a time. Starting with the merge. What do you want to merging it with the blue?
Sure.
All right. So it takes 10 minutes, and you have to spend 1 gold of lead powder. But then go ahead and give me a Tinker's Tools check. And you are looking for a 38, which I don't believe you can make currently.
Anybody want to help me out?
If I can be of assistance, I can help. I don't have Tinker Tools, but I can copy. I don't know if that'll help.
That is still pretty
27.
good. 27 is really
I've
good.
got a jeweler's kit. Can I help out with that at all?
Yeah, that'd give him advantage. You can roll one more time. I don't even know if you can make this with a nat 20. Like, that was a 19, yeah.
Yeah, that's a real high roll.
Yeah. The DC is 40,
I can
20.
roll a 1 though.
All right. So you're successful. Like, again, failure doesn't mean it doesn't work. It just means you don't get a lucky merge. So when they merge, one of them becomes a 2-4. Go ahead and roll a D2. 1 is yellow, 2 is blue. Hey, you got it. All right, so you now have
What you want?
you are now the proud owner of a 2-4 yellow stub.
Cool. And I want to try and implant that into a gold coin.
All right, what kind of effect are you looking for?
Send you it on Telegram.
Ooh, fancy. Okay, let's see here. I like it. Okay, cool. So it's only 1 stone, so it only takes you 1 hour to craft. It costs you 2 pounds of lead powder, so 2 gold. And then I need either Arcana or Tinker's Tools. Uh, 19. You're using the correct color, so that's a 24 and 25 with guidance. 25 is good. The item behaves as expected. That means the DC on that. So basically, it is a coin that does exactly what that spell says. The DC is 16 for it, and it can be used once per long rest. I'll type that up all proper like for you in a bit, but you got it.
Sure. No rush. And since that only took me an hour, I guess I can work on Nomad's thing because he's been asking for a while, and I've been putting it
do
off
me
like
next
mad.
too.
Oh no, not this campaign too.
No, I've only got one thing right now, and it's a very specific plan. I'm not going to be juggling stones for
You're
2
not gonna
hours.
be making me take it out and put it back in again, are you?
I mean, you are going to have to take this one out to put 2 of them back in, because I think that's just kind of how it works. But you only got to put them in once,
What
and
a
I can
terrible
I can
mechanic.
help.
Who would come up with something so ridiculous?
I don't know. Whoever decided on that sort of like method of enchanting and crafting is
No,
they're
guys,
real dumb.
don't be mean.
A real monster.
Don't be self-deprecative. I like it. It's fun. Okay, so
Who
Norda.
has the lead powder, by the way?
Yeah, who is somebody make sure you're tracking lead powder. This shit ain't free.
I gave him 10 gold worth of it, so I thought.
Yeah, it's like
I
80
just
bucks a
didn't
pop
put it
for this shit.
for you. I know you bought a bunch. I just didn't know where it was being kept track.
Oh yeah, I thought it was with you, so I gave it to you.
So you hand over the bracers. It takes 15 minutes to strip the existing stones out of them, which gives you 3 more of these fuckers.
Don't call them that. They're trying their best.
Do I have to strip them out first?
You do.
I can't
Yeah.
just add.
Yeah, you have to fully
Oh.
strip an item before you can put new stones in. They have to all go in at the exact same time. But there's no
Right.
failure rate on stripping or anything like that. But
Just
then,
use lead powder, right?
no, it's totally free. You only have to spend
Oh.
lead powder when you're putting it back in. But then yeah, now you have these 4 stones. It's going to take 4 hours and 4 gold of lead powder to put them back in. But you have plenty of time. Go ahead and give me a Tinker's Tools check. Ooh, that's good! 24.
29?
29, you're right. That almost behaves better than expected. But as is, it behaves as expected. Nomad, it effectively does exactly what it used to do, but it is now a permanent effect. It has no limit on how many times you can do it.
Thank you very much. This is so much more useful. I will make sure to purchase you more lead powder.
Alright, anything else?
What did Basu need?
Did we lose
He's
Vasu?
dead.
He's dead.
No, I'm here. Sorry, I'm like running back and forth between the kitchen and my desk because I'm cooking dinner right now because I need to eat before I go to bed and be up at 5 in the morning. But anyway, Vasu just wants to take out this white stone that he already has in his cloak and put in this other white stone that's in party loot, unless anybody else has pressing needs for it.
Okay. I mean, just changing it with one isn't gonna do much.
No, I want to put both of them in.
Where is a list of
Oh.
what the colors do?
I'll grab that real quick.
Thanks.
It's like we've got a white 1C 1V. I haven't been paying super close honest attention to what all these letters mean, but I think we can maybe combine that with a different one to do something, right?
I don't believe it's going to add much of an effect. It's not a whole lot on that one stone.
It would hope. I think from my understanding of how this works, it might give me at least another charge of it between long rests.
Yeah.
And that would be really helpful right
Yeah.
now anyway.
Exactly. So when you put more stones in for the same effect, it just means you can use it more often. Right now you get 1 per long rest, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so a second stone would give you twice per long rest. Another one would give you 4 times per long rest, and then a fourth one would make it whenever you want, unlimited.
That's hot. What would it be if I were to like merge this white stone with another 1C stone? Hopefully get a white one from the merging process.
Potentially you could get a stronger, cooler effect. It would become a 2C spell. We'd have to look into it and talk it over to figure out exactly what it did. But
Yeah, for now we'll just go with more uses, I think.
All right, if Gale is down, it takes 15 minutes to strip, and then 2 gold and 2 hours to finish plugging him back in. If he's down.
I guess it seems like a real waste, but I understand.
I'd really appreciate it.
All right, then. 2 hours later, 2 gold later. Go ahead and give me a Tinker's Tools check.
Provide a help action or anything with it? With,
Not with jewelers. You would need to have either Arcana or Tailors, because it's in a cloak. Or Tinkers.
Gotcha.
23, though, is still really good, and that bumps up to 28 because the colors match. The item behaves as expected. It does exactly what your current cloak is. You can use it twice per long rest.
Yay!
Alright, and if that is all the crafting, I do want to make sure that we end with a direction insight.
Important question.
Sure.
Does doing that bump me up to 2 uses of it, or do I only get the 1 new one? Like, how many charges of it does my cloak have?
Right, it still has the 1 charge in it. Unfortunately,
Okay.
you can't spend like an hour and 15 minutes to reset the charges on an item.
That's really lame.
Yeah, that'd be fun though. It'd be cool.
That's such a big oversight to whoever did this crafting system. They should be ashamed.
Does
of
that
themselves.
mean that if a gem has been spent and then that day you put in a new magic item, that new magic item you make will not have a charge
Correct.
because that gem has not charged yet?
Correct. It's almost like they thought of everything.
Wow.
So Moat. Night has come. You guys have made it a little bit past Salt Bowl over dinner. It's about 10 o'clock. And you are starting to get a little bit tired. You've spent the entire day sailing the ship. You're pretty sure that if you go to bed, it's going to just continue sailing in a straight line. How would you like to proceed?
So, me and Flick had kind of done this in the chat earlier, but I go find Flick somewhere on the ship.
Okay.
And I just wake him up and hand the reins over to him, basically.
Okay, cool. You guys are just taking shifts with it then?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, perfect. As long as you guys have figured out a sleep schedule that works between the two of you, that's totally cool.
Are we doing a watch still?
That's up to you
I
guys.
would like to take a watch.
All right.
You should.
I want to take a watch with Nordo.
Okay, I'll watch with Ace.
I
Also,
kind of like to watch with.
'Cause they
I'll
have
get up
what
early
you
and take a
wanna
last watch with Flick.
But aren't you like sailing when Flick is sailing? Oh, when Flick isn't.
I'm gonna sleep for a long rest and then get up and, you know.
You know.
Like a 7-hour long rest.
Yeah, like Flick went to bed early and then got up whenever Moat woke him up, and now Moat's gonna sleep for the rest of it.
It'll work out, trust me.
Gale is deeply offended that he wasn't asked to drive the boat as the first mate.
We discussed this and discussed that you're a little too short to see over the top of it, so you'd have to make a magic footstool first.
That's deeply insulting. I have Toto.
Is he
What
your
do you-
magic footstool?
He is. He also walks himself, so I don't even have to carry him. Why else do you think I made him? Just so that I can reach the high shelves.
All right. Yeah, Ace.
So normally Ace does the news, but he's so enthralled. He has 3 different things of paper out. He's taking turns drawing between all of them, writing between all of them. He has the deck of cards from Joker all strewn out. He's taking notes and he's drawing lines and looks like he's trying to connect stuff, but it's written in his jumbled thing. He has so he ended up overlooking it. But if anyone's paying attention to him, he also has a map of the Underdark and written under it. He's taking notes and stuff, and you can. If anyone walks by, it's all just written in common for that one. But he, it looks like he drew out. If you guys look at the map, it looks like to the southwest of Salt Bowl, there is where the arrow is pointing. There looks like there's a little air pocket. He wrote down air cage there, and he just is going between 3 different documents completely. Just forgets about the news.
What rest are you on, Ace? Or sorry, which watch are you taking? If you're taking a watch.
Whichever one Nordo does take. I do discuss this with them before. Maybe the first watch, I guess.
I said I take just the first one after dinner, and then I take a watch and then go to bed.
All right.
But while I'm taking the watch, I'm going to be talking to Nordo.
Okay, sure. Go for it real quick if you got a thing.
Yeah. So Nordo, I have a question. I don't mean to pry, but this is for Nomad's sake. Clearly, this discussion between slavery versus thrall, he is having a hard time understand. So I've been trying to write out maybe the differences and the similarities between the two to better help him understand it. So I guess I'm having a hard time writing out and describing slavery and how it affects people. I'm not going to pry into your life, but perhaps help me write something that may help him understand. Do you understand?
So as you walk up and start saying all that, Nordo puts away his sketchbook, where you probably notice he was sketching appropriately sketching a drawing of the Sundowner Rex, and the ship itself is very hastily drawn, and above it is the balloon, and there's a picture of the elemental, and it's wearing chains around its ankles, and it does not look very happy. And he closes up the book, and he says, "Well, little orc, it's I don't know if I quite know how to answer you. I mean, if you have any questions specifically, I'd be happy to answer."
Yes. How does one feel as a slave? Obviously, they don't have the freedom, but they understand they don't have their freedom. Opposed to a thrall, or a thrall may not understand that it doesn't have freedom because it's a thrall, but it still doesn't have its freedom. Also, this is all in Orcish.
Of course. I'm not sure I know this word thrall, so I'm not sure how I know how to answer the difference. Could you describe what thrall is?
To the best of my understanding, it's your mind's taken over, and you are a puppet. I guess I don't understand if they know that they are a thrall or not, but it seems to the external world that they just obey without a question.
Nordo takes 2 good long drags on his tobacco pipe to start with while he's thinking about this question. And he says, "This is a bit of a story. Little orc, you got a minute?"
All the time in the world.
Do you need your frame or anything?
Not at all. Unless it makes you feel more comfortable.
No, that's fine. I grew up on a little island. It was called Melnoa. Tropical place. It's just turtles, just a couple hundred of us. It was me and my pa and my sister Leah, and we didn't have much. We just kind of lived off the land, fished, and took care of one another. When I was 8 years old, our island was raided by there were ships that had an emblem on it that I didn't know at the time, but now I know is the Salvaged Savage Labor Company, slaving company. They killed my father, who was trying to protect me and my sister, and they took us as slaves. And they took us to another island called Tremis. And there, me and my sister were split up. She was sent off to do I don't know what, and I was sent on a caravan further inland, presumably just for what they thought I would sell for. And that was the last time I ever saw her. And I was with that caravan for couple weeks before it was attacked by an orc warband, the Crimson Hand. And Nordic sort of pulls up his like leg skirt thing and shows you the tattoo that you've probably already noticed before of the big red hand. They attacked the caravan and killed most of the slavers and most of the slaves, just kept a few alive because they looked like they might be useful. And I was one of them. I was big and strong, and they could tell, even as young as I was. So they brought me in and made me one of their own. Taught me how to speak Orcish, taught me how to fight. And I spent the next 5 years with them. And thinking back on it now, I guess I wasn't really a slave anymore, but a thrall, I don't know, maybe that's the right word. I did what they said. I cooked their meals. I fought their fights. I healed their wounded. Did whatever they needed me to do. And if you're asking me if there's a difference between that and being mindless and doing whatever you're told to do, I'm not sure I really know. I mean, you told me once that I was honorable. And Nordo, like, takes the like, axe off of his hip and just kind of holds it in his lap. Last time I used this axe, it was with the Crimson Hand. We were raiding a little mining village, just to take their steel, take slaves if we could, take whatever we could to get by. And I used this axe to kill one of the town guard. He was just a boy, 15, 16, 17, I don't know. Just a kid protecting his home from savage outside monsters. And I cut him down because he was going to cut me down if I didn't. And I'd like to say that I was forced to do the things that I did, or it wasn't me. The truth is that I enjoyed it. I liked killing. I was good at it. It made me feel like I was in control for the first time in as long as I could remember. So no, I'm not honorable. I'm one of the monsters. And I don't know if I was a thrall or a slave, or if I would have done it if I was mindless, or if it was me that was in my own mind, but this axe cut that boy down just the same, and he's gone whether I was a slave or not. Sorry, I don't really know if that's what you were looking for, but
Ace like reaches out, like kind of like indicating that he kind of wants to look at your axe.
Nordor hands it to you. It's big, like jagged, very clearly orcish in make. It has the same like red hand on the blade itself, like war painted onto the blade. Just a big, gnarly, jagged, orcish looking thing.
He like looks over it for a few seconds. You can tell he's like clearly like thinking. From what I gather, there are many types of slaves, many types of slavery. They're physically chained up, sometimes mentally. This may not be much coming from me. I'm not saying that I have a perfect past myself, but not always does everything in one's past determine who they are. Just because you've done things you're not proud of doesn't necessarily mean you can't be honorable now. I've done things I'm not proud of. I have thoughts that I'm not proud of. You said that you felt in control when you found that town guard. To be perfectly honest, there are many people I would relish wiping off the face of this planet. Whether that makes me good or bad, I don't know. He hands you back the axe, but the actions that you do, the people you care for, they can mean a lot. I was a completely different person when I met Nomad. I was taken in by orcs myself. Kind of killed who I wanted. But he kind of showed me there was more to that than that. I saw him and realized that I couldn't always be that because I didn't want him to be that. He kind of like stares off a little bit, gets kind of quiet.
Yeah, Nordo doesn't say much for a bit. Just keeps smoking his tobacco pipe, but after a bit, he just says, well, I hope you're right, little orc. I'd like to think that I can do better now than I did back then. Do better things and maybe make up for some of those mistakes, but in the end, all of that was the same person I am now. Nothing's really changed, just the circumstances.
My father once, he had a saying that he would say, you can't get up if you don't fall down. You can't be a good person if you've never seen what being a bad person is. Not truly.
Respectfully, I think your father's full of shit.
Perhaps, but it's what's kept me going.
Fair enough, little orc. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. That was uncalled for. Just
Nah, Chelsea's pretty full of shit most of the time. Also, you realize that he like said father and then said an orcish name.
yeah, Nordo's too like selfishly absorbed in his own thoughts at the moment to think much of it.
Off in the distance, there's a flock of birds that kind of does a pass, circles around once or twice, thinks about making a move, but you guys are able to sort of shoo them off. Ace fires once or twice, picks off one or two of them. They kind of fuck off, go on their way.
Sorry to be such a downer. I wasn't trying to pull out things from you that you didn't want to think about.
No, it's all right. I honestly felt kind of good to talk about it. I've never told anyone that besides Moat, and never really trusted anyone enough to talk about it, but we've all fought and bled together, and you in particular seem to have some kinship with me, or maybe that's just the language, I don't know.
I may not be the best listener, but I'll listen if you need anything. I'm definitely not very good at giving you the advice part.
Not to worry, I'm not either. As far as your question, I don't know if there's much of a difference between a thrall and a slave, or a free man for that matter. We all just do what we can with what we're given.
Perhaps that's the best comparison then, at least for Nomad. Especially if we're talking about Sundowner Rex. Is there really a difference?
Either way, I think that creature deserves to be free, so I think we should get him out of there just as soon as we can, once we find another way to power this ship.
Also, was that your baby or was that a bird in the distance? Okay.
Baby monitor.
That was
I
a
sure
baby.
for a second. Thought it was like an eagle, and I'm like, okay, I guess we're getting attacked now.
At this
Ah,
point,
It's
your
a baby
first
monitor.
exorcism.
it's coming up on a couple hours. You know, your watch is almost over. Time to grab whoever's on second.
Yep. And also on that note, it's a baby monitor, so I'll be right back.
All right, no problem.
Okay.
All right.
The rest of the evening goes uneventfully, but I do need... I actually don't need anything for this one. I can just do it. Perfect.
Oh
Ace, after your conversation and you go back to sleep, Your sleep at first is very sound. It's been a long day, but then as you drift away into dreams, it's almost like one of those dreams where you're working the whole night and you wake up in the morning and it feels like you just got off a shift at work and you're coming back to work. Because your dream is just filled with maps and images and red lines and drawings and strokes of ink here and rustling wind that blows papers around and you have to redraw and glowing blue lines that don't add up, but then you reposition them and they do. But then all of these images kind of start to blur together into this dull, kind of yellowish brown haze. And it starts very, very blurry, but then you can see that there is kind of like a crimson mark through the haze. And you focus, and you focus, and you focus. And it feels like it takes 10, 20 minutes of just nothing, just sitting and watching and waiting and staring through this haze, trying to make sense of the shapes that are slowly coming into view. And you begin to make out details that look kind of like a map, but there's a location, it seems marked. You wait and you stare, you're not able to pull your attention away. Until eventually, almost all at once, like one of the optometrists flicks to the next one and it looks much better. You see writing on a map, seems to be paper, very clear, plain as day. And then you startle awake. It's still dark. It's probably 3, 4 in the morning. Everyone else is still asleep. Eventually, you make your way back to bed, and no other visions haunt you. You get your full rest in.
When I wake up, I instantly just try to completely copy what I just saw.
Yeah, easy enough. You're familiar enough with the area that the shapes look right, the location looks right. There is also Gale. Very briefly, but you remember it clearly in the morning, there's just this very short moment where you hear a woman's voice that has this kind of soft rumbling purr underneath it. And it just pops in out of nowhere. It asks, "And what change will you bring, I wonder? I'll be watching." And then nothing else. And you remember it in the morning when you wake up.
Oh, God, I immediately check to make sure that my gold is okay.
My God!
Yeah, it's still there. Totally fine. Everything's right where you left it.
I've probably been sleeping with it, so I'm like curled up around it, like around this golden arm.
Yeah. One of your arms is like kind of asleep. It's got pins and needles. It's kind of doing that weird, awkward thing where you spoon for too long and half your body goes to bed. Except this thing weighs like 400 pounds. But aside from all of that, the night does go smoothly. You guys make a short rest, and as you do, it is about the time that the sun breaks in the morning that you look out. You look down a few hundred feet, and you spot the ocean in the distance, and it is dotted with buildings. And against all of the brown and sand and red plateaus that have been just kind of spotting this otherwise flat white salt flats, there's a sudden, just a burst of greens, and they're gray, they're faded, they're not strong, they're not vibrant. Most of you have seen greens much greener than this, but against the stark background that you've been dealing with for the past week and a half, it's kind of a refreshing sight, and you find yourselves rapidly approaching Thorngrove.
Everyone does get 1 extra hit point for every hit die they spend.
And an extra d6 if Yule helps with dinner or breakfast.
I
I'm
hate
still
this.
I'm max health.
I'm 3 away from max health, so I don't want to waste a hit die on 3 health.
Well,
Yeah,
anyone get
getting
rage when I'm in?
We're going to be reaching a long rest, like in a while.
I know, but I've already used 2 of them. I want to keep the other
Yeah.
2.
We only regain half of them, after all.
So, are we eating breakfast then?
Presumably you guys are able to set up and make breakfast.
So Ace is like eating breakfast, and he has like all these papers pulled out, and he just looks really annoyed.
Is something bothering you?
Yes, but it's fine.
Are you certain?
Yay,
Mostly.
family dinner. Do you wish to talk about it?
He like throws his head back and just does like a really like a big sigh. Are also I'm assuming we're talking telepathically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stupid fucking visions. I'm pretty sure that I'm supposed to like go back fucking home. I don't want to go fucking there. I'll put it off until I have to.
Someone send you a dream.
A map or some shit. Maybe I was looking at maps too much, but honestly, the past few days, it's probably a stupid vision from the stupid fucking gods or something. I should have just stole some of that gold too. It's fine.
Right? If you stole some of the gold, at least you would have a reason to be getting divine um intervention in your dreams.
You know well enough that I have plenty of reason.
Yes. Perhaps we'll put that on the end of the trip. Do you wish to go back?
Not for this. If I go back, it's not going to be pretty for anyone involved.
As Nordo and Yule are kind of waking up early in the morning to get breakfast ready, Flick and Moat, you guys were on the last watch together. That got skipped over. I missed it in chat there. But if you want to do anything, you guys have a little time before breakfast is ready.
Sorry, I whispered you, but I don't need to do anything. Ignore all of that.
Oh shit, yep, just saw it. Okay, perfect. Alright.
I'm fine too.
It's not a big deal, but at some point during the night, would Vasu have had the time to cast Find Familiar? 'Cause I think that's like an hour.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's only 10 minutes.
It's an hour, but you can cast a ritual for an hour and 10 minutes.
Oh, just kidding. Then yeah,
Gotcha.
find an hour to do it.
Cool.
Easy peasy. Sometime in the
It's
morning.
my watch.
Vasu comes down to breakfast with this teeny tiny little owl perched on his shoulder.
Where'd you find that, Vasudeva?
He's adorable.
Oh, he's an old friend of mine.
An old friend.
Yeah, he's been trying to catch up with us, but it took him just a long time. His wings are a little smaller than mine. He's real slow. Ain't that right, Shu? I'm gonna pat this little owl.
His name is Shu.
Yeah.
Then look down like you do not even wear a shoe.
No, not that kind of Shu.
Oh, we have a kobold named Idiot. Now he's not Idiot. Is his name not that kind of shoe?
No, it's just Shu,
So it is Shu.
but it's spelled different.
Nomad,
Oh.
different languages.
Right. What does it mean?
I don't
Shu.
know.
What does any name mean? Names don't have to have meaning.
I mean, mine has a meaning.
Yes, because I decided to have a meaning.
Did he decide to give Shu a meaning?
Ask him.
Vasu, did you give Shu a meaning?
Nah.
I also like to say that like Nomad or Vasu probably didn't hear any of the conversation except for what does his name mean? Did you give him a meaning?
And then telepathically to Shu, Shu, you have no meaning.
Wow, that's so harsh.
That's what I heard. Does Shu respond?
Yeah, you hear back in this shrill little owl voice. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to? I'll come over there, I'll claw your goddamn tentacles off. You know who I am?
You
I like to
are
imagine
Shu.
he's like perching his wings up like trying to make it look bigger.
Yeah, he like puffs all his feathers out. His little ear tufts stand up. He's trying to make himself look real big.
By lol, you are a smaller Vasu. Is that why your name is Shu? Vashu?
You ever listen to yourself talk, buddy? That doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Does it not?
Nah, not really.
I telepathically connect to Vasu. Shu is charming. He's like a very small version of you.
Oh, right. Isn't he great? Oh, I love that little guy.
Well, I hope Shu likes crab, because we're eating crab until it spoils.
How long till it spoils?
God, has it spoiled yet? I don't think I
Are
can
you-
eat any more crab.
You don't have to eat that much.
You all should be thankful. We can eat crab every day, and it's going to taste terrible to you just like everything else tastes terrible to you.
We're not even going to waste good food.
Only person with any business complaining is Vasudeva, and Vasu, I did make you your own special vegetarian option.
Ooh, look, he got fancy food.
It's potatoes and peppers. I hope you like the spice.
Oh, that's wonderful. You're such a nice guy. Here you go, Shu. I'm gonna pass Shu a pepper.
Do crabs have brains?
Crabs do have brains, and they do feel pain.
Cool. That's enough for me, right?
No, but you are starting to get a little hungry.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
what
like
day
four
is it?
dead kobolds on the boat.
Today is Friday morning.
Right. It's Friday morning. So 2 more days? Was it?
Yeah,
Starting to get peckish.
yeah. You
Yeah.
ate. You ate pretty much first thing on Sunday morning, so it's been like, it's been like 5 or 6
Yeah.
days.
I'm not allowed to eat the junk food anymore. Can I have some crab brains?
For the record, you're allowed to eat brains whenever you want.
Just as a snack.
Just only get one vision a week, basically.
I know. Yeah,
I
sure.
said this is side special for you, and he pulls out the enormous brain of this 450-pound crab.
It's
Oh,
probably
right.
still small
I was
because
gonna
it's a
say
crab.
it's probably still only about the size of like a softball.
Well, yeah, but
That's
enormous
huge.
for a crab brain.
Right? Look at that.
I don't even know if I would say it's that big. I'd still say like walnut size. They're not very intelligent.
And I have to look at the picture of a crab's brain.
Now, for a nomad, crab brain is a delicacy, and this is the biggest one I've ever seen.
Wow, the crab's brain doesn't even really look like a brain.
It's just kind of mush. I don't like it. It's
yeah,
gross.
I think it's already mush. So that's healthy.
I'm not comfortable with that. I don't even want to think
This is
about
gross. Yeah, we should
I-
all look this up together.
that.
Well, thank you for breakfast, Mr. Nordo.
Ew.
This is
great.
delicious.
Is the ship moving still, or is it like parked?
Unless Moat has, you guys are like pulling directly above now, so it's kind of up to you what you want to do with it.
Are we at the town?
You guys are directly above the town, about 450 feet in the air.
It kind of looks like stuffing and or cat vomit.
Put together. I mean,
I
I'll
really
still
don't want to look this up.
I'm glad that I didn't.
I mean, people do eat those. Just
So Ace like gets up after eating and leaves all of his papers still strewn out and just like goes up deck. He's just like clearly just in a bad mood.
yeah.
He like has his bow in hand.
He might go shoot. I'm gonna go like stack his papers nice and neat. Make sure the wet ink doesn't touch each other. Put paperweights on them. And I'm gonna follow him and just sort of be a presence. Wouldn't say like a comforting presence, just a presence.
Just a looming sense of dread.
I head up to pilot the ship.
Yay!
After breakfast, I go and I break into my stash.
It's still there.
So after I see Moat on deck, I'm like, "Hey Moat, can we like take a detour? I want to go kill something."
Do you have something specific in mind? I mean, we're kind of where we need to be.
I'll be fine, I guess. he
I mean,
just
I
like
can-
goes and just like,
I can find you something to kill if you need something to kill.
Let us look at the bandit board. They have bandit boards here, right?
Yeah, there's a bunch of dots back in Salt Bowl. It's almost like 5 gangs worth.
I mean, right here, I'm certain they have crime.
yeah, but also I don't know if I can get in the mood of being Reginald. So I don't know how good of our disguise will be.
We have magic that does that.
You
Just
feeling
very
all
well.
right?
I want to kill something.
Well, I heard that part, but you feeling all right?
I will after I do that.
He does sometimes need to kill things.
Preferably not someone, because I'm trying to. That's just mean. Just something, maybe a hunting thing or something.
Ooh, we can hunt albatrosses. They are very big birds.
That sounds like a horrible idea. They will pick me up and drop me to my death.
See, back in my hometown, we had this kid who always wanted to kill things, and they sent him to therapy, and he didn't come back.
Are you even on deck?
Probably, yeah.
Whew. Thank God somebody is from a civilized place.
What?
He shoots you. He shoots you a really dirty look.
I
If
thought
you
you
want-
shot him. Yeah, I thought it was just gonna end it. I just shot him.
If you
I
want,
mean, I
once we're
would-
down there, I can use my mercenary ties and find us a nice, clean, just hunting bounty, and we'll just go kill stuff.
If we have time, if not, it's fine.
Please take care of him. I cannot go down there right now because I just realized I don't have this guy's self. Oh, we
I've
just
got
woke
'em.
up. Can I prepare it? I guess.
Yeah, you guys just woke up. You can prepare it if you want.
Why are you screaming about McDonald's?
I don't know.
McDonald's.
It's kind of like when you're pulling into the driveway and the kids are like, I want to go somewhere else.
Gotcha. I thought you were saying that it was here, and I'm like, McDonald's?
We already had the bad fast food.
So as a wait for a couple minutes, are we like landing right now? What's going on?
Yeah, we're gonna get a McMurder.
You guys are currently hovering over the city. Let me know if you'd like to do something.
Anyone ever been here before? Where do we go for airship
Yeah, has anyone been here before?
supplies?
Flick and nobody else. Give me a luck check.
Can I do it anyways, just for my own wanting to?
Sure.
But like for nothing?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a luck check.
Luck check's a D20, right?
Yeah, just a flat d20.
Can I remember if someone has been here in my memory? Woo! Look at that quartermaster flick.
Ooh, the only one that mattered.
All right, Ace, you still have not ever been here. You were sailing over here when you got thrown. Well, when you threw yourselves overboard. Like this was your destination.
Oh, we were head-
Technically, I'm pretty sure that Nomad picked me up and jumped overboard.
Yeah,
True.
I'm sorry.
But
I didn't realize
So
I
that would be
everyone.
thrown, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, you have been nearby. You washed up ashore, presumably somewhere around here. Flick, you have definitely been here, and you're also actually quite familiar with it, which is great, because there are some things that you're going to want to know going in here. First of all, for a lot of travelers, this is kind of like the first step into Ajabiata, and it is almost always an unwelcome step. If you're not a gnoll, a goblin, or an orc, or something like that, like a centaur or a bugbear or something, the only reason that people will not literally attack you on sight is because the druids here are like, hey, please don't attack people on sight here. Violence is kind of bad for the earth. This site was built around a druid grove. It's very, very old. It's the city's namesake. And they have started to form basically this tentative cooperation where the druids keep all the plants alive so that they don't all starve to death. And in exchange, all of the centaurs and gnolls and minotaurs and stuff don't kill visitors that show up. You would know that because they can't just kill everyone on sight, what actually happens is the guards demand bribes from everyone who passes through that doesn't look like they're from around here. If you guys try to board, you are confident that the guards are going to demand an egregious amount of money from you. Something in the order of, 10 to 20 gold to dock. And then you wouldn't be surprised if you just randomly get stopped a few times throughout the town by the guards that say, hey, you're jaywalking, or they'll make up some other crime and demand another, anywhere from 1 to 5 gold. Or they're going to make something up, give you an infraction, haul you off to jail, and keep you there for a few days. Or until you pay the bribe. In other words, as an outsider, you're going to need to grease a lot of palms to get around in this city.
Does he convey that to us?
That's up to him.
No, I keep this all secret until we get there. Yes.
What were the races that you said?
So the guards here are really racist shitheads. They're going to be wanting gold from us right and left. They're probably going to want us to pay to dock here. And then they're going to make shit up as we go through town and try to get more money out of us. It's not the greatest place. They have an agreement with the druids, so maybe we could go talk to them and maybe they could get us like a get out of jail free card or something.
With your nat 20 on the luck check, you would also know that the two main reasons that people come to this town, first is trade. trade and travel and transport. It's kind of like the center point between the outside world and Ajabiata. And the second reason they come here is because the druids offer long-distance transportation through magic. With a nat 20, you would probably know specifically it is transport via plants, and they do it here because they apparently have some plant that is big enough to fit entire carts and caravans through, which is extremely rare. Normally, TVP, you can just get a person through, and they have some sort of setup where for a hefty fee, a donation to the druids, they will transport you and your entire wagon with everything in it.
If we're just here for ship repairs, it doesn't even sound like we're going to get that here.
Yes, I don't want to retcon too hard, but if Flick has always known this information, then maybe we would have never come here in the first place? Question mark?
Certainly possible.
I'm tempted to agree, but at the same time, the druids are magic, and magic means that they might be able to give us a cloaking spell.
Druids
Vasu would
also might know about our wind friend up there.
They
I know
might
the
be
druids sometimes
offended
deal with
by our
elementals.
wind friend.
What species did you say were considered to be okay here?
Basically just like Salt Bowl, the orcs, isn't it orcs? Yeah, orcs, goblins, gnolls, centaurs.
Yeah, let me run through the party real
Minotaur.
quick.
If there is one of those in the group, would they still give the group a hard time?
Yeah, let me run through the group real quick. Kinku, totally fine. Tabaxi, okay if you don't look like an outsider. Flick, you're kind of a vagabond. You're a little bit of a rapscallion. You might pass. Gale, rarely seen, but he's seen as an insider, not an outsider, so he'd probably be fine. Moat would have trouble. Moat would immediately stand out as an outsider, even with the horns. Nomad looks like a monster. They'd want to kill him on sight. Nordo looks like an outsider. They'd be unfriendly. Yule, they would... There are rat folk here, but Yule does not look like a rat folk from Thorngrove. She looks like she's a rat folk from suburbia. And Vasu would be extremely out of place. They would not like him at all.
What? Who would like Vasu?
You said
We're
Kinku
so easy
a
to get
regular,
along with.
Yeah, Kinku pretty common.
but
yeah.
would I be seen as a weird Kinku? They just be like, that's just a Kinku and he's weird.
You're a very weird Kinku. They would definitely see you as a weird Kinku.
Like enough to be like, wow, let's charge him money?
Depends on how well you pull it off. That would be like a performance check, really.
You want me to perform being a Kinku?
Perform acting like a normal Ajabiatan Kinku, yeah.
Well, that just means mimic people. You're very good at that.
If he's making me make a performance check, my charisma is crap. My charisma, I have a -2 to charisma.
Yeah, you do get. I think your racial gives you advantage on performance checks because you're so good at mimicry, but you know. Vazu, a little both. Mostly the bird part, but a little bit the tiger part.
So just to be clear on making sure we have some kind of direction in this, we don't land and just start wandering around and handing out money. What do we come here for? We wanted to get the engines on our ship fixed, right? That's the idea, so that it can keep that elemental harnessed. And Vasudeva, you said you had some sort of business in this town as well.
Yeah. I'm after some people that I just want to talk to. They took something from,
okay.
They took something from my order back in Eisenloch, right? And I heard they was going somewhere with it on this big old wagon. And now that I've heard about this big old plant that's, people are stuffing fucking wagons through, I think I might want to go ask around there, because I kind of need that back.
Right. What did they take from you?
Okay, they took, these still stones? Voss is gonna point to, the 3 that he's wearing.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, okay, back where I'm from, they kind of grow there in these big old caves. Way bigger than any of these kind, like floor to ceiling sometimes, seriously. And normally it's a real big deal and kind of goddamn near impossible to move anything, bigger than my fist without blowing some shit up. But a little while back, one of those real big ones went missing, and we kind of want to know how and where. So that's what I'm here for.
Understood.
All right, so we're here to investigate what may have happened to your order's giant stillstone, and to make some repairs to our ship, make sure that it's airworthy for a journey to our next destination, which, unless I'm mistaken, is still the rib of the world, or maybe Bastion on the way. I just want to make sure we have some clear direction for meta this next session of Dungeons and Dragons, but also in character, so that we know where we're going and we don't spend more time in this city than we need to if we're going to be getting extorted the whole time we wander around.
Right.
I agree.
Shouldn't
I
it
think that Rib of
maybe
the World is our best option.
should maybe the more like outsidery of us stay with the ship and help with repairs, so we're not just walking around this city and the rest of you go look for what you need?
I think that seems like a
Sounds-
fine idea. Maybe you and me and I don't know, a couple of others can stay with the ship, and people who maybe Flick, since he knows this town, he might be able to at least find his way around in the less or the more savory parts, and
Right.
Vasu, since he has business here.
I wish I could help more, but it would not be safe for me to walk around even in disguise, especially if there are people here who are adept at magic.
Flick would know that this place is only slightly more magically adept than Salt Bowl, but it is, they have magic here.
Was
They have
it-
some.
Was it elf city levels of magic?
No, it is definitely not Elf City levels of magic.
Okay.
You get the feeling that if your disguise is good and your performance is good, you might pass here.
What if it's literally I walk around with a hood that turns my face into an orc and I just walk like a normal person?
Yeah. Unless anyone, you're very tall and you look obviously magical, so you're going to draw a couple of looks, but you at least won't look like a mind flayer. People will be like, oh,
Right.
who's that guy? I've never seen him around.
Yeah, it's a tall, skinny orc. Never seen a twink before? God.
Notably, and I think this is in the magic item,
Orc.
I could be wrong, but I think the illusion that is made by your hood is, very obviously magical. I don't think it's, seeming levels of disguise. I could be wrong. I'll double check the item.
No, because that was the point of it. It was according to this at least, the magical part was the cloak billows, even without wind. That was the obviously magic part. The face looks obviously magic if I make it into stars and moons and stuff, or a landscape. But it can also just look like a regular face or mask.
Okay. I'll take a look at that between sessions, but for now, we'll say that that's okay. Or it can at least make something that is face-like enough to pass. It's going to be obviously magical, though.
Yeah, obviously magical face.
Alright, so what is the plan? Or let's jump through here. Ace, yeah, what's up?
Just a quick question. Looking at the map of the Underdark, and there is clearly a symbol near Thorngrove. That's not on the city. That's off to the west, though, right?
Looks like it to you, yeah.
So I'm assuming the X is supposed to be where Thorngrove is at. I just don't have the big map to look at.
There it is.
Yeah, I'll let you compare that real quick.
Okay, so this is the city,
Yeah, that's the city.
not this.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, cool.
Alright, jumping over to Flick.
I forget exactly what I was going to ask. I think it was if I'm super familiar with the city, would I know of any places that could do repairs on the ship? You said it wasn't that magically inclined, so if there was magic, I might know where.
Yeah, so they're not super magically inclined, but they do a lot of travel and trade. So, if you're going to find anyone here that knows magic, it's probably going to be people that know how to fix airships. You would be able to kind of shop around, look around probably by the docks to find a repair shop, or a boatswain or something like that, and see if he could get you fixed up.
So have minimal interaction with the guards if we're near the.
Yeah, you might not
Docks,
even have
probably.
to leave the docks.
Excellent.
And then
Yeah.
Vazu.
Vasu is just going to kind of very reluctantly and humbly suggest that he might have caused enough trouble in the last city we went to, so he'll volunteer to stay up in the ship, especially since his kind might draw some unwanted attention. But he'll also he'll kind of fill in whoever's going down there with whatever description you gave me about the wagon he's looking for. And then I'm also probably going to try to like do some aerial scouting myself.
Sure.
With the help of Shu, and like unless Vasu would know, or
Flick.
or Flick would explain. But like aerial guards too, or anti-aerial guards, or anything like that.
Fleek would know that, like, the guards have longbows. They are trained to look up from time to time. There are lots of flying creatures, and several of them are very dangerous.
Another small point of order. I don't want to be too paranoid here, but little dragon, your adversaries had warrants and bounties out for you in Salt Bowl. I don't know if we have too good of a reason to assume that they don't have the same thing in this town. I don't know how wide their reach might be, but this town is on their map.
If we're not too sure, I could just go down by myself. I've been here before by myself, so not that difficult. I could just see if I can find a repairman, get this ship taken care of, and then we can get out of here. It's not the
That may be for the
greatest place
best.
to stick around.
Yeah, it seems like we don't have much to gain in this town if we can just get the airship patched up and take a quick look for Vasadiva's little errand.
Do you know where to get lead powder?
We should get some lead powder if they have any, and more importantly, some food, because now that, our bursuitos are off limits.
Porto did buy like 2 weeks,
Yeah.
I think, worth of travel rations, or maybe even a full month worth of travel rations last when we were in Salt Bowl.
Yeah, and it's the pretty good stuff, too. Like, you guys are set on food for at least 2 or 3 more weeks. Not even counting the crab that you still have for another couple days.
Couple of days of crap.
Yeah.
Do you want me to try to sell some of that crab? I mean, I don't think
It's
we're
not
going to
the
go through
worst
all of
idea,
it.
Actually, I could send you down there with a couple 100 pounds of crab to try to sell.
Couple 100. I don't think Flick can carry a couple 100. What does 7 strength let me carry?
We have a cart.
You can take Toto with you too. He'll carry some.
We also have a wagon that we could just lower.
Crab right here on the docks. I mean, I know I'm a bit of an outsider, but it's not like I'm a human. I've got
I feel like the
orcish background.
guards might try to, make you pay taxes or something like that. But if you want to try, you're welcome to.
It's just a thought. I mean, even if we end up not getting what it's worth, some half-price crab is better than spoiled crab.
True. If you could open a stand, that would be great. Sell cooked crab.
It's true. Irrespective of my race, no one can resist my delicious cooking unless they've had new society standards.
It's true.
Alright, so what's the plan? Who's going down and what are you doing?
I'm going down for sure. Depends on who else is going down. What I'm.
Toto will go down with Flick. And
I
keep
will go
watch
down and
and,
attempt to sell crab on the docks.
Good luck.
Alright.
Thanks.
Ace,
Should I go with you or should I stay in the ship?
I feel like Ace should go with Nordo.
That's not a bad idea.
Alright.
Vasu's gonna kind of just fly overhead the city and do his best to look like just a big bird, like a big unassuming bird.
Sure.
I'm gonna stay
A big
within...
6 foot unassuming bird.
Yeah.
Hey, actually, Vasu, quick thing before you fly off. Remember all that? I pull up the Underdark map that I drew. Like, do you see this here? And I point to this symbol I found that's like to the west. I don't know. I'm not the best at reading maps. How far west of the city does this look?
Oh, I don't fucking know.
You have
probably-
proficiency in
I probably
cartographer's
do.
tools. You would be able to tell that is
I don't
probably about 40.
I don't actually have like proficiency in that. It's just kind of like a background thing.
Oh.
But I'm really good at making maps of places that I've been to.
Oh, right,
So, like,
that's the one.
He was
I feel like
moting
we-
us.
I
He was
feel like
moting us the entire
It
time.
was. I got moted hard.
I feel like
Hold
if
it.
you can, I feel like if you can make a map, you understand enough to know
Yeah,
like
like
relative
Okay,
distance.
give me an
let me
int check, Vasu.
let me read you the full description of this background feature real quick, and you can be the judge of it. Five E tool load real quick. Hang on, just a second.
In the meantime, let's get some checks out. Let me get a cooking tools check from Nordo, as well as a persuasion or deception check from Ace, depending on how you want to sell this food.
So are you cut off?
You cut off there.
Shit, sorry. Okay, let me get a cooking tools from Nordo.
Oh no, he's
I heard the cooking tools is yours after that.
And then persuasion from Ace to sell this food.
Can I just give him like advantage on persuasion as I'm just like being like a mimic board for him? I'm not very pleased about it.
Sure, I need one of the other of you to give me persuasion to sell the food.
I'm sure that he's more persuasive than I am.
Mine's +0. Is yours?
Mine's -2.
I'll do it.
Delightful.
Not bad, though. For what it's worth, with my persuading, I am literally just waiting for orcs specifically to walk by and shouting at them in Orcish to come get this crab.
Okay.
And I'm just doing my best newsboy, but like, come get your fresh crab here.
And like
Come get your fresh cooked crab here.
All right.
if a non-orc seems interested, it's not going to stop them, but I kind of posture as if I'm only going to sell to orcs. Like I try to make it seem exclusive.
Sure, okay. And
Scarcity.
this is what, like 300 pounds of crab?
I mean, if I can just eyeball however much crab we are not going to be able to eat before it goes bad.
Sure. All right. We're going to call that like 250 pounds of crab divided by 2 for a day. That's about 114 meals.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you can sell 114 meals over like a lunch hour rush. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You're selling them pretty well. 18 is good. We'll call it. Yeah, 114.
125 gold. Yay! No.
Could be an expensive meal.
It's $80 a meal.
So by the end of it, you're able to get about 12 gold and 8 silver. However, about 2/3 of the way through your working day, a pair of minotaurs in heavy armor kind of stroll their way up and down the up and down the dock, and they kind of look the two of you over, and one's like, "You from around here?"
What language?
Common.
Hey, mister, you want to buy some fresh cooked crab? It's fresh.
You got a license to be selling on the docks?
Of course I do. It's right over here. Let me grab it for you. And I like hide behind the fucking booth that he's at, and I just like scribble down just a bullshit license. Yeah, I got it right here.
Well, that's funny. We don't make licenses to sell on the docks.
Well, someone sold me one, so that's what I got right here.
Tell you what, why don't you produce a license to sell that crab on the docks, and we'll be on our way.
Here you are, friends. Here you are. And I hand them each a nice big plate of hot steaming crab, all spiced, and it's in like a nice like etouffee. And I hand them each a gold piece to go with it.
That's a pretty good license. Carry on.
Much obliged, gentlemen.
Alright, by the end of the day, when all is said and done, and you get back to the ship, you come out with 10.8 gold.
It's not bad.
Ace 5 gold and 4 copper. I'm gonna keep the rest for myself.
You bribed him with a delicious meal and $180. It's pretty decent.
Yeah.
Let's see. Flick. First thing you're doing is looking for like an airship repair spot. Go ahead and give me.
Before Flick leaves,
Sure.
I do give him that coin as well.
Okay, perfect.
Do you tell me why you give me this coin?
It's in case of emergencies. Please bring it back, even if you use it. I know that would be difficult for the situation I'm giving it to you for, but
Okay.
it was kind of expensive. Just if you're in a tight spot and you're like being chased or something, just like throw the coin and say, like make sure to cover up the coin so I don't accidentally activate it, and I'll tell him the command word.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. I'll try not to need it, but
All right, before Flick takes off, what's up, Moat?
Same thing basically. I give him the ring that controls the ship before he goes as well, just in case he needs it as like proof or anything.
Okay, sounds good.
Also, before you leave, and then give him a hug. Okay, that's it.
okay. Thanks.
All right.
Tentacles
think-
just wrap around your neck.
In
Can I
case we
get one
don't
too?
see you. Yeah, in case we don't see you again. I give you a hug as well.
Oh, thanks.
There
Hey,
you
can Shu have one too?
You can get one. I'll try to tentacle hug him because it's too big.
All right, let me get a perception check from Vasu and a perception or investigation check from Flick, and you can use your charisma for it if you're like talking to people to find out where a shop is.
Can Shu also roll a perception check?
Sure can.
Sick.
He has advantage,
I
right?
don't have stats for him yet, but I will roll it.
If it's an owl, I'm like
Modify it.
90% sure that it is +4 with advantage. I could be wrong, but I think that is right.
Ooh,
Ooh,
damn!
Vasu's good.
He's way better than me.
There's persuasion
I
from Flick,
see
that's good.
everything from up here. You all look like ants.
All right. Let's do Flick first. You were able to find a shop. Let me double check a thing. All right, you were able to find a shop, and it is operated by this tiny, stout, severely overweight grung with these orange and black patterns, who introduces himself as Shannon. And he's pretty friendly. You're able to talk shop with him a little bit, convince him that you know what you're doing and you need work done and you're not trying to get ripped off. And he takes a look. He talks about your ship. You give him a good description of it. And he tells you that each one of those engines to get repaired would cost about 2,020 gold
Jesus.
per
One.
engine. So 6 of those to get the whole thing fixed up. Give me an insight check.
Oof.
Perfect. 2,020 gold. And he almost panics when he tells me, like, you brought that ship into town with half the engines. That's dangerous. It could go wild. You'd be in so much trouble. Do you know what the odds are of that holding?
Cool. Use the coin.
What? You didn't tell me exactly what it did, so I don't want to use it.
You don't get the impression that he's like trying to call the guards or anything. He's just flabbergasted that you're like, he makes it sound like this is the most dangerous and risky thing in the entire world.
I mean, we got the elemental back in there once. I don't know why we couldn't do it again.
Once, that's just, I wouldn't risk it. That seems dangerous. It's your lives, not mine, as long as you're out of the city before it breaks free.
Yeah, we did it. How long ago was that? A few days ago? It should hold for a little while longer.
Yeah, 2 days. He would tell you that if it's a standard engine, which, who knows, he hasn't come to your ship, that means it'll hold for about 8 more days. They last for 10 days, and they usually fire on a 7-day cycle, so there's some overlap.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I'll keep you in mind for the repairs. I don't have that kind of gold on me, obviously, so I'd have to come back.
All right. And then real quick before we jump to you, Ace, Vasu, with your check, your natural 20 perception, and the help of your owl, you take a good look up and down the streets. You are looking for suspicious groups of elves with carts. You don't find any.
Do I spot the wizard or the druid grove though?
Yes, that is actually very easy. Basically, as you're flying around, you spot off in the distance, a few hundred feet away from you, another very, very large bird. except with your keen eyes, you can tell that it is actually a very large bird. It's probably the biggest vulture that you've ever seen in your entire life. This wingspan is like almost 20 feet wide, and it is soaring over in the direction of this kind of lush green area with this big skeleton off in the distance. It's not quite as big as it is on this map, but it's still big enough to be seen pretty easily. It looks like possibly even a very large dragon skeleton. And you watch as this giant vulture flies its way down and then shrinks down right into the mouth of that skeleton and kind of vanishes out of sight.
Interesting.
And then Ace.
So my thing was actually at Vasu still. So I wanted to know if he could figure out how far away it was from town, and if it was within closeness, if he was able to like scout that out.
Oh, right.
But like obviously after he did all his stuff. So I was wondering if he could figure out how far away from the city marked up on my perfect map this was.
Go ahead and give me an int check, Vasu, to moat
Can
me
it
with
be
your
wisdom?
cannot. Actually, sure, why not? Fuck, survival's a wisdom skill. Sure.
Can I actually just give you a survival check because I'm proficient?
And survival's more about like knowing what to do down in nature, not really looking at a map.
That's fair.
Honestly, even giving wisdom is a bit of a stretch, but with a 12, you imagine it's probably a day or two's travel, or like 10 hours with your airship, something in that ballpark. It's
Never mind
definitely,
then.
yeah, it's definitely not just like a stroll down the beach. It's a pretty good ways off. But anyway, after all of this talk, Flick, was there anything else you were doing while you're down there, or was it just that shop?
I believe. I was looking for a lead powder while I'm here too.
Easy enough. And the going rates for that are very standard. There's very rarely any fluctuation. It's 1 pound for 1 gold. You're in a trading city. There is a ton of it. You can get as much as you want. Or, I guess, as much as you can carry.
Alright, did
Gil
you
would
guys
give
say
me-
how much you wanted?
Gale would have given you 10 gold pieces and said if you can find more, then he'll pay you back for it.
Vasu would do the same thing with another 10 gold pieces. See,
Okay,
we've got
I'm gonna have
20
to see how much I
right
can
now.
actually carry. 1 second.
You're fine. 20 pounds is half a Morton bag. Even with 7 strength, you can do that.
You also
What if
do
I
have
want
Toto
more,
with
then?
you.
I mean, if you want more, go for it. With 7 strength, you should be able to carry... Math is hard.
Toto can carry quite a bit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, with Toto's help, it's
Okay.
no problem at all. Yeah, you've got, like, between the two of you, 202, or 200 to 250-ish.
Okay, that's a lot.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, so I'll buy the 20 they want, and then I might as well buy another 20 for me to use later. So 40 gold pieces worth of lead powder.
Easy enough, yeah. It's all here. It's easy enough to grab that much.
Alright, and I guess I'll go back to the ship, considering we don't have 12,000 gold.
Yeah, you guys kind of spend the early afternoon. By the time you
Uh,
guys...
Sorry to interrupt,
Yeah, go
but as Vasu is flying overhead and sees Flick buy that stuff and then start to make his way back to the ship, Flick will suddenly hear Vasu's voice in his head because I'm going to message him. And I'm just gonna be like, hey, do me a favor, pal. You know up to the north there, you might not be able to see it from where you're at down there, because you kind of look like an ant. But there's this big old fucking skeleton up there, all right? I think it's kind of this druid grove where they're all hanging out at. Can you go check that out for me? I saw this huge fucking bird fly over there, and then it got real small and shrank into its mouth. And I'm trying to track these elves with this wagon that went over there. It'd be a real favor. You don't gotta tell anybody about it. Nothing. No.
That was a really long message, but sure.
It's probably several messages that you
Okay.
all get, like in a chain.
Also,
As
message
Vasu's just like,
message only has a 120-foot range, so you might as well just, like, talk to him. But either way, you get it done.
right, like I'm flying. I'm very specifically flying overhead enough to be within message range, but not like be down on the streets and pissing off guards.
That's fair.
Vasu
That's fair.
does that.
I'm gonna tell him, yeah, sure, catch this, and then I'm going to, like, put a bag of the lead powder between my legs and just chuck it in the air at him. and hope that he gets down to it and catch.
Powder flies everywhere.
I'll try to catch it, I guess. But as I am, I'm gonna message you back and just be like, "Why would you do that?"
Both of you guys give me dexterity checks.
Oh no! Because I don't want to carry it the whole way. Just unskilled dexterity.
Yeah, so that's
Oh wait, that was a
that's
saving throw. Hang on.
14. 14 is. You guys are
I-
fine. You're good.
I've got 20 dex,
Yeah,
so I should be okay, I think.
yeah, you're both fine.
Why would you do that?
It's heavy, and I don't want to carry it all the way up there and back.
Right, I guess that's fair.
Alright, now that I have a slightly less load, I'll walk that way.
All right. So which way are you going? I missed the first half of that dialogue between the two of you.
Going up
Vasu
to the
just
druid
kind of
grove.
yeah, he pointed out the direction of the grove / dragon skeleton, and he just
Sure.
asked like to go up and ask around about any elves with wagons full of crystals that might have passed through.
Okay. Yeah. Flick. There's streets that kind of wind their way back that way. As you head up towards that direction, it starts to get a little sparse. The buildings get a little shantier. You do find guards every now and then, including one that's kind of like standing at a road that kind of leads out of the city and into that area. There's a couple of guards stationed there, one orc and one minotaur, and they both kind of eye you a little bit as you walk in their direction. I was like, where are you going?
I have business with the druids back there. I heard that they can do teleportation magic, and I've got some use.
I think they're closed. Last I heard, there was some sort of scuffle or something. They're not really seeing people. Probably should just turn around.
I'm already here. I feel like they can make an exception, maybe.
Maybe they can, maybe they can't. I'm just doing my job. I'm sure you understand.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I understand, and I'll just flick him a gold piece.
I suppose it couldn't hurt. Just don't do anything stupid, and they let you on your way. You kind of wind through this dense, almost swamp-like grasslands. There's lots of these tall weeping willows, the occasional cactus, some reeds, some cattails. Just a weird mix of vegetation that feels a little bit out of place for this location.
I was gonna say that does sound strange.
Yeah, there's a little bit of like the swampy marsh feel to it, but there is just a very faint, worn path, and you can see that there are lots of tracks of wagons and caravans that have kind of made a formal road out into this place. And eventually, after a good, 5 or 10 minutes of walking through, if I can find it. You do eventually find a wooden archway. And you can see that past that archway, there is the big skeleton that you had seen from overhead. And let's just reveal a bunch of stuff here. That's good. But as you're walking along, you get to here.
Alright, cool. Is there a sign there?
There is a sign. It seems to have been kind of hastily put up between rope, or with rope between these two arches. And in several languages, including Common, the sign reads, where is it? Here we go. In light of the recent attacks, the Druids of Thorngrove Grotto ask for no visitors, in all caps. Furthermore, travel beyond this point is strictly prohibited and dangerous, in all caps. The grotto's flora and fauna are in a state of self-defense and wariness, and until they can be calmed, trespassers are in severe peril, all caps.
Well, that doesn't seem good. I probably shouldn't do this by myself, even if I have you, Toto.
Right, Toto's here too.
Slick then hears Vasu's voice in his head again. Hey! Did those guards give you some trouble back there? What's that fucking sign say? What's taking you so long?
I mean, unless Vasu is 120 feet away, he doesn't say anything.
He will.
I mean, if you just want to come along,
do it.
you can.
I'm gonna say, at that point, you might as well just come along.
Alright, okay, fine. Vasu will touch down next to Toto and Flick and be like, hey, what's fucking taking you so long?
They don't really want anyone to go back there right now. It seems that the forest is in a tizzy or something.
What, some fucking plants get upset and they shut the whole operation down? Come on, I got business to take care of.
As you say that, a face emerges in the tree to your left, and it kind of just pushes its way out real slowly until there's basically what appears to be just like a tree trunk with little wooden arms and legs and a tiny little club in one hand and a tiny little shield in the other. And it's got these two little holes where its eyes would be. And it doesn't do anything, but it just steps out of this tree like it had been sleeping inside of the tree. Doesn't leave a hole behind it, it just kind of emerges from it. And it just kind of stands there and looks at the three of you.
Boss is gonna, like, stop himself mid-rant and just be like, oh, look at you! You're fucking adorable!
Just
Oh,
kind of
come here!
cocks its head to the side, it doesn't do anything.
Like, look at this little guy!
Um,
Look at his little club, it's like he came right out of the tree!
hello
Oh.
there. Are we trespassing for you or something?
Just kind of looks at all of you a little confused. You're not really sure if it understands.
Boss is gonna try speaking to it in Orin. I'm just gonna be like, oh, look at you, little guy. What's your name?
Just looks confused.
Toto starts charging up his Godzilla beam.
Oh no.
Give me intelligence or a luck check.
Toto, don't do that.
Boss is gonna, oblivious to whatever Toto is doing, he's gonna reach into his vest and pull out his little pouch of sunflower seeds. Are you hungry, little guy?
As you bend over and you pull out some of these sunflower seeds and you kind of stoop down, you have to really stoop. This thing is only like 3.5, 4 feet tall. There is just
God, that's so short.
There's this tiny little whirring motor and then a tiny little bzzz, and you see this beam of light shoot from Toto's mouth over to the sign. And it starts etching wood-burning something into the sign.
Does it say
That's
something?
better than I thought I was going to do.
And then Toto kind of goes back to normal, like nothing happened.
Hey, what does the sign say?
Flick, as you look over it, it's weird. It looks like what Toto just did. How do I even explain this? The marks that Toto left, this wood-burning stuff,
Did he drew?
it's writing, but like over no visitors, for instance, he has written no visitors again in lowercase, but only like the first 5 letters. And then so like it's the two are stacked on top of each other. And then like furthermore travel, and then like over the word travel is traveling beyond, or wait, that's exactly what it says. It's just another word. It's like further trespassing. It honestly looks like he's undoing words that were undone earlier. Like he's repainting words that had been erased or painted over.
Okay, so it's not like Druidic or something.
Yeah, no, it's all in common. There's a couple in the other languages as well. But yeah, it's like he's etched synonyms. There's one that's like a spelling mistake. Like over the word point is the word point written again, but the I is in front of the O.
Okay. Alright. I thought you were doing a hidden message. That's not nearly as fun as I thought it was.
You do notice that at that, the woodwode still just, it kind of like picks its shield up instinctively and blocks in Toto's direction. It holds its like little wooden club up. Doesn't do anything, but it's very aware. It's very like it's on guard.
What's the shield and club made of?
Looks like more wood, yeah.
Just scrap wood, or like does it appear to be like organic?
Like part of its body.
Yeah, I'll just pull up a little picture, because these guys look like they do in vanilla, and they're cute as fuck.
They're really cute.
Did it react to me offering sunflower seeds?
It looked a little confused. It didn't take any.
Seeds are like baby trees, right?
Oh,
It's like, look at them.
So cute.
They're kind of like black mages, but made of wood.
I love how his arm is the shield.
Right.
Think that if they hit the shield, they still hit him. It kind of hurts. Or maybe they don't feel pain, and the shield is just there to prevent people from hitting vital organs. Do they have organs?
Who knows, man?
Okay,
Boss
I'm
is
going to
gonna
do
look
something
down.
possibly stupid.
Oh boy.
Gonna
There's
cast
a lot of
minor
options.
illusion to make like a butterfly and have it fly over and land on it to see if it like attacks the butterfly.
Alright, so you have to kind of... Minor illusion isn't animated, but you kind of position it in a way that it seems natural for it to have just shown up on his shoulder.
Okay.
And when he kind of catches it and he looks at it, he doesn't really react strongly. He just kind of cocks his head and looks at all of you. He relaxes a little bit. He lowers the club.
Okay. So what brought you out, little fella? Do you think you could show us the way through here, and so we don't get killed? That'd be great.
Yeah, no reaction, no response, just looking curiously at all of you.
Flick's gonna inch like he's gonna go through the gate and see if it reacts.
Yeah, as you kind of start going over, you do see he like lifts a foot and he walks a little closer. He raises the club up a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think he wants us to go through.
Okay, no worries, little guy. We're not gonna step on anybody's toes here. We'll stay right where we're at. You don't want us to go into the grove. We're not gonna go into the grove. I'm gonna reach out and like pat the woodwode on the shoulder.
He kind of pulls back a little, not sure what to make of it, but you know, he doesn't swing.
I'm gonna grin. I'm gonna flash both thumbs up. I'm gonna point over toward the gate, and then I'm gonna point toward myself, Flick, and Toto, and just do like a big no gesture, like shake my head, cross my arms.
He does mimic your no gesture. He shakes his head.
All right, I'm gonna flash him another thumbs up, and then like point back toward the path, the way that Flick walked down, and just like start walking back that way.
Alright, you do notice that he slowly backs his way into the tree and just kind of this tree here.
This charade is
He was
peak
a real nice
Vasu.
guy.
He was cute. I'll give him that. It's a shame we can't go further, but I don't want to make him mad.
Right. Guess we just gotta come back when they're open or something.
Vasu, give me, or what is your passive survival?
Passive survival is 16.
That is very good. I was, okay, shit, fuck.
Yeah.
As you're...
Boss who does this shit for like a living.
Yeah, this is literally your job. This is what you're supposed to do. You do see, well, how do I word this in a way? You see recent cart tracks and footprints that look humanoid in size from maybe 2 or 3 days ago that passed through this archway. And you don't see much else that is recent. Those appear to be the most recent and the only thing in the past 7 days or so.
Okay. And I forget, how many days has it been since Basu like left home?
I'd have to double check, but it's something in the ballpark of like 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Okay. So I'm gonna kind of wave back to the tree trunk that this woodwoe came out of. I'm gonna be like, all right, you think they got like a visitor center or a front desk or something? Maybe we can leave them a message. Come back when they're open.
I don't know. He might have been the messaging center. Granted, doesn't really talking much.
He'd be real bad at that.
I mean, be nice if we know like Sylvan or something.
Ugh, why would you want to speak that?
So you could talk to him.
Yeah, but you could talk to him, but you'd be talking to elves too. Is that really worth it?
I mean, that's Elvish. That's different. I mean, they probably know Sylvan too, but like, I'm not gonna waste my time learning fucking Elvish. I'd rather talk to fairies and that little thing than an elf. I'm glad Moat's not here.
Vasu's gonna look at Flick and give him like the most respectful nod and smile that he's ever given anyone in the party ever, probably.
Alright, so I guess if we can't go that way, we should probably just head back.
Yeah, I guess so. You mind walking alone again? I kind of don't want to draw too much attention.
No, that's fine.
Fly
I'm
up overhead
used
again.
to it. Go ahead. I'll meet you back there. Hey, also, do you want to carry another one of these so I don't have to?
Yeah,
This
no
is-
problem. Because
Cool.
especially when you put it like that, you kind of make me feel like an asshole for making you walk alone. So no problem.
It's alright.
Hey, at least you got Toto, right?
I've got Toto. He's not much for conversation, but he's there.
Oh, yeah. I bet she'll keep you company. This little owl flaps over to your shoulder, and you just kind of like he doesn't really say anything, but you know.
Perfect.
He's
Okay.
there.
You guys start making your way back. Vasu just kind of flies over. Flick, at some point on the way back, someone's like, "You got a license for that thing?" and points to Toto.
Oh no, he's just following me. Go away.
Give me a deception check.
Toto obeys and follows and goes away.
Oh no, you send him away.
Alright. He just lets you both go, and you guys eventually kind of reunite.
Toto, come back. Thank you. Okay. I'm sorry about that.
Come back.
But eventually you're able to get back to the ship and reunite and share what you've seen.
What's the name of the other kobold?
It was Moron.
You are Moranot.
Moron not. Alright. Mark that down.
Would you like to be the first? Because you're not a moron.
If he's the first, then I'll be the first.
You are both the first of your name then. Yeah.
Moronot, first of his name. Alright. We're not gonna die at the end of this, are we?
I hope not. Don't worry. We'll lock the bathroom door. They'll never get in if we lock the door. You have a key, right? You can just lock the door yourself.
Are you sure this is a good plan?
Flush if you're in trouble.
Okay. There's
To
nothing
have
to flush,
running
it's a
water.
chamber pot.
Oh, then pee if you're in trouble. I don't know how your systems work.
What are you doing on the surface?
Me. I'm looking for something.
Okay.
What are you doing in the surface? Wait, you're chasing Gale.
We were looking for someone.
Well, you found them.
Yeah. Yeah, we did. Probably gonna get us killed. I don't know how to feel about all this. About that time, though, Vasu and Flick show back up with Toto.
Yeah, be not afraid.
Ace wants to know where they came up from the Underdark. But he's AFK, so I'm asking for him.
Yeah. They will say that they came up... I mean, you gotta... It was kind of like over to the west of it. Do you have a map?
Got one right here.
Yeah, they do point...
Expertly made. Drew it myself.
Yeah, they do point to the spot that Ace had mentioned earlier, over to the west, about a day and a half or so. But yes, we should call it there. What is the plan for next session, just so we can end with a direction so I can prep?
I have no clue, but I'm getting ready for work.
Yeah, I know, we are running very late. I just want to...
I've got to go to bed, like,
Yep.
within 10 minutes.
Yeah.
While we're still in town, though, Vasu would like to... God, I don't know, just ask... see if there's... what do the druids do when they're not at the Grove? Do they live somewhere? Do they have a visitor's center?
Yeah, asking around, it sounds like they live at the Grove.
Okay.
There's lots of rumors throughout town that there's recently been some sort of attack or something going on, but nobody really knows the full story.
Okay. Vasu will talk to the rest of the party about it first, but hopefully he'll have someone else kind of going along with him or whatever. But he wants to kind of just fly overhead again like he was before at a safe distance, and send Shu into the Grove, actually, and do that thing that you can do with Find Familiar, where you, like, use their senses to look around and listen around and shit. He'll probably just use Shu as, like, a messenger pigeon and, like, send a little letter in with him and be like, hey, any druids in here? Just want to talk to you.
Alright, perfect.
But he won't actually phrase it like that, because that sounds really threatening. He'll just inquire about whatever attacks might have gone on and ask if there's any way he can help.
Okay, sounds good. I will prep accordingly. What is the plan after you guys are done here?
Rib of the world.
Rib of the world. Alright, perfect.
Sounds good to me.
Assuming that our ship will hold up.
Yeah, what's the worst that can
Maybe
happen?
find another port that can fix it.
I always hate it when the DM says, what's the worst that could happen, because you're the only person who knows.
Oh no,
You
things have
literally
happened...
already have the worst plan.
No, things have happened that were so much worse than what I thought could happen.
I gotta run for a bit, guys.
Alright, later dude, we'll wrap up
Bye-bye.
here.
Catch you later. Have a good shift.
We'll pick up here next week.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of minor shit that I've helped look you up.
Yeah, crafting and stuff, it's totally fine. We can do it.
But yeah, speaking of crafting, I was kind of like thinking